Still don't have Abigail here. I suppose just a heads up, there will be one more person joining for AirTech as well, which will be you guys. Actually, you've already done that. Did that person join? Okay, cool. Disregard. John's here, Harry's here, Cameron's here, Kai's here, Devin is here. We're all here. Rightio. Just another administrative thing. So I've been keeping the big dogs and the office guys in the loop about obviously your guys' intentions from a flying perspective. I sort of take on one of the roles just to make sure that the students are sort of managed or like accordingly, which is pretty important, because obviously you guys want to start flying after this week. Is that all still correct? Like everyone here has intentions of flying sort of 2 times a week, sort of thing, 2 to 3 times. Okay, especially to take advantage of the pretty good weather that we've been having. So I just give me one more sec. I did write this down last week. Right, and I wrote down your guys' preferred days of flying. John, you were saying sort of Tuesday, Thursday.
Yep.
Kai, you were saying Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Devin, any day between Monday and Saturday. Were you 2 times a week or 3?
Yeah, 2 of them.
2 to 3. Okay, I'll make note of that. Sweet. And John, sorry, you were Tuesday and Thursday,
Yep.
so 2 times per week. Kai, you're 3, 2 to 3. Harry, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, your preferred. 2 to 3 times over those 3 days. Sweet. And then Cameron, Monday to Thursday.
Yeah.
How many times?
Yeah, once a day.
Oh, right, so you're looking to do,
4.
yeah,
1, 2,
3 to 4.
4.
3 to 4. Okay, cool, sweet. This sounds good. So, just hands up, who's actually got bookings in? 1, 2, 3. Right. And now, Cam, you've actually obviously already done. Whereabouts are you up to with the flying?
Just starting circuits.
Circuits, okay. Kai, have you done a fixed controls? No, you haven't done anything. You haven't done anything.
Nothing at all.
Excellent. All right, so you guys don't actually have managing instructors yet. You guys don't either, but you guys did Gateway, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I had Dom as my managing instructor.
So you essentially don't have a current managing instructor.
And then just before I left, Paul said he was taking over.
Right.
But then now he's I don't know what we're at now.
Okay, sweet. Well, that's a good problem to have for today because I'll make sure that will get sorted. So what I'm going to do is make sure that you guys get managing instructors so you guys can have sort of that structure booking. So the way, in an ideal world, we'd typically like to have it so you'd have, the next 3 to 4 weeks of bookings put in place, just as in the time and date. That way, right, I've got a lesson that particular day. Gives you obviously that confidence that you've got everything under control. You don't have to worry about the administrative side of things. And look, just from I suppose an expectation point of view, you can't. Things always pop up, right? Ideally, you haven't gone out on the piss the night before, and it's a Sunday. Totally get that. But look, if you can't make it and you've got, just let us know, right? Let your instructor know. They'll cancel it. We can get other people in, right? People are screaming out for booking slots. Question.
What's the
So 48 hours would be ideal notice period, but yeah, continue. Yeah. So look, things happen the day before. Car breaks down. My car broke down before the Newmarket overpass like a couple of years ago. I had to get a police escort off the bridge, so that was pretty funny. So yeah, obviously it was coming out to do some 172 flying, and I was like, I'm stuck on the motorway in arguably the busiest part of the country, and getting a police escort with the lights on and stuff. Yeah, it was pretty epic. But so look, just let us know. But I think, especially moving forward from today, the last thing I want you guys to do is obviously walk out the door from this class and then have the big question as to where to now, right? Would you guys agree? So if I can give you guys the confidence to ensure that you've got, a managing instructor who's going to look after that, then that's a good thing. Question? No? Sweet. So I'll sort that out. I will catch up with each of you because I've got like a timetable template here that I just put out. I know you've got your days, but just so I can obviously catch up, like get your preferred times throughout the day. And then we've got a couple new instructors starting. And the way it'll work is if we've got 5, then we'll get you spread out across there, and then they'll fly with you for majority of your training, 85% onwards. That way you've got the consistency, all right? And you can obviously just speak to them, text them, all that type of stuff. Does that sound good to you guys? Sweet. Now, then you'll fly with more senior instructors for competency checks throughout the training, myself as well as Matt Walls as well, Paul, Raz, some of the B cats. Okay, so we've all got fucking nicknames. So it's good. And the next thing I want to talk about is who here has a PPL training manual? You. No one else.
Is that the
folder, white one, $10.
I might. Is it like a casual student handbook?
Show me what you've got anyway. It might be.
I don't think it is.
Okay. I'm intrigued to see what's in here.
We've got a gateway.
Oh, yeah, sweet.
Probably not.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's got a few briefings. This is the PPL training manual includes all that as well.
Okay.
But very good for bringing that. And I respect the folder with all your content. I know you guys have all got your folders and things like that. It's great. So we need PPL training manuals, and this will have a structured syllabus or a structured training guide in terms of the lessons. You might actually have one.
Yeah.
Probably. Actually, let me bring it up on here as well. Get this on. But so what I'm getting at is there's not only just flights that we have to tick off, right, practical side, but as you guys would have are starting to realise now, there's a theory aspect to learning to fly, right, and it's real critical, and it sometimes gets lost in the training of how much theory work or knowledge there is around processes for every air exercise, right? And you'll see this throughout your training, so it's really important that we stay, I suppose, at the same level from a theory perspective. So there's obviously the weather briefing, which we're going to do today, which will essentially cover that, but you've got the AIP, you've got NOTAM stuff. You'll see it when I bring it up in a sec. There's just not the flying. So one thing I was thinking for you guys, because you're sort of starting next week, is trying to find a time and day during the week where that suits all of you, where that we could use that as a sort of a classroom booking slot, which then would enable us to do mass briefings, mass theory stuff to tick off towards your training. For a number of reasons, right? A, you can tick all the boxes. B, it gives you guys the option to use it as a time to have a senior instructor. You wouldn't have a junior instructor here. You'd have someone like myself, Matt Walls, Raz, Razor, Paul, and so forth to obviously give you guys that, a bit more experience on the ground, for example. And it also will save you guys money, right? Because for the cost of 1 hour, or give or take, you're getting potentially, I was thinking maybe booking in or allocating a 3-hour slot. So that we can obviously come in and then each week we can take off. It might be weight and balance stuff. It might be going through whatever you guys want to do. Use it as an open forum. We might have other people come in from time to time. You don't have to always join. So yeah, from a cost perspective, good environment.
That's so awesome.
So what are your guys' thoughts on that? Yeah? Nice. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. So that's the other thing which I obviously want to do is work out a time and day that everyone can come into. Look, worst case scenario, there's nothing to cover. But let me just bring up this sheet that I'm talking about. I do need to make a note of the PPL training manuals. And sorry to hijack the Met class, but I think this is pretty important stuff. Alrighty, I was here till 9:45 last night doing a bit of flying, so been having about 5 coffees today. But it was epic though. We were flying out to Parakai. Who knows? Everyone knows where Parakai is, John. Just out west Auckland.
Okay.
It's where they do all the parachuting and things like that. I can actually show you on the map right here.
You remember it? Paraglide, parachute.
Yes, there you go. It's an old map, but this might actually help you with your. So you've got Auckland, we're up here.
Yep.
Cool. Whanaupai, you live in Albanese Village, if I recall,
Yep.
or around there. Parakai is just directly out to the west.
Oh, okay.
Cool. So we go up there for electrical emergencies and fire emergencies as part of that lesson. So in the event that you guys had an onboard fire, whether it's engine or cabin fire or any sort of electrical failure, we go through the procedures of that. But then also we take you to Parakai, because when you guys start to fly on the circuit like Cam here, we've only got one active runway, right? If there's an incident, if there was ever to occur where an incident happened and the runway becomes closed temporarily and you guys are in the air, you've got to divert to a neighbouring aerodrome, right? Otherwise, you're going to be sitting up there for ages, yada, yada, yada. So we expand your knowledge around to the local aerodromes. So I went out there and there's a layer of cloud just lurking at like 800, 900 feet. So we're just hustling up the Kaipara Harbour and then touch and go and then back. It was epic. Anyway, so...
Better than Wellington, that was 200 feet.
Yeah, well, there you go. Docs, students, training yards, PPL. We'll have a look at this. Just you guys will get one of these in your training folder. Okay. So when you get the PPL training manual, which I'll organise for you guys, so you'll walk out away, you'll see pretty much this is the syllabus of obtaining a PPL, working towards it. Everything in blue, which looks like a light grey here, is a practical part of the lesson or the training. So a flight, for example. All right, so you can see we've got effects controls, straight and level, climbing, descending, medium turns, which you lads down the back as well as Cam you've done already, and it's got the prerequisite stuff there. All right, so you guys have some sort of idea of what it is that you need to actually learn prior to that particular flight. You don't have to be like a wizard at it, but just have reviewed it. Right, have a chance to sit down and actually. Just somehow prepare, right? It's like any school exam, right? You don't walk in there without doing any form of study, otherwise you've got to be a genius, right? And it's got to be multi-choice and you've got to just be some fucking whiz. But anyway, we've got all this other stuff, as you can see in yellow, for example, health and safety exam, which even though it does take 20 minutes, half an hour, it's still, that's the sort of stuff we can do in a mass classroom environment. And then as I mentioned, A, it's a little cheaper for you guys, B, you just tick all that sort of stuff up. So AIP Volume 4, VNC briefing, you guys have the Volume 4, but realistically within these 2 weeks we haven't had a chance to actually run through all the content, give you guys that breakdown of what it actually all means. That sort of stuff, we can use time for that. Met service, airways orientation, kind of done that, but you obviously touching on that. Pre-flight, sign off for the pre-flight, the refuel and oil, that's all sort of a practical theory side of things, but then you've got weight and balance, working out how to calculate that, learning about the flight manual as well, all right? And then you come down to the circuit stuff. Solo questionnaires, what else do we have here? A whole bunch of stuff. So you can see all the lessons that you actually got to go through. But it also gives us the option to do like mass briefings. So a briefing for everyone that might be doing the same lesson. But also using it as a forum for just exams and things like that, okay? So, yeah, if you guys are keen on that, as mentioned, we'll set something up, neutral time and place, so that sounds good? Mm-hmm. Sweet, and we'll just keep me in the, I'll sort of work it so we can sort of have a plan of what we're going to do for that particular lesson. As mentioned, worst case scenario, you don't turn up, but if there's 5 of us, an hour, charge that an hour each for 3 hours, it's it's cash. So anyway, thought I'd run that past you guys because I was sort of thinking about it, and I want to make sure that you guys as customers and students get what it is that you need, right? And it's very easy to get lost in pilot training, right? I've seen it happen over the last 18 months. You've got to have that direction that from the start. Otherwise, there's no structure. You end up doing unnecessary flying. And as I mentioned, the theory side of things is pretty critical, right? And classroom learning environments does provide another dynamic. Other people do things differently. Kai might do things differently to one of you lads down the back. So yeah, good opportunity just to use that and move forward, and hopefully that helps you guys out nail the PPL training, right? So yeah. Any questions?
Rob, have you got any sort of suggestions or how you go about, I guess, that balancing
the exams and the theory?
Yeah.
The flying.
It sort of feels like they are two almost different beasts. Obviously, they work together for the same reason. But
from an exam perspective, I think I may have mentioned this last time, but you've got to have all 6 exams done before your solo cross country. Okay, that is the CAA rule, right? After today, you guys are flying like 2 to 3 times a week. If you guys can aim to do 1 exam a month, that'll set you up. Okay. It might even be a good idea that you guys maybe do the same, we try and align where you guys maybe think of doing the same exam at the same time. And then, that way we can use these ground sessions to really go actually review things and go through questions that you might have on the syllabus. Because as you guys have seen, we are 2 weeks is a lot to cover every single thing, right? So yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about that. Could be a good option as well, but maybe something to think about over the next couple of days. Could be worth starting a WhatsApp group chat, just so you guys can obviously figure that out. Now, what I'm simulating here is we're obviously not a flight school, right? We're an aero club. The difference being is that with a flight school, you think that like I suppose they're a running train. You have to get on and you stay on, and they basically, you're in this, and this, and this. You fall off the train, and you get left behind. You know what I mean? Whereas an aero club, we work with you. We can't force you to do anything, but obviously, we want to ensure that you guys are running through as smoothly as possible. That way, you can be efficient, not only from a training perspective, cost efficient as well, effective, and that sort of thing. So let's book that in. Just out of interest, just so I have a weekday. John, you mentioned Tuesday or Thursday. Mm-hmm. Tuesday, because you're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, aren't you? Okay.
Mostly just flying days, but any other day.
Oh, right. So theory, you're any sort of day. Free.
Same for me.
Okay, cool. All right. Anyone want to throw out a particular day that they'd be keen on from just booking having an allocated ground theory slot?
I'm just saying I'm going to be working on Wednesdays and Thursdays, so I can't.
Okay, so not Wednesday and Thursday. So that gives us Monday, Tuesday, Friday. Weekend. Hey, you guys want to enjoy your weekends? Like, let's be honest. Go out drinking or whatever.
Weekdays would be.
So what did I say? Monday. You said Wednesday, Thursday. You're working.
Yeah.
So Monday, Tuesday, or Friday. be honest, Friday not much is happening, so that cancels that out. So it's Monday or Tuesday. Monday, first day back from a weekend. What do you guys reckon? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Tuesday sounds pretty good, eh? Okay, Tuesday it is. Right, so that's good because I'm usually here as well. So Tuesday, from a ground perspective, nice work. Probably morning or Arvo. What's more productive? Morning. Then we get it done. Don't want to get you guys out of bed too fast, so maybe 9ish. How does like an allocation of 9 till 12? Obviously with a break, we don't have to use all the time, but we can, we've got it there. It's not too early.
Yeah,
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Would it be 3 hours for the theory course? Every Tuesday at 9ish?
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah. So how long is the class?
Well, so it would be a 3. We can spend up to 3 hours. We'll
Oh,
allocate an instructor for 3 hours.
Right.
But from I'll double check with the bosses and things like that. But from a cost perspective, it would be the cost of 1 hour tutor time with the potential. It will take 1 hour in an ideal world tutor time, as opposed to having to pay 3 1-on-1. You know what I mean?
Is it every Tuesday?
We can make it every Tuesday if you want.
Oh, okay. Just to let you know, because my flying was booked for 10.
Yep.
So would you need to reschedule?
We can
that for me?
reschedule that if you want.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet. And that's what I'm trying to sort out today is so we can get you guys allocated an instructor and get you guys booked in because what day are we today?
Today is Tuesday.
Tuesday the 21st. So realistically, I think we've got some guys starting, but from Feb, ideally, well, you guys have had bookings for next week for those of you that have booked, right? Okay, cool. So from next week and all the week after, so for all of February, you guys would be keen to have some bookings put in place? Yeah? Anyone object to that?
I'm just away the 10th to the 17th.
That's all right. We can work with that.
That's no.
Is, in terms of the amount of content, do you think is fortnightly doable, or do you think that there's more than enough?
That's a very good question. I was just thinking about that. Let me just make a note of Kai away 10th to the 17th of Feb. Right, so the next question is, how often should we have this ground booking session in? We could probably, I suppose, it's totally up to you guys, right? It's ideal from an allocating an instructor perspective that we know ideally in advance. The reality is that I actually work from 12, I start work at 12 o'clock on Tuesdays anyway, so I can come in at 9. That's absolutely fine. I just reschedule a few things later on in the afternoon, so I can do that short notice. But to give you guys a variation, maybe have another guy. Ideally, might have to book that in a little bit further in advance. But what do you guys feel like? I suppose that's a question for me to answer anyway. Weekly or fortnightly? I reckon because 3 hours we can probably cover quite a bit. But then again, you get caught up in discussion and things like that. Let's definitely at a minimum fortnightly. All right, I think that's a good idea. It just depends on how you guys maybe want to incorporate. If you guys want to review any, go through any exam stuff or any theory stuff as well, because you might be studying that. The only thing is that can be challenging depending on if someone starts firing through all the exams and then. But then again, you just don't come in for that day, right? Has anyone booked any of these PPL exams? Okay, cool. Sweet. Well, I suppose the next question is did anyone have any idea of what exam they wanted to do first? Radio? Sweet.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. Look, from a content perspective, it definitely is the least, or the lesser content-wise. So yeah, we could maybe even, if you guys wanted, I don't know, if you guys are all keen to do radio at the end of Feb, we can maybe book, use one of those sessions to go through the radio stuff, so you guys can go through the syllabus dedicate 3 hours to that, and then how about, I don't know what you guys think about that. What do you reckon? Yeah? Okay, leave that with me. We'll aim for definitely just from making sure all the ground stuff's off, like, to give you guys that option, maybe fortnightly. Have a think about that. If you guys can bowl through the exams at the same time frame, like one a month, which is doable, that'll definitely set you up, once you get these exams done, it's just like you don't have to worry about it, So, but look, also, I don't want you guys to feel like you're pressured into anything here, okay? All I'm trying to do with this is trying to help you guys out, all right? I don't want you guys to feel like you've been forced into anything. That's not what I'm doing. All I'm doing is taking the experience that I've had from, observing how a lot of flight training does go on for each individual. I'm just trying to make it easier for you guys, and also save you guys a bit of money. Because hey, look, if you 3 hours with an instructor for the cost of say one, that's 2 hours. It's half an hour. It's basically almost half the cost or 2/3 of the cost of what it would be for an hour in an aircraft. You know what I mean? Add that up, and you could spend that money at TAV or whatever you want. So, okay, but no, look, that's good. That gives me a bit of insight. As I mentioned, I'll just catch up with each of you individually, just on your preferred flying times. Okay. Actually, let me just pass that out, because this is pretty much how I manage my students. Just to give you guys an idea, the ones that I've got, I just get a range of, do you want to fly, what are your preferred days? Right, we've got that here, and then AM or PM. The time might vary from first thing to the second half of the morning, vice versa, early afternoon, later afternoon. I usually mix it up for my guys, gives them a bit of variation, earlier, later, wind usually changes throughout the day, which is what we're going to learn about in Met, and so forth. So let me just go around. John, are you AM or a PM preferred?
Which one is less turbulent? Yeah.
Right, AM, and then at late. Well, okay. So it just depends. You're going to have to fly turbulence, mate. But if you had to prefer on, would you prefer bookings in the first thing in the morning or in the afternoon from your life perspective?
That's fine.
Doesn't matter?
Yeah, no, I'm flexible.
Okay, so I'll just put all day.
Okay.
Kai?
No.
Cool, all day. Devin?
All day.
All day. This is easy. Harry?
All day.
And let me guess, Cam?
Oh, so good morning.
Okay, AM. Mid-morning, you said?
Yeah, that's ideal.
AM it is. Alright, sweet. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take all that and sort that out for you guys. Sweet. Now, in the PPL training manual, which you guys will get, which I've got a note to get for you guys, which are $10 each, it has all the instructions step by step in terms of, how to actually log in and access this, all the credentials and all that type of shit. Pretty complicated to read straight off the bat, not going to lie, so that's why we're going to do this today. Let me bring up the website which we use. So we've got metflight.metra.co.nz. I just need to make sure all these pins work. I'll write that up on the board as well. metflight.metra.co.nz. Username is NSAC, and password is big N little sack 427323. I'll be right back. I need water as well.
You feeling cold? between.
Where did you go?
It's cool here. It's not too cold though, right?
No, John just fixed the aircon.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Was it not working?
No, it was working, so he turned it, made it
Working too well.
Hey?
Working too well for him.
Oh, right. Sweet. Okay. So, let me log in. Was that this John or the other John? This John, alright. There's, have you guys may have seen Daryl and John, the two top dogs here? Yeah, they're the guys that you want to make sure that you impress. Okay. Right, so just to give you guys a bit of a brief or a background info on this. MetFlight is a subsidiary of Met Service. Everyone knows who Met Service is around here. John, you probably wouldn't do. So Met Service, potentially a state-owned enterprise, but it's just a company here, weather information for New Zealand, right? And these guys provide or are contracted by the CAA to provide the aviation weather, all right? And for the general aviation weather briefing, this is for flights below 10,000 feet. Okay, some of the reports that we're about to look at are transferable. So you'll see altitudes up to maybe 60-odd thousand feet for a lot of tropical cyclones and thunderstorm activity and things like that. But it's just so they can copy and paste it into the other briefings, which are for flights above 10,000 feet, with Air New Zealand, Jetstar, yada, yada, yada. So, look, there's a bit of a spiel here. You can see commercial operators conducting flights there. You need to go and get a different briefing, blah, blah, blah. But for us, MetFlight, this is what we use. This is what you'll check every day prior to a flight, okay, if you are flying for that particular day. What I tell the guys that I teach, or like moving forward, is the expectation is you've got a booking for a flight lesson that day. The expectation would be try and turn up half an hour beforehand, okay? Check the weather, check the NOTAMs. If your aircraft's available, then pre-flight that, and then by the time your booking slot with your instructor starts, you've done everything that you need to do, okay? And you maximise the time, all right? And then you're just ahead of the game. And if you've got a little bit of time spent over, just chill upstairs or do whatever, sit in the aircraft, just the last thing you want to be doing is turning up 5 minutes before your booking slot. You've got all this other shit that you need to do, right? Because we've got to be ahead of the aircraft, ahead of the game. So we'll log in here. This will pop up a window with a main page here. So what you can see, and it's a little bit different right now, is we've got a main page with a map of New Zealand here broken down into different areas for weather, right? As you guys will well be or may have seen or just can practically understand, a lot of the time the weather's not always going to be the same across the country, is it? Right? It might be nice on the east, shit on the west, which a lot of the time is the case. And that way, the reality is that we need semi-accurate forecasting. We don't want just hit and miss shit for saying it's like, oh, yeah, 10 knots, and then they've said that for Wellington when it's clearly like 100, So that's why it's important that they isolate each part of New Zealand. So you can see we've got different areas, they've got different names. So for Auckland, the Auckland region, we are in Tamaki. And for John and Kai, the Māori name for the area, Tamaki Makaurau. So I believe that's why they've named it that. I doubt they've named it after Brian Tamaki, for anyone that can reference that joke. But anyway, so all you need to do is click on your location and it will populate your area over here in the right hand side in the checkbox, right? You could type it in if you really wanted to. Now, what you can see here is we have, these are all the reports contained in this briefing, okay? All the weather that we're going to have a look at. That's what we're worried about here, and then all we need to do is select Get Weather Briefing. Now, this will populate the report, which is what we're going to decipher in just a sec. Just whilst we're on the front page here, you can see on the right hand side below, we've got, these are all weather radar, okay? So we've got different zooms. So we've got 300k zoom, which is a larger area. We've got a 70k zoom, which is a more, I suppose, zoomed in. And then we've got webcams, MECell charts, significant weather, cloud top and visibility predictions, things like that. What I will say is, after today, log in, have a play around, okay? Just get familiar with the website, but you will be familiar with obviously deciphering this report. So, and if you guys have any questions, fire away at any stage, all right? Now, what I've done here is I've clicked this, and you can see by scrolling down, we have pretty much all this content here, which we need to have a look through and make sense of, okay? Right now, it means absolutely nothing to anyone, but that's what we're here to obviously run through. So, I'm going to print this out in colour, that way you can write notes on that, and then we'll go from there. Sound good? Mm-hmm. Okay, now the key thing is that if you guys open up your Met card that I've given you, alright, you'll have one side which has abbreviation, one side which has information on each report, okay? And yeah, there's various reports in here. Flip it over from the other side to the reports, and you guys will see that there's SIGMETs. Where's the mouse? You've got SIGMET information on the other side there, John. You'll have graph or information. No, here.
Sorry.
This side here. So there'll be SIGMETs.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right. Graph ors, aviation area winds. All right. TAPs, METARs. Okay. So what I'm getting at is this is key to deciphering this. All right. If you've got that Met card, then that's going to help you, and we're going to work through that right now. But I'm just going to try and print this off. I have issues with printing. Let me just bring that over here. Make it nice, life easy. Right, let me go see if we've got this. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this down, okay? So whilst I'm gone for 2 secs, John, if you want to have a look at find SIGMETs there,
Yep.
all right? And you can have a quick read or look through what you can see about SIGMETs.
Okay.
So I'll just put that down here. Kai, you can do graph ors. You can tell me about those when I get back to have a quick read. Cam, you can do aviation area winds. And then METARs. Have a brief read on that. And then Devon, Tats. Quick little squiz on what information's contained in each of those whilst I just race off to the printer. So you obviously can print this out.
Thank you.
Excellent. Alrighty. Okie dokie. Right. John.
Yep.
Segments. Read me out on that thing. Tell me about segments.
So segment provides info on observe and or forecast hazardous weather conditions.
Excellent. Stop right there. So the definition's in the name, right? So SIGMET stands for severe meteorological conditions. Okay. Now, I suppose the next question is, what type of weather could we expect to be considered as severe? Now, on that there, John, can you see any types of weather that they've listed?
Yep. So volcanic ash, tropical cyclones.
Excellent. So there are two of them. But there's more severe weather. I'll just put that as TC, tropical cyclones. There's more weather that could be quite severe. So, and that's not actually listed on there. But what we can do is we can scroll down here, and what you'll see is that we've got two segment listings, right? We've got a coded format, all right? I'll just make a note of this. Or two formats, I should say. Coded format, all right? And then we also have a graphical format. Now, having a look at that code there, Devon, this means absolutely nothing to you, it means absolutely nothing to me, right? It's got minor information that we can understand, and then it's got all the coordinates, right? Let's be honest, who's going to get a map out and figure out where the coordinates are? No one. It would take too long, right? So, that's why we've got a graphical version. So you can see here, we've got the New Zealand flight information region, as well as the Auckland Oceania information region. And what they've done is they've decoded that text format and they've put it into something that we can actually interpret, okay? So, when you're reading the segments, this graphical version, or the graphical format, is what we can look at to help interpret a lot easier. Now, just going back to the question in terms of what other weather could we expect to see here? Well, we can look at the severe weather symbols chart. All right. What else? So WX, you'll see that quite commonly. That stands for weather. All right. Symbols. Reference. So we can see this is some of the severe type of weather that we could expect. Severe icing, severe turbulence, okay? Thunderstorms, radioactivity, for anyone that's flying around Chernobyl. Anyone seen that show? How good? Pretty epic, okay? Mountain waves, quite commonly found probably in the South Island. We don't really have too many mountains around here. As we mentioned, volcanic ash, all right? And air rip. What does air rip stand for, I wonder? Well, you're probably thinking, how can I find that out? Have a look at your abbreviations card. It might actually be on there. Does it have a
Routine air report from aircraft in flight.
Excellent. So, it's an air report from another pilot, right? As pilots, especially when flying and observing severe weather, and this is typically from commercial operators that will relay this information, they'll report, they'll request changes in altitude, changes in heading due to, it might be thunderstorms or massive towering cumulus or severe turbulence. So they'll report that weather back and they'll put an air rep and they'll put the position and you'll see a symbol with a bullseye basically, okay? Cool. So, yeah, really important on your weather brief, on your Met flight that we've printed out. You can actually use that to identify what kind of weather. Now, John, how long's a segment valid for? And before you answer that, the key thing with any of these reports is understanding the validity, right? How long is something valid for? All right. So validity. So John, how long?
So 4 hours as a standard, and 6 hours for the severe weather, volcanic ash and tropical cyclones.
I'll just put VA for volcanic ash and then TC for tropical cyclones. Now, when are they issued? When does a SIGMET get issued? Because we can't always just forecast severe weather, so they're issued.
Every 3 hours.
Nope, should say issue time.
Oh, as required.
As required.
Yeah.
That's the key thing. So severe weather, this is added to the report as it just appears, right? Because a tropical cyclone is usually the result of building storms. They don't know exactly when it's going to happen, so they'll forecast it. So the validity is 4 hours, except for these two, volcanic ash, tropical cyclones, because they've got a longer duration. It's got a 6-hour validity. When are they reviewed?
Every 3 hours.
Excellent. So every 3 hours, a SIGMET will be reviewed by the Met Office. So reviewed after 3 hours. Alrighty. So, any questions so far? Now, if you guys flip over to this page here, well, actually just on the first page you can see we've got 2 regions. John, just tell me what regions we have. Or areas, I think it's called on there.
Is it the NZZC?
Yep.
That's New Zealand FIR.
Okay.
Information region. Yeah.
Excellent.
And the NZZO is the Oceanic FIR. Auckland Oceanic FIR.
So NZFIR stands for Flight Information Region. Right, now, easiest way to remember this. O for Oceanic. Take that one home. Okay? So, we're flying in the New Zealand Flight Information Region. Okay? I think it might say on the chart there, a 15 nautical mile envelope around New Zealand. Now, having a look at the NZZC, you can see there's none or there's no SIGMETs, all right, which is good. There's no severe weather. It's for what it's worth, it's looking like it's going to be pretty good out there. And we can confirm that and verify here by having a look at the graphical version. You can see on your second page of your web briefing that I've printed off, they've said no current signals. Here's the New Zealand Flight Information Region, all right, covering New Zealand. And you can see down the bottom, as we've seen, you've got the symbols chart, as well as a whole bunch of information about who it's provided by and the SIGMET itself. So you can see SIGMETs here provided from, what does ECFC stand for, John?
Surface.
Excellent. So SIGMETs cover from the surface up to flight level 630. Put that here. So surface, or up to flight level 630. Now, whenever you see a 3-digit number, you need to add 2 zeros on. I may have mentioned this last time when we were talking about that, didn't I? I feel like I did. So that's 63,000 feet. Right? It's pretty high because thunderstorm activity can get up that high, and yeah, I don't really think you'd fly that high. Now, you can see the issue time. All right, all times and all of these reports are in UTC. So, Harry, how many hours ahead a week of UTC?
12 or 13.
12 or 13. All right. So 12 when? And when? What's the difference between the two? Daylight savings. Good man. All right. So daylight savings, we're 13 hours ahead. Yeah. So yeah, easiest way. I think I may have mentioned this last time. Just take the opposite from the time that you can see. That's your 12 hours. All right. You might have to go over to the next day, which we'll have a look at. But if it's daylight savings, opposite, and then +1. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which is 4 a.m, add 1, that was issued at 5 a.m. this morning. On your Met card here, you do have a conversion table as well on the orange panel. All right? It's a piece of piss. Time conversions doesn't need to be any more complicated than what it already is. Okay, so just having a look here, you can see also the Auckland Oceanic. Now, we're just going to run through and decipher this because these are the two segments here. You can see instantly off the back, if you turn open this page on your weather briefing, this covers out towards the east. We've got 2 different types, which is good. All right. So let's start off with here. Is that segment number 1? Yeah, cool. Okay, so the first thing I want you guys to highlight is you can see the number 20. All right. What does that mean? Well, if you go back to the coded format, which is up here, you've got SIGMET number 20, okay? So they align, right? They've got a coded format, SIGMET number 20. All you need to do, if you want to refer to it in the graphical format, is find SIGMET number 20. So mark that, because that just gives you that reference to understand that both of them are there. Scrolling back down. So, instantly, having a look here, we can see from the symbol what type of weather it is. Right? Severe icing. Okay, you've got to be careful with this because there's moderate icing and then there's severe icing, and it's all in the symbol. Okay, so severe icing is a symbol with 3 dashes. Moderate icing, and this is a classic exam question which is easy marks. They might say, what does this symbol represent? That's moderate. That's severe. Easy marks. Okay, so it's severe icing.
And
Right.
Would one be light icing?
This is not.
There's none of that.
That's just a bowl with a dash. Okay, cool. So, having a look here, we can see there's some severe icing. Now, you can see you don't have any coordinates here. That's what they've done on this. They've plotted it out for you, right, on the map. Now, let's go through this. And sorry, I better ask, has anyone actually done this before? I don't think you have.
I did
class, but
I would have done this last time with you guys. That's good for a refresher. Yeah? Yeah, sweet. Okay, so this here is the validity, okay? Now, we have what is called a 6-digit format for the time and date, okay? So, what you guys need to do is put a dash through there. This is the day. This is the time. And it's in,
UTC building.
it is always in UCC. That's the hour and that's the minutes, okay?
Just remember to put a dash here.
So, this is when it's valid from and until. Alright? And as Kai mentioned, it's in UTC. So, Kai, if you just want to convert this time here into New Zealand Daylight Savings Time for me.
Will be 9:36 on the 20th. That's fine. No, sorry, 6:36.
So the time will be 6:36 on, but we're 13 hours ahead, aren't we?
So it'll be on the 21st.
It'll be on the 21st, okay? So that's the key thing, is to compensate for the time difference. So that there is now 21 at 6, so 0636, okay? I'll put it up here actually, 21, 0636. And when's it valid until?
10:36.
10:36 on what date?
21st.
Right, so how long is it valid for?
4 hours.
So, as you can see now, we can actually work out the validity and it aligns to what it says on the weather card, alright? So, interpreting this, we can see that we have, number one, severe icing, okay, valid from this time, 6:36 this morning, until 10:36 this morning. What does FCST stand for?
Forecast.
Excellent. So, between this time frame, there is forecast severe icing, okay, between these altitudes.
12,000, 26,000.
Exactly. Alright, so all you guys need to do here is to interpret that practically, add a couple zeros. Alright? So, what we can see now is, yeah, as Kai mentioned, there's severe icing between 12,000 and 26,000 feet. So if you were to fly one of the Robins or Cessna 1 Type 72s, or if you could get it that high, you'd be in some severe shit. Alright? Don't want to end up in that sitch. No one does, which is why we have the signet here. Cam, what does NC stand for? Have a look on your abbreviations card. That's what we've got it there for.
No change.
No change. So apply that to me practically when you read this signet.
It's not going to go up or down from there, hopefully.
Technically incorrect, we'll get to that, but what they're talking about is the severity, okay, of what the trend is going to be for the severe weather. So what they're saying is that between this time frame, the forecast severe icing, between that altitude they expect, or they forecast not to change. Now the difference be it could strengthen or it could weaken during the 4-hour time frame or the 6-hour time frame. This is just going to stay the same. Severe icing, 4 hours. They'll review it after three, and we'll see how we go. Okay. Now, getting on to what you can see here, there's an arrow that's pointing downwards at 35 knots. Hey, pretty straightforward, right? Kai, what's happening here?
That'd be the wind or the movement that they're detecting.
Direction that it's moving in. Okay. So the severe icing's most likely in a bit of cloud. Well, it's obviously high chance it's going to be in cloud. But the cloud's moving towards the southeast in this direction at a speed of 35 knots. Okay, so it's not going to be in that same area for the entire 4 hours. It's going to start moving in a southern direction. Cool. Does that make sense to everyone? Sweet.
So as opposed to forecast, it might say happening now kind of thing, or
No, it'll generally typically be forecasted. Okay, let's just have a look at the other one and see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all forecasted. I can't remember if I see anything different. But that's the SIGMET, okay? Is everyone happy I wrote that there on? Right, so just to touch on the other one, we have Devon, what type of weather is this? Have a look at the symbols chart. Symbols chart on your... Yep, have a look there. Symbols down the bottom.
Oh, right. Turbulence.
Yep, what type of turbulence? Severe turbulence, okay? Because it's got, once again, similar to icing, this is the turbulence symbol, that's moderate turbulence. An extra triangle on top is severe, okay? So it's not just turbulence, it is severe turbulence. Right, and we can see that this here is once again also forecast to occur between 7:07 this morning and 11:07 this morning, another 4 hour validity, okay, between those altitudes, and it's not going to change. All right? Was my conversion time correct there, John?
Yep.
Thanks, mate. Alrighty. That's SIGMET. Doesn't need to be any more complex than that, does it? Severe weather, all right? We don't fly into it. Otherwise, brace up, fasten your seatbelt, because you're in for a wild ride. Right. What do we got next? Graph force. Okay. Now, graph force, as you'll see, how many graph force charts do we have? Three. Excellent. So we've got 3 graph force charts. We'll come to this as to what that enables us to do, yada yada yada. But just having a quick scan and just to really summarise, just off the bat, you guys can see we've got 1, 2, 3. Similar to the format of a SIGMET, you've got a bunch of information down the bottom here about the SIGMET, a little bit of general info, and also issue times, and then when the graph force becomes valid. All right. This is really important for us because it tells us a lot of information that we need to be aware of for our flight that day. This is more commonly what we'll be flying with. Now you can see, just on the front page, you can see all the graph force weather information is broken down into common area, right? There's no tarmacy, there's no the rest of exact. They just, as you can see, draw these lines for where the weather is going to be valid, right? That's what they're doing here, okay? Now, having a look, what we're doing is, Kai, you can run me through some of, you can tell me about graph force from the start of it.
So there.
There should be a spiel.
Yeah. There are graphical aviation forecast chart that provides weather information from the surface to flight level 100
Yep.
10,000 feet.
Excellent. So surface, what do we got here? Yeah, 10,000 feet. Cool. Continue.
They're issued at 1100 and 2100.
Sweet. So 2 issue times.
And
So 11 and 2100. Okay, yep.
And they're valid from plus or minus 3 hours of the issue.
Excellent. So validity, this is really important. Plus / minus 3 hours from the valid time. Okay? Now, run me through, do they have the issues, the chart, what else do we have there?
Number of charts is 3 at each issue time.
Alright, so 3 charts per issue. Okay, yep, continue.
Heights in hundreds of feet. Actual mean sea level.
Excellent. So all the heights are above mean sea level, not the ground level. Okay. So I really should write that up here. AMSL. So above sea level. Okay, continue.
Has the 15 nautical mile envelope extending from the coast.
Yep, and you can see here that 15 nautical mile envelope is just the dotted line. Okay, so maybe mark that on there. This is your 15 nautical mile envelope. Okay,
Sorry, what's that?
it's a boundary for the graph for. Right,
Oh,
See-
15 nautical miles out from every.
from the coastline. That's where the graph for, where that covers to. Make sense? Cool. And Kai, just going back, can you just read out the chart, the valid times for each chart? I think that's on there as well. So at the 11 o'clock issue we have,
1800.
yep,
0000
yep,
and 0600. And then the 2100 is 0000 and 0600 and 1200.
okay, cool. So this is important that you understand because we need to work out, we just want you guys to sort of see, it's really important we can sort of see when this is issued from. Now, this is a little bit different because the issue time is going to have changed, and you can see up the top here, it's been amended, okay? So the issue time will be updated. So you can see that the current weather conditions had changed at the original issue time, and therefore this issue time is now 1743. So 1743, you can see that that's not close to any of those two times, is it? All right. So that was their issue. These would have been issued there. You can see the first chart is 1800. So this is all part of the 11 o'clock issue. But in UTC time, once it got to 1743, later on that afternoon, they go, oh shit, the weather's actually changed. We'll re-update that. If we have a look at the other ones, it might be a bit more aligned. Right, you can see 0958, closer to 11 a.m. All right, and going down the bottom, 0958. Once again, the three charts align with the 11 o'clock issue. All right. Now, each chart being valid for plus or minus how many hours, Harry?
3.
Excellent. So what we can see here is that from 1800, so 6 p.m. plus 3 hours is what time?
9 p.m.
9. All right. So this chart here goes to 2100, covers you up to 2100. But then the midnight or the 00 midnight chart minus 3 hours is what time? Midnight minus 3
Is 9.
9, right? So you can see that we're starting to cover the entire day here, right? So midnight plus 3 hours is obviously 3 a.m. 6 minus 3 is 3, okay? So by having these three charts 6 hours apart, valid for plus or minus 3 hours, we're now getting full coverage, okay? and then you'll have the 2100 issue. You can see that there, these here complement that, and all of a sudden we've got graph full coverage for 24 hours a day. Cool. Alrighty. Now, going back to you there, Kai. What else do we have?
The front, so a cold, warm, occluded, or a stationary front.
So we can see fronts, all right, on these particular graph or charts. We'll learn about these in MET when we go through the slides. But the key thing to understand with fronts is that they bring particular weather, okay? Types of associated weather. And that's good for us because we can, depending on the density of the front, which we'll have a look at when we check the radar, that's when you can determine how severe the type of wind or rain changes and things like that's going to be, okay? What else?
The visibility.
Cool, we've got visibility because that's really important that we can see out the front of the bloody plane. Next thing?
Phenomena, so what weather is happening.
Exactly, phenomena. That'll do. So, weather phenomena. Now, these are always 2 character abbreviations. As you can see there, read some of them out to me.
Showers.
So just SH. What's the next one? Just read the abbreviated.
TS.
TS.
DZ, so drizzle.
Yeah.
RA for rain.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at here is you can see all these little abbreviations. Harry, where are we going to find out what they stand for? On the MET card. Good man. Okay. If you have a question mark, you go to the MET abbreviations card. Right. Anything else on there? It's pretty much it on the spiel, isn't it? Nice one.
Freezing levels as well.
Yeah, excellent. So freezing level. Okie dokie. So, now, let's just run through the first one and have a look what the weather's doing here. Now, I just want to make a point. It's really important. You know, we've got access to these weather reports to figure out what the weather's doing. But how can we actually check what the weather's doing? What's our other options? Exactly. Look outside the window. Okay. That's really the first thing you should be doing is what is actually out there. Like we can clearly see there's some cloud cover, pretty much covering more than half the sky. We've got the windsock there, which provides us 2 pieces of information. Devin, what are the 2 pieces of information that a windsock provides us?
Direction.
And
Speed.
and speed. Good man. So it's a vector quantity, provides us with size, with direction and magnitude, speed. Okay, cool. So with these graphs, as you can imagine, we just obviously have to look at the weather for the particular area that we're flying in. Okay, we're not going to be flying in Queenstown today, unfortunately, but we're going to be flying up here. Now you can see that we're kind of on the border of 2, but this is the one that we're most concerned about, isn't it? Okay, right. So up the top here, this is referring to cloud. Okay, this section here, and that is typically what you'll see, and that's the trend for all of these graph walls, okay, is cloud is going to be at the top. Now, cloud is categorized into what's called cloud coverage, okay? Now, cloud coverage, we have, in this case, SCT, what does that stand for? Scattered. Scattered, good man. Okay, so we've got scattered, but we've also got few, broken. Cool. So cloud coverage is categorized or is denominated by octaves, all right? Octaves, okay? And pretty much for the reporting purposes, they break down the sky into 8 octaves. Okay? Total of 8 octaves. The sky is divided into. So what they're talking about is in this section of sky here, which they've broken down into 8s, okay? So for example here is the bird's eye view, which from a cross-sectional perspective, imagine the land, which is like that. The sky is going to be this portion here. So how many octaves is scattered? Does it say on the abbreviations chart?
Uh, 3 to 4 octaves.
Excellent. Okay, so scattered is 3 to 4, few is 1 to 2, broken is 5 to 7, and then overcast is 8 octaves. So we're talking about 8ths of the sky. So scattered is saying that 3 to 4 eighths of the sky is covered in cloud, right? Which is just less than half, isn't it? So if we were to look at that from a cross-sectional perspective, say from this point here to this point here across the ground is from here to here, they're saying that just less than half, or just up to half the sky is covered in cloud, which might look like this. Okay? Because from here to here, that cloud cover is covering half the sky.
Oh, so it's not necessarily visual what you can see.
No.
So if you looked outside all you can see is cloud, but 10 k's away it's
Yeah, correct. So it's this portion of the sky. Now it does look a bit more overcast out there, or a bit more than half the sky is covered in cloud, because you can see it looks like we're just getting a little bit of this stuff from the west. Okay, so it's one of those days where you want to sort of check around the neighbouring area. But for what it's worth, this is what we've got. Now, so we know we've got scattered cloud coverage, 3 to 4 octaves, so up to half the sky. These are the heights, okay, at which the cloud is going to be. So the bottom numbers, cloud base, / bottom. So that's the bottom number. The bottom numbers refer to the bottom of the cloud. John, what are the top numbers referred to, do you think? What's the opposite of the bottom?
Oh, top.
The cloud top, right? So the top numbers, cloud top. How many zeros do we add? Two. So, forecast between, valid at 7 a.m, which is also between, 4 a.m. also covers between 4 and 10 a.m. this morning. Okay, it's forecast in this area, scattered cloud base is between 1,000 and 1,500 feet. If we look outside, it does look relatively low. Okay, and the cloud top is forecast to be at 2,000 feet above mean sea level. Okay, now below that, and sorry, does that make sense? That's pretty straightforward. No one's got any questions on that? Below that, you can see the cloud. They'll give you sort of maybe an update, a trend on what's going to happen. So cloud tending NEC. What does that stand for, Cam?
no significant change.
Have a look on the abbreviation card and just confirm that for me.
No significant cloud.
No significant cloud by 00 Zulu. So this is just an hour time. So John, what time is that in New Zealand?
13.
Yep, which is 1 o'clock this afternoon, just after lunch. So they're saying that the scattered cloud is going to go to no cloud lunchtime onwards, 1 o'clock onwards. Make sense? Right. Now, we don't have anything to do with visibility here, but as you can see down in this section, or a lot of the time here, you've got, let's just go with this one here. As you can see, down in this section of the country, it's no significant cloud. Below that is the visibility. All right. 30 kilometres visibility within nil significant weather. All right. Now, let's have a look at what that means if the visibility reduces. Because think about when you're driving your car. Devin, if you drive in the rain, what happens to the visibility?
It's worse.
It gets worse, right? It's a pretty simple concept. So, here's a good example. Down in the Alps. I'll just rub all that other crap off. Down in the Alps, you can see this is the visibility segment here, right? So all of a sudden, visibility is 10 kilometres within this here, all right? So the key thing is that they're 2-letter abbreviations, so you've got to break them down. So the symbol is 1, SHRA. So what does the minus symbol stand for, Harry?
Sorry?
What does the minus symbol stand for? It'll be at the at the start of your abbreviations card.
Oh, light.
Light. SHRA.
Showers. Rain.
Right. So visibility is reducing to 10 kilometres within light showers and rain after 1 o'clock for this area here. Question? No?
Sorry, just going back earlier, cloud 10, what's T and D?
So tending. So
cloud tending.
yep.
And then,
So is that an abbreviation here as well?
No abbreviation, right? That.
Okay, it's just they're just tending as in the trend or the
But
projected
this is
change.
supposed to say that the cloud would, what you mentioned was by 1 o'clock, the cloud will be gone.
So it's tending to go in NSC. What does NSC stand for?
NSC is no change, no significant cloud.
Right,
Okay.
so cloud is tending to be no significant cloud by
Right,
1 o'clock
okay,
this afternoon,
okay.
which means
Yeah. Okay.
cloud's going to vanish.
Thank you.
All right, so that there is, really understanding the graph for, all right? And you can see the weather's always a little bit different. They'll give you a bit of a spiel. It might get worse. There could be other information here, like the other weather phenomena, but that's really the key thing. Now, as you can see, we spoke about there's freezing levels, okay, which for here, up around us, you can see this is it here, all right? So this is the temperature, 0 degrees Celsius, because what happens to water at 0 degrees Celsius, guys? It freezes, right? And this is the altitude at which it is 0 degrees Celsius, okay? So if we fly at 14,500 feet and above, temperature, outside air temperature is going to be less than 0 degrees. If we fly into, say, visible moisture or water vapor or water content or whatever, what's going to happen to it? It's going to freeze. So what sort of flying conditions could we fly into? I'll give you a hint, it's on your SIGMET thing. Severe something. Icing. Severe icing. Okay, so they're letting us know the freezing level is because if the aircraft flies into or flies above that altitude or close to it, because water does start to solidify prior to 0 degrees Celsius, we can expect to potentially end up in icing conditions in visible moisture or moisture itself. So, having 3 charts per issue, what does that enable us to do from a day perspective with the weather, Devin? If we've got 3 charts at 6 hours apart, we can see what's happening with the weather in the morning, but we can also see what's happening in the weather in the afternoon, right? What does that enable us to understand? Yeah, exactly. A trend, right? What change is going to happen, okay? Because a lot of the time, the weather's not going to stay the same, right? Weather moves, all that type of stuff. So, having a look back down here, we can see the next chart that we've got is valid at that 6 p.m. But so midday Zulu, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All right. We have a look here. We can see that we have the cloud. Is that the same one?
Yeah.
Did we go through that one? Right. Okay. So I actually went through the one at midday, which is what's happening a little bit later. So if we just back up to this actual morning, you can see this is what's happening. So broken cloud, which is 5 to 7/8 of the sky, bases between 300 and 800 feet, up to 1,000 and 1,500 feet, and you can see that looks a bit more like more than half the sky is covered in cloud, right? And it's changing towards scattered later on this morning. Okay, 15k visibility within nil significant weather, 2,000 metres of viz within BR. John, what's BR stand for?
Mist.
Mist. Now, do want to point things out because you can see here we've got kilometres and metres. All right, when do we use either or? So, if the visibility is greater than 9,999 metres, it'll be in kilometres. If it's less than 9,999 metres, it'll be in metres. Okay? So that's why you can see that they've actually written out the full distance, because obviously it's a lot less. So the cloud's getting a little bit better later on, and then tonight we can see we're kind of in a bit of an area where it could be either pretty mid or cloud is potentially getting higher, but yeah, we should be alright. We might get a little bit of, wow, that's all north of NZWR, Whangarei. So they do put aerodromes in here, okay? From certain times, bit of low cloud off the coast, okay?
So then do we use the wind to gauge which way, which one's likely to follow to us? Or?
Yeah, essentially, potentially. Just have a look at the areas, okay, for the graph forwards. The wind will tell you potentially where it's all moving. When you get to the radar, you can potentially see which way things are tracking as well. Remember, the wind does differ around a lot of areas, given a whole bunch of reasons. So you just want to look at what's going to be happening from a weather phenomena perspective. We'll get to winds in just a sec, but that is the graph forwards. Does anyone have any questions on that? Nice. Well, it's time for a break. You guys think that's been pretty good so far?
Yeah.
Bit of a rundown. What I'm thinking we'll actually do is we'll start ticking away at some of the slides when we get back, change it up, and then we'll come back to this later on, and then we will pick up where we left off. Does that sound like a good plan? Sweet. All right, take 10, 15, coffee and stuff, make some tea, and we'll come back and get into that. So, yeah, as I was saying at the start, Met's like one of those most practical. It's pretty cold in here, eh? Where are you guys? Can we turn it up? Turn it off? Should we open a window?
Yeah.
It's not too cold outside. It's actually quite nice, eh? Yeah, because you guys will just learn to die here. Okay. Yeah, so look, this is probably practically what you're going to be exposed to. A lot of the other subjects, air tech, yeah, it's really good because you obviously need to have that understanding of how an aircraft works, right? All the parts. I kind of look at for the same analogy of flight training as imagine becoming a mechanic as well as learning to drive. That's sort of what's happening from when you're learning to fly, isn't it? Like you have to actually learn the theory of how the plane actually flies, mechanically operates, okay, which mechanics have to do. But then we also fly it, and it's around three axes. So, yeah, really important. Sweet. And you'll find that, meteorology just being every day completely different. Some days be similar, but very dynamic, right? Weather's just so dynamic these days. And dangerous. Because, for example, sunny days are dangerous because you just end up drinking down at the beach, don't you? So that's when human factors gets involved, and all that type of shit. Alrighty, so what we'll look at firstly is section 1. Now, I will mention the sections once again. These slides haven't been updated in accordance with the chapters of the book, because the book changed, but we just chop and change across the two, and we'll just crash course cover a lot of the important stuff that we need to. But also, now you guys have the confidence knowing that if we are doing, once we start doing this group class once a week, we can come back and revisit syllabus stuff in preparation for any exam. So, firstly we're going to look at the atmosphere. The reality is we live on the Earth, right? And there are just surrounding spheres or atmospheres directly above us, right? And these are essentially envelopes which cover the Earth, okay, built up of a number of gases, all right, some of which are really important for humans to be able to survive. So we've got different layers which we're going to have a look at as well, but just to give you an idea of how far the atmosphere actually extends, right? Between 500 and 700 kilometres, the space shuttles will track up to 180, okay? And the International Space Station is 305k, all right? Pretty far when you think about, say, the horizontal distance. 305k is sort of here to Taupo, halfway down the country, all right? Put that vertically, it's still pretty far, right? So, within the atmosphere, as I mentioned, there's a number of gases or really important ones. So there's also a lot of liquid as well. So with this, we need to understand what are the main gases in the atmosphere, okay? And what are the percentage in terms of that it makes up, okay? So primarily, okay, the atmosphere is made up of nitrogen, all right? 78%. Easy and classic exam question. What's the composite of the atmosphere? All right. So nitrogen, 78%. Oxygen, 21%. And then you have 1%, which is made up of a number of other gases, X, Y, and Z, which we'll have a look as well. And that gives you 100% of the atmospheric composition. All right. Now, the way I sort of remember this, because there's different gins, there's hydrogen, nitrogen, all that type of stuff. I just think about this practically, like in terms of gases on that we, on the Earth. What do we need to actually breathe? Right? Oxygen. So, in terms of what the gases that comes before that, alphabetically, N comes before O. So I just remember nitrogen, right? And I know that oxygen, because of this, I know oxygen's 21%, and then obviously the higher number will be what's before that, okay?
Do we need to know the composite of others? Composite of the other gases?
No.
We need to remember that? Yeah.
You need just a rough idea, we'll get into it now, so it'll come up later on, but it's just various other gases that'll be in the book there. These are the two main ones, okay? As per the syllabus, which you guys, I'll print out a meteorology syllabus for you guys if you'd like as well.
Please.
Make a note about that. Cool.
So we actually don't really need to remember the other composites, right?
No,
Yeah, okay. Just the main ones.
the main ones
Okay.
here. But read through the book, make a note of, maybe have a read through of what other what gases there are. Off the top of my head, it's like
Okay.
hydrogen, argon, fucking yeah, everything else. So, what we're concerned about is the layer of the atmospheric layer, which is directly above us, right? That's what we're flying in. Yeah, it's all good. We've got layers or atmospheres which are 30, 60, 100,000 feet above us. But are we going to be flying up there anytime soon? Nah, not at all. Unless you're flying in a spaceship or a private jet for that matter. There's the Earth. Not a bad circle if I may say so myself. This is what the atmosphere looks like. Not a bad atmosphere. Egg-shaped, okay? So the lowest layer in the atmosphere is called the troposphere, all right? Now, at the top of the troposphere, at the top of any sphere is a pause. So if this is troposphere, then at the top of that we're going to have have a guess, something pause. Tropopause, I'll give you that one. Tropopause. And I might write this in the blue thing. I can't even spell. Tropopause. Everyone following? So it's this is the boundary layer, right? So in the troposphere, this is where almost all the water vapor is contained, okay, and that's really important. Now, you guys are thinking, well, essentially, where does this all come from? Where is all the water on the Earth, Cam? Exactly. In the ocean, right? How does it get into the sky? Well, if we dive down round to the actual root cause of, the reason why, I don't have the globe around. The world's gone missing. The globe's gone missing. The Earth spinning on the axes, right, is the reason as to why we get weather here. Right? That's really the fundamental understanding of why we actually get rain, cloud, all the sunstorm activity. The Earth spins, and then masses of air travel due to that. Right? That's the fundamental understanding. If the Earth was still, then it would be all completely different, right? We'd just have, depending on where we are in relation to the sun, I don't know what the hell would happen. Okay, it might be nice. That would probably be either dark or a certain amount of permanent daytime. All right. So that's pretty much that. Now, having a look here, there's the densest layer, as I mentioned, contains 75 to 85% of the mass of the atmosphere. Also, all the water vapor. With the PPL syllabus, what we're concerned about is the troposphere. Okay. Above that, we have the stratosphere, which is where all the commercial airliners go. I'll just put that in red because that's the next layer. Stratosphere. And at the top of the stratosphere is going to be, anyone want to have a guess?
Stratopool.
Good man. All right. So, you can see we have the different spheres, just to give you an idea. So, we've got the troposphere, the stratosphere, the mesosphere, thermosphere, and the exosphere. The meso, strato, and tropospheres, these, if my memory serves me correctly, encompass what's called the homosphere. Okay. Now, we're probably thinking, well, what's the distance? What's the size of each sphere, right? Which I believe we're getting into. Maybe not yet. So, tell you. So the vertical extent of the troposphere, okay, as you can see from the diagram that I've just drawn, okay, it is steeper over the equator and shorter over the poles, all right, which is typically because the Earth's shaped the way it is, right? So distances extends 30,000 feet over the poles, and then up to 60,000 feet over the equator. And we will have some slides on that, but I think that's pretty important, right? What's the vertical extent? Classic exam question. They'll just give you a few different random answers in terms of what's the height of the troposphere, right? That's it there. So, biggest thing to understand with temperature, as we saw from looking at the graph, was we've got a freezing level, right? And if we think about what the temperature is on the ground, temperature changes with height, all right? It decreases. And there's typically a steady decrease in temperature with any type of gain in altitude, right up to essentially, I believe they cap it at minus 56.5 degrees Celsius. Okay, so it gets pretty bloody cold up there. All right.
Is that 34,000 meters?
Feet. And that's a 30. That's 30. That's a comma. I'll write that again. Sweet. Now, whenever you see this apostrophe, that means feet. Okay? Or when you get to navigation, minutes. Don't worry about that. Now, throughout meteorology, we're going to talk about a whole bunch of averages for weather, right? Now, this all comes under the term the International Standard Atmosphere, which you guys will read about, also known as ISA. Okay, so these are a world or an Earth average of weather changes, as well as average temperatures, average pressures, average changes. Okay, so I'm going to write all these. We're just going to follow. I'll actually rub this side off. Keep that there. Take that off as well. So over at the top here, we're going to talk about ISA, which equals the International Standard Atmosphere, okay, which equals world averages. So, the average temperature decrease across the world is 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. Okay? So the temperature lapse rate equals 2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet. So that's the average change in temperature as we increase altitude. Okay? So that's why they talk about a steady decrease, because it's quite constant. That's not what might actually happen today. We'll get to that, but on average, this is what the temperature change will be around the world. Okay? Right. Now, going back to this, the heights of the troposphere. Okay, you can sort of see, due to the shape of the Earth, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, the troposphere can extend up to 60,000 feet over the poles and 30,000 feet over the equator, and we'll get to why. All right, it's all to do with density of air. Okay, and I suppose the basic question is, hot air wants to do what, John?
Hot air rises.
Hot air rises, hot air balloon. all right, which is where's the hottest part on the Earth? Typically, the equator, right? So that's why we've got a higher troposphere there, okay? So, come back to that. And really that comes back down to, density, right? Because as we just spoke about, hot air wanting to rise, therefore, in a parcel of air or a volume of air, okay, it's going to be less dense because that air wants to rise, all right? Compared to cold air, which is very dense, and I'll do this in just a sec. Okay, so when we talk about density, we are talking about, as you can see here, density is a measurement of the mass of gases present in a volume of air, all right? So you can see at cold temperatures, each of these dots represents just an air particle, an air molecule, right? So this would be at 5 degrees Celsius. You can see how many air molecules we've got in this volume compared to at 25 degrees. It's less dense, right? So warm air being less dense, obviously there's different factors and considerations around that. But the key thing is temperature, all right? So this is why the troposphere essentially varies here, because the temperature is different, right? And warm air is going to rise, and all of a sudden at the tropopause, which is a constant temperature, or a constant temperature, essentially that's essentially the altitude which is reached when these two align. Okay, and we'll come back and talk about this a little bit more just a sec. Any questions so far? That's also what I wanted to remember. So think about this from a practical perspective. We're flying this aircraft, cruising along. The whole idea is that we want to shift as many air molecules across the wing, right, as possible, and in any given time frame. Because if we can do that, aircraft performance is going to be better. This aircraft doesn't have a wheel. I don't know why. But anyway, so that's why, to basically sum that up, colder air is going to be more dense, which is going to be better for aircraft performance because we can shift more air molecules across the wing, produce more lift. Aircraft's going to be able to fly at a lot better performance-wise. Make sense? So to summarise that, colder denser air, better for aircraft performance, which you guys learned in air tech. Vice versa. Probably should have written that in blue and then the other one in red. There you guys get the worse actually worse poorer performance. Worse performance. I'll go poorer because it's a gradual thing, right? Given the temperature, the hotter it gets, the poorer the performance is going to be. So, sort of touch on this as well. There's a steady decrease in temperature with a gain in height, and this is pretty much what it looks like throughout the different atmospheres. Okay, so you can see in the troposphere, steady decrease in temperature up until the tropopause. All right. Now all of a sudden, you can see that the temperature. Well, what happens to it? As you can see down the bottom here, to the left it's decreasing, to the right it's increasing. Once we get to the tropopause, Kai, what happens to the temperature? It goes straight up, it's remaining
steady.
constant. Yeah, bang on, okay? So this is what's called an isothermal, right? And there'll be hopefully a slide there in just a sec. Yes, there is. So at the tropopause, there's typically no change in temperature, right? It's just a steady temperature as we climb through it. So that's how airliners know they're actually flying into the stratosphere, because they'll look at the outside air temperature and they'll see that it will remain the same for a couple of thousand feet, depending on how thick that isothermal layer is, right? So, what can I do here? I can go, put a note, put that in black. Steady. Temp. So we can have a constant change in temperature. Sorry, a constant temperature with a change in altitude at any height. But this is the characteristic of the tropopause. Okay. Now the opposite to a decrease in temperature, Cam, is a increase in temperature. Okay. This is called an inversion. Alright, so what we can see here is that pretty much what's happening is a warm layer of air traps cold air below it, alright? And as a result, in the warm air, warmer temperatures. Cold air, colder temperatures. And this is pretty much to summarise an increase in temperature with height, and this is typically what happens once you go into the stratosphere, which is the next layer up. If we go back here. Okay, you can see once we get up to, say, 20 kilometres, how many feet in a kilometre, in a metre?
Like 3.3 or something?
Yeah, 3.043 or pretty much. So if we want to work out how many thousand feet it is, we just have to times it by 3, right? Yeah. So 20 times 3, at about 60,000 feet, temperature is going to start to increase. Okay? Is that aligning to what you can see there, John?
This one doesn't.
Cool. No, well, basically one right.
Yep.
So, all right. But yeah, look, we don't typically go up to that altitude on a day-to-day basis in our aircraft. In fact, on any day basis. But yeah, look, it's just important to know for if you're flying into space. Okay? And this is just typically what happens. Now, what can happen is that a warm layer of air can trap a cold layer of air underneath it. Okay? So we do have real life inversions which are within the troposphere. So you can see here a valley, all right? Gets quite cold in the valley during the night. Okay, so the temperatures will cool right down, but then above the valley, okay, there'll be some upper air wind, which will have a warmer temperature than the air down below, and there'll be a small layer of cloud, and it will just trap that in there. Okay. Now, having a look at a real world example of the temperature drop. This is a radio sonding data which is retrieved. Now you can see that this is typically what's happening with the temperature as altitude decreases. So altitude in kilometres on the left, temperature in Kelvin. All right. So the reason anyone know why they use Kelvin?
It's got a larger range.
It's got a larger range. Okay. So Kelvin.
It's relatively more sensitive as well to changes. Like the range of the
Yeah, so
yeah.
0 degrees Celsius. So 270 degree, sorry, it's just 273 Kelvin equals 0 degrees Celsius. And then it's just 1 for 1. But the thing is that with Kelvin, there's no negative numbers. Okay, so that's the key thing here. So 0 Kelvin is said to be absolute zero, okay, which is essentially when all molecular movement or any molecular activity ceases to exist, okay? But the key thing with Kelvin is not having the negatives. So if we want to work out what, say, the Kelvin conversion would be based on today, what's the temperature today? Maybe like 20 degrees? 22. So it would just be 27 or 273 plus 22. Okay? And that's what your Kelvin equivalent would be.
So you'd say 295 kelvins or
295 Kelvin is 22 degrees Celsius. Once again, this is probably not part of the, they might actually ask you in the PPL syllabus, you guys can work that out, but this is just good for you to know going forward. So, any questions on the atmosphere so far? Gives you a bit of a rundown straight into that. Moving back into temperature and give me one sec. Yeah, just had to check my Kelvin conversions. They were right.
Okay. So it's correct, right?
Hey,
273 is
it's
the correct value.
Yeah, I would never give you false information, John. Trust me. Not intentionally, anyway. Right. Everyone happy if I rub this off? Yeah, sure. I'll leave that on there for now.
Yeah.
Right, so temperature is something that we're exposed to. First question we're going to solve here is what the average temperature is around the world, right? Another ISA, well actually there it is there. Okay, so the International Standard Atmosphere Average. So, temperature, I better put that above the temperature lapse rate because that's fittingly where it should go. Let me just rewrite this, and I do apologise if I'm mucking around with your whole pen thing. Please. Positive 15 degrees Celsius is the average temperature across the world. Obviously, in the tropics, in the Bahamas, it's going to probably be a little bit warmer, but on average, right? So temperature is simply a measure of how of the heat or kinetic energy contained within a body. I suppose to put this in perspective, you could use a pot of boiling water, right? The temperature of the water is a measure of how hot the pot gets when you heat it from below. Okay, kind of vice versa, essentially. But what's happening is the sun is heating up the Earth, and then the Earth heats up the adjacent atmosphere. Think about when you're walking on black concrete. Anyone done that? Can remember how hot that can get, right? That's essentially what's happening. So that's the real key thing. Different types of radiation, which we'll talk about. But when the sun heats the ground, the surface radiates this energy and turns it into, or turns heat to the air above. This is what's known as that hot plate effect, okay? Heating the air through, my memory serves me correctly, conduction, which is through touch, okay? So, as we spoke about this, variation with height, lapse rate, minus 2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet, because obviously it's decreasing, right? So, different types of radiation. We've got insolation, which is solar. All right, and solar radiation is short wave. So when we're talking about wavelength, we're talking about this sort of stuff. You know, like sine waves and things like that that you guys might recall from flight radio if you did manage to fall asleep during that. So yeah, in terms of the length of wave, the distance from here to here, okay? Solar radiation, short wave. You'll get asked that in the exam. What type of radiation does the sun emit? Short wave. So, a very small portion of the short wave of radiation actually reaches the sun, okay? Only about 45% of any solar radiation actually reaches the surface of the Earth, all right? The rest essentially is reflected, all right? Or scattered by the atmosphere. We've got the ozone layer, we've got cloud as well, all right? All of this traps some of that solar radiation, all right? So, having a look here at the surface heating diagram that we've got. So you can see we get a solar beam from the Earth, for your sort of knowledge here, in terms of the Earth's surface getting through. 22.5% or 22% of that solar radiation is a direct beam that you'll receive, okay? After it's scattered, 10% will get to the Earth, and then only 14.5%, okay, or 14% of the actual solar radiation makes it through clouds. So you can see what's actually been happening. Well, I suppose it is a small percentage. 13% absorbed by the temperature of the Earth, okay, 3% absorbed by the ozone layer. 24% is actually reflected by the cloud. So that's what cloud's actually doing. In a sense, it's kind of, I suppose, a good thing. It's actually preventing some of the sun's harmful rays from getting to the Earth. But you can still get sunburn on quite sunny cloudy days, right? Something to watch out for. 4% reflected by the Earth, and that's pretty much it. Gives you a bit of a rundown, right? So really 22, 20, so that's 40, about 45% actually makes it through. Now, going back to this whole conduction thing, alright? Heat transfer through contact or through touch. So you can see, for example, the handle of a pot is inherently getting heated up because it's connected to what's being heated up, alright? So imagine that's like us standing on a warm piece of concrete that's been heated up by the sun, where therefore our feet are going to start burning through the heat transfer of contact. Convection, however, is the water as such is also being heated up through the tank, the transfer, okay, of that heat. So heat transfer through the circulation of a fluid or gas, all right, radiation and so forth. So, cooking with gas, right? Gas is therefore heating the pot, heating the water, the transfer of energy. So, in this case, the sun's energy, as we spoke about, passes through the atmosphere, okay? The Earth emits terrestrial radiation, okay? Which is long wave. Easy way to remember this is that we've obviously got short and long, solar, short. The opposite is, wow, yeah, terrestrial. Right, now, so as I mentioned earlier, the key concept to understand is that the temperature is heated from the Earth, okay? The atmospheric temperature is heated from the Earth's radiation, which is, once again, heated from the sun. So there's a process in terms of how it all goes round in this circle here, okay? So CO2, Devin, any idea what that gas is? Excellent. Alright. And carbon dioxide, going back to carbon monoxide. Obviously you don't want carbon monoxide poisoning. Alright. Can anyone tell me what the feature of the complexion would be with carbon monoxide poisoning? Remember human factors, what would you expect someone's face to look like?
Blue.
Nah,
Purple.
ruddy red. Purple. Okay, so going back to human factors, carbon monoxide, R for ruddy red, hypoxia is blue fingertips. Okay, just got to remember these are the sort of things that I've learned from. I don't, I can't interpret. My brain works like I can't remember everything from a book. I've got to remember these. Yeah, or just tips and tricks of how trigger words, like reading something. Right, what's that going to trigger in my brain? So I just look at a word and go, well, there you go, solar, short, okay? Anyway, we just veered off there. Now, because the angle of the Earth, some areas of the world receive essentially a different angle of radiation, right? The Earth's tilted. Anyone know how many degrees? Any of you guys? It's like 23. Let me have a look. Earth's angle. $23.5. Anyway, just joking. So the reality is that the sun emits like the same beam, right? But because of the Earth's shape and as you can see here, it's an oblique spheroid, right? This same beam is directed over a more direct area, e.g. the equator, right? Which is why it's so hot there, because they get blasted by the solar radiation, which there in turn, is going to be a lot warmer. Whereas here in New Zealand, okay, from a solar input perspective, we receive the same in terms of beam, but it's spread out over a larger area, right? Because the Earth's curved. So therefore, typically speaking, we're going to have cooler temperatures in general, in comparison. So it's really important to understand that. How many degrees south of the equator are we? It's named after an alcoholic drink.
42.
42 below. We're technically, I think we are about 39 degrees south around here, but down to 42 below. Let me have a quick look. We're 36 degrees south. Oh no, yeah, 36 degrees south in Auckland. All right, down to 42 below. Right, and if you think of, for example, the UK. You guys been over to the UK? Yep. They're like 60 something degrees north of the equator, which is why it's pretty bloody cold up there. Which is why all the chicks wear heaps of makeup because there's no sun. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys been to Scotland. Anyone been?
Any skits?
You two been to Scotland or anything? Up UK? Nah. You'll go there one day. They pack on the makeup over there. I'm sure you guys have watched Geordie Shore or whatever some of that trash UK TV is. Yeah, so it's right. Right, so terminology here, albedo, okay, and this is a measure of a surface ability to reflect, okay. So in this case, if we think about the albedo of clouds are pretty good at reflecting solar radiation, as we saw before. Up to around 22% of the cloud solar radiation will be reflected by that cloud. So it's got a high albedo, high reflectivity. All right. Vice versa. So just having a look here, and this is why it's important when you go skiing and snowboarding. You two down the back have been up the mountain, maybe? Nah? Been skiing and snowboarding? No. You'll probably do that one day as well. It's you can get quite burnt up there, okay? And although you'd think, and it's kind of a backwards concept because the temperature's cooler, but it's all to do with solar radiation, right? And as you can see here, fresh snow reflects 80-90% of any solar radiation that's there. So that's reflected into, you're getting shot straight in the face there, okay? So be careful. Forests only reflect not as much, right? Grass, but you can see asphalt, black concrete, okay? Doesn't reflect that much. What does it actually do?
Absorb it.
Exactly, which is why it's so bloody hot and you burn your feet and all that type of crap. So, yeah, it's all to do with energy absorption.
What did you say about the water?
Water. How do we have here?
10 to 60.
Water bodies, yeah, 10 to, so and that's gonna depend on the direct sunbeam, right? So the tropics are gonna have warmer waters because they're getting more solar radiation or more direct solar radiation. Sorry, the amount of solar radiation is the same because the Earth just emits it, but it's all about where it's received, right? And how direct that is received. So yeah, obviously going swimming, Hawaii, places like that. Anyone been to Hawaii? Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Nice. I haven't. Is it nice there?
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty warm?
Always.
Yeah. Water's good?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. It's nice right around there. Sweet. Cool. Specific heat, yeah, okay. When we talk about specific heat, a measure of the energy required to increase the temperature of a substance. So, bloody helicopters, eh? if we're talking about what the specific heat requirement is, we're really looking to refer to, how much sunlight is required, how much solar radiation is required to increase the temperature, say, of water compared to concrete. You know what I mean? It's got a specific amount of radiation or requirement to increase the temperature of that particular substance. So it might be concrete versus water. All right, and the specific heat capacity is a measure of a surface's ability to retain the energy, because realistically, it's all solar energy, solar radiation. And as we know, concrete or metal or leather, different types of surfaces are heat retentive compared to the likes of water, grass, things like that. Okay. So not too sure. Have a look what it says about specific heat, but we're talking about the specific requirements or the specifics of particular substances. Okay. So I suppose if we think about this practically, we've got the hottest time of the day, the coldest time of the day. When's it? Does anyone know when the hottest time of the day is?
Just after midday.
Just after midday. Okay. If we go back to last week, I think I veered off track when I was talking about the Earth rotating on its axes. And can someone tell me how many degrees? What do you think is that? No, that's the Duchess. That's this one. So, how many degrees per hour?
4,
No,
15,
15, and then 1 degree for every
4.
4 minutes. Nice. So, after 12 hours, well, I suppose, it's going to be, it's all to do with, sun and daylight. But pretty much, midday is when the sun's going to be at the highest point in the sky for that particular longitude. Okay? So, the highest point is there, but the Earth has to obviously process that radiation. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Right? It just doesn't happen straight away. So, at the highest point in the sky, it would have received all the radiation from that point, and then it's obviously at the highest point, it's at its most direct point. Okay? And then early afternoon, so 2 p.m. is when you would expect to have the hottest temperature, the hottest part of the day on average. Okay? So, during daylight hours, the surface receives a net gain of heat energy through insolation, which is solaration, which is shortwave. So, this energy is continuously being lost, okay, through terrestrial radiation, which is through the Earth, okay, as we spoke about, radiation is deflected, yada yada. Through both day and night, which leads to minimum temperatures in the Earth shortly after dawn. So, if you think about when that is, dawn service like 5 a.m, okay, because what's happened throughout the night from a temperature perspective, Harry?
It gets colder.
It gets colder, right? So, well, not at the moment, bloody hot, I don't know about you guys, but yeah.
Breathing temperatures, crap.
Yeah, I know. So this is what's called diurnal variation, okay? And if I just have a look at my, is it on the next slide? Would it be in your, diurnal, if my definitions serve me correctly, is change. What's the so a diurnal cycle is any pattern that occurs every 24 hours. Okay? Better summary. And it should say that in your book, in the myth book about diurnal. So, here's an example of the diurnal variation in two different substances, right? The key thing is that soil, rocks, concrete gets really warm, but it doesn't take long to lose that temperature once it gets colder. Where the sea will stay at a more constant temperature throughout the day and night. Okay. So, for example, here if we have a look at the water, the lowest temperature, okay, being shortly after dawn, so 5 a.m. Going back to the highest here, shortly after midday. All right. And then if we have a look at soil and rocks, once again, colour. Not this. But, once again, shortly after day. Okay? So this is just a cycle that continues to repeat itself. So, to summarise that. Should have done this the wrong way, but anyway. Okie dokie. Cool. So that's not working again. Now, we're obviously bringing up the specific heat, capacity, all right, cloud cover. Remember, the atmospheric temperature will vary based on, or the diurnal variation will vary on a surface or a particular substance based on specific heat capacity, what its retention is. Okay, as we can see the difference here, the ability for concrete to retain the heat is a lot less. All right. Obviously, cloud cover is going to trap in a lot of heat as well. All right. Wind, mixing of different airflows at different altitudes is also going, or moving different airflows across different surfaces is also potentially going to cool or warm the surface as well. So if you're bringing a cold mass of air across a warm surface, then it's essentially going to cool down, vice versa. So that's where the effect of wind comes into it, okay? With wind, we're talking about, really what's happening to the airflow at low atmospheric altitudes, okay? We're going to look at the reducing, well, the effect of wind is, essentially going to reduce the surface temperatures as well, okay? And a key word there is mixing, all right? Any questions? It's easy, I feel like it's easy for me to just blabber on here. Okay. So, pressure. What we'll do is we'll go through pressure, we'll chip back to maybe aviation area winds on the MET brief, and then we'll take some time off for lunch just to keep you guys alive. I totally get the classroom environment. However, let me take you back to when I learned to fly. And just for the record, I was sitting where you guys were as well one day, right? So I definitely don't forget that, which is why I'm here trying to make you guys not have to go through some of the stuff that I had to do down in the deep south of Dunedin, which is unorganised. Okay, so you know, I appreciate where you guys are, and as the biggest thing or value from an instructor that I have is to really ensure that you guys understand that, right? Because we've all been there. Even guys flying fucking A380s have been sitting where you guys are sitting. And you know, one day you might stand here, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, if you want to instruct and things like that. If you do, then yeah, definitely. And this is a great place to learn to fly with plenty of potential opportunity as well. We've got 2 new guys starting with us next week. People just move on, things like that, so forth. All right, so pressure and temperature are quite similar in the sense that they change, right, with height or altitude. And as we've spoken about, did we speak about this? Yeah, kinda. Density is plays a bit of a part in this as well. So when we're talking about atmospheric pressure, we're talking about the weight of the atmosphere. Okay, so how dense the air is above us, right? Because it's more dense, it's going to weigh more, right? From a volume perspective. I know it's kind of hard to maybe picture and envision. I can probably rub this off now, can't I? So, moving right along. So, the principal reason for the movement of air is that variations in temperature and pressure cause air to flow from high to low. And this is a really important concept, okay? Air wants to flow from, I'll put high in red because that's getting how it is, high to low pressure. Now, example. This is sort of pressure builds up due to a number of reasons. If there's an increase in temperature, there typically will only be an increase in pressure if the gas is unable to expand, right? Going back to the whole pot of boiling water, right? If you put a lid on the top of the pot, start boiling water, you don't leave the lid slightly on the side, what's going to happen with pressure inside the air? It's going to start increasing, right? And all of a sudden you're going to have that whole thing going on, and the lid will go, steam will start to rise, all that type of stuff. Once you take the lid off, all the hot air is going to rise, isn't it, right? So the Earth is kind of like a pot of boiling water without a lid on it, because we've just got an open atmosphere. So all of the heat is allowed to rise, therefore the temperature and pressure don't always directly relate, okay? Typically with hotter temperatures, you, in theory, should have a lower pressure because in this case, the airflow is allowed to rise. But also it's remember to understand that if you have a closed environment, all right, if you heat it up, pressure will rise. Open, the air will rise, so the pressure will decrease or stay the same. Now, so think about that, but then we've also got, like, for example, your bike tyre. Everyone's ridden a bike, I imagine, pump up the tyre, or even your car tyres, right? We're just pumping air into a confined area, so we're increasing the amount of air molecules in there that are going to be spaced together. This is going to be a higher pressure, right? What happens if you burst the tyre? What happens to the airflow? Wants to equalise, right? Wants to go from high to low, okay? And then once it equalises, you've just got this flat tyre, which is no good anyway, okay? So with this here, the pressure gradients have their origins in solar radiation. I don't know what that's going on about. The sun's energy is the prime cause of atmospheric motion. in terms of velocity and variation with height, velocity, airflow, and variation with height. Yeah, cool. This is Caleb. He's the ground guy. If you ever see him. Hey,
You're gonna learn me something.
wow. I know. Okay, so pretty much with the atmospheric pressure, really important to understand how pressure changes. Okay, speaking of which, we want to understand what the ISA pressure change is for a change in altitude. Now, we'll come and work that out in a sec, but atmospheric pressure is measured in hectopascals. Okay, so anyone know what the average atmospheric pressure is? Yeah.
1013.25.
Excellent. 1013.25. So, atmospheric pressure. One 3.25 hectopascals. So PPL 1013 is probably going to be what the answers will be. Okay, so yeah, if you know that, you're all good. As you'll know from flight sim, it's an American game, so they measure it in inches of mercury, which is 1013 equals
2992.
exactly, so 2992, and if you push B on the keyboard, that'll obviously equal, change it for you.
Nah, that's cheating.
Sweet. Okay, so the change in pressure with altitude, so the pressure lapse rate,
Isn't it 1 hectopascal per 30 feet?
it's 1 hectopascal for every 30 feet. All right. So remember, pressure, the weight of the atmosphere. I might write that up there. All right, when we're talking about the weight, we're talking about how many molecules are above us, right? We want higher pressures, more air molecules that we can shift across the wings and produce what force? Lift. Okay? Because that's the name of the game here, flying aircraft producing lift. Okay? Shifting those molecules rearward across that wing. Cool. So, yeah, high pressure, better performance. Low pressure, poorer performance. Simple concept. Radio. Okay, now, understanding what's going on here from a air pressure perspective, why it changes with height. You can see here, if we imagine, I'll just stand out of the way, a column going up from the surface of the Earth. Have a look at the density. You can clearly see that it's getting less dense. All right, as you extend up higher from sea level. Right, so realistically, where are you going to find the deepest or highest pressure? And this is a good analogy which I like to use, which I just came back to my head, is my swimming pool analogy. All right, and it's like divers, and you guys would have learned human factors. Deeper you dive, the higher the pressure, which means that you can't, restricts your ability to go to extreme low pressures. So think about this. From a pressure perspective, if you're swimming in a pool, in terms of, imagine the water in a pool is an atmosphere, right? So where's all the weight, where's the heaviest weight of the water going to be? The bottom of the pool, right? So you're going to have the highest pressure down the bottom, which means that, yeah, that's essentially what's going to happen. So the lowest pressure is going to be at the top, all right? From an aircraft performance perspective, an aircraft speed perspective, think about swimming in the pool. Where is it easier to swim? At the top of the pool or down the bottom? Top, which is why we have that relationship between indicated airspeed and true airspeed. That's why your true airspeed is always higher, because if you compare that to the atmosphere, it's easier for the aircraft to fly through the air at higher altitudes. Actually, from an analogy perspective, right? I won't dive too much into it, but that's essentially why it's we can fly faster at higher altitudes. All right, the air is the pressure's less, the air is less denser, so the aircraft flies through. But I spoke about that last time, didn't I? Yeah, cool. Makes sense? Sweet. So, the closer the Earth's surface, the more air above you, therefore greater mass, all right? Weight, this to do with mass as well, right? Acting down on the surface of the Earth, similar to the pool of water. Now, 1013 down the bottom. So the pressure drop can be exponential. You can see you can have quite a large drop there in pressure the higher you get it. So with this, the pressure drop is not linear, okay? Like unlike the temperature with weight. With height. Sorry. There's my plot. So even though we do have an average here of 30 feet per hectopascal, all right, that's really I suppose a low altitude thing. It's not like linear in terms of a straight line right up. You can see it can just go from bang to 900, 800, 600. Okay. So how do we measure pressure? Okay, we've got the altimeter, which has a subscale here, which you guys may have seen, which is where we can set the local atmospheric pressure. Okay. Now that's really important because by setting the average sea level pressure, right, we can reference what our altitude is in relation to the actual sea level pressure on that particular day. Okay, and next time you're in the aircraft, just see what happens to the altimeter by turning that to different pressures, and you'll be able to see by going from high to low what the actual difference in altitude will be based on the conditions of the day. So that thing just moves itself as the pressure changes. Now, in order for the pressure to change, it's got to have one of these devices. So for the devices that we use, we've got what's called an aneroid barometer. Okay, so this is a sealed capsule, and all that's doing is expanding and contracting to the changes in pressure, right? So if it's higher pressures, it's going to start to obviously contract because there's a lot of force, as opposed to lower pressures, which means it enables it to expand. Okay, and as a result, it's connected to a lever, in this case your altitude lever, and that's going to go up and down based on the conditions for that particular day. The other option is to use a mercury barometer. This is what the Americans use, and this is pretty much just a tube which is inside like a capsule full of mercury, and pretty much the air pressure pushes down on the mercury and then it rises up the tube, and what it's measuring is the inches essentially of how much mercury goes up there. Okay, you can see there's a vacuum here, so on average there'll be 29.92 inches of mercury that will go up the tube, and that's the way they measure the atmospheric pressure. Okay. Thought so. Right, so warm air versus cold air, just to really summarise that, if we have two columns of air associated with two different weather systems, one warmer than the other, okay, we would find that the pressure lapse rate at which the pressure decreases with height would be different, okay? And this is to do with the whole density thing. So, warm air, Harry, is that more dense or less dense?
Less dense.
Less dense, excellent. All right, so the change in pressure over warmer air is going to be a lot different to colder air. Allow me to explain. And as you can see here, we've just gone through that. So this is coming back to our troposphere thing. Probably should have left my world up there, but anyway. This is pretty much what it's looking like. You can see that we want to get to 900 hectopascals, right, from 1013. So, scrolls back up. Not as good as before, but it'll do the job. So, equator goes like this. So it's warm air. That there. All of a sudden, in black. Wow, it's probably. Should we do that? Unprofessional. That's not to scale. Let me just fix that for you. Oh yeah. And just this is turned up here. Radio. So you can see here it's warmer at the equator, right? We know that 25 degrees. This is 5 degrees Celsius at the North Pole. Realistically, it's going to be probably like minus 40. Constant pressure, constant atmospheric pressure. The weight of the atmosphere is the same. However, right, you can see that at 1,000 hectopascals, all right, because a warmer temperature, the warm air is able to rise, that's going to be 900 hectopascals at this altitude, which is 60,000 feet. How high was it over the poles, Cam? 30, up to 30,000 feet. Okay? So you can see, for example, the change in pressure is going to be, say, for example, at the, in this case, at the equator, the pressure change is going to be 1 hectopascal over 60 feet. All right? Because the air is allowed to rise. Whereas dense air, higher pressure, okay, you can see at the poles, in this example, all right, every 20 feet you're going to lose a hectopascal in comparison. Make sense? And it's just to do with, yeah, Jim? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. Sweet. And yeah, look, really just to do with that relationship between temperature and pressure, okay? Warm air versus cold air, and so forth.
So cold air has a higher lapse rate?
Correct. Denser air will have a higher lapse rate. Good thing to note there. And colder temperatures, denser air, okay? Because the change in pressure will be a lot greater. So you'll have a change in pressure every 20 feet as opposed to 60 feet, you know what I mean? In this example.
You're saying that's what tells you that it's not a direct gradient, that it's
Yeah, correct. It's not linear,
not linear.
not a straight line. Because you can see how it varies around the Earth, right? As opposed to the temperature change, it's just a constant linear change. So, let's apply that to us practically. And I think this is the big thing for you guys to understand is when flying from high to low pressure, it poses some risk, especially to the aircraft, because our altimeter is going to change to changes in pressure. But in this example, you can see that we're flying from an area of high pressure, 1010, to an area of low pressure, 990. Okay? So, it's really important that we're aware of how this goes. Let me just bring this up. So you can see here, 1010, the comparison between 1010 and 990 is how many hectopascals, John?
Minus
What's the difference between 1010
20.
20? So you can see we're flying from an area of high pressure to low pressure with a 20 hectopascal difference. So 20 hectopascals times 30 feet, Kai, is going to be 600 feet difference. So all of a sudden, if our altimeter reads 5,000 feet where we take off here at North Shore, and say we're going to go down, we're going to go up to, say, Whangarei, and we fly to an area of low pressure, all of a sudden, the aircraft's actually going to be here, but your altimeter is going to maintain 5,000 feet. So that's where the danger is, okay? And the way they remember that is if you're going from high to low, look out below. Write that out. Or another way out, there's a few ways you can remember it, but
What the aircraft actually think that it's higher than it is, so then you'll want to descend. Is that the same thing? Or will it still read? Because you're going from a different hectopascal, so if you don't change it, won't it say that you're actually ascending when you're staying the same?
stand by. Yeah. Do this in red. So if you go from high to low,
Because you haven't changed your
correct,
altimeter setting.
correct. So the aircraft reads high, aircraft is low. So if you're flying from high pressure to low pressure, look out below. So you're actually going to be closer to terrain, which is the biggest concern. All right, which is why we have to constantly update our altimeter when we fly through different areas with the area Q&H. That's what I was looking for, that word there. Atmospheric pressure, or Q&H, which is the atmospheric pressure measured where? Man, alright. Now, vice versa, you can see here. So, from high to low, read high, be low. And, yeah, awfully close dangers there. Your aircraft's actually going to end up being closer to the terrain than what you actually expect. Okay? But the opposite way is, so from low to high, aircraft reads high, reads low, aircraft is high. So this is really important because, say for example, we're cruising around here at 3,500 feet, and as you guys will learn when we go through the VNC brief and all that type of stuff, and you go through your nav plan, nav stuff, the highest altitude we can fly around here is 3,500 feet, right? if we cruise from, say, it's a low pressure area at North Shore, we cruise on down to, say, close to Auckland City, and it's an area of low pressure over Auckland City, then altimeter, sorry, it's an area of high pressure over Auckland City. Altimeter, if we keep that the same, this is a very short example, we could use, say, for example, Whangarei back to North Shore, right? From Whangarei, we leave an area of low pressure. We get back to North Shore, it's high pressure, we're at 3,500 feet, so the altimeter is going to read 3,500, but we're actually going to be, it might be 3,600. All of a sudden, we've busted airspace, okay? So you've got to be careful in that regard because you're actually higher than what you are, what you read to be, okay? So this is really important around situational awareness, around when, and constantly amending your subscale as required. So, we've touched on this. Naturally, air will always flow from high to low pressure, hot air balloon, and the higher pressure inside it wants to get to the lower pressure, right? Like a tyre bursting, all that type of good stuff. All right. So this is essentially what creates wind, right? Across a horizontal distance, airflow travelling from high to low pressure is going to create a pressure gradient as such. All right. And if you guys have had a look, who watched the news? If you see the news, you'll see the weather. All right, and you'll see sort of. I'll bring up some MESL charts shortly, but you'll see these little squiggly lines around the country, which are called isobars. Okay, and I'm going to bring this up. We'll have a look at this when we finish off the Met flight brief. But these isobars join places of equal pressure. All right. Better write this one down. Join areas of equal pressure. We might even have a picture here on the next slide. Yeah, cool. So you may have seen what we're looking at here. Okay. Next time you watch the news, they typically will display the isobars and they'll have the QNH, right? The atmospheric pressure at sea level. Now you can see we've got the high pressure down here, all right? Now it's the closeliness of how tightly or how close together these isobars are, which indicate to us how strong the winds are going to be. Okay, so if you can see that these isobars, like around the low, quite close together, we can expect to have a lot stronger winds, which, say for example, recently here around Auckland, big high, not too much wind, isn't there? All right, which is really nice. That's not to take away from the fact that we're still going to get sea breezes, things like that, around by the beach. But typically speaking, around an area of high pressure, you won't have isobars spaced close together. So it's a lot lighter winds, especially around the airfield. What's the wind stop looking like it's doing now? It's not too bad. Okay. Have a look at that short. So, the important thing to understand is that pressure doesn't always, it doesn't vary with height, but it also varies with horizontal distance as well. Okay? Oh, and that was John who came in here. I would have was going to introduce him, but he's the big dog. Okay. So you don't want to end up in a bad meeting with John. He's the guy you keep happy, as well as Daryl. Let me just check Tinder. We're all good. Okay, so yeah, look, as I touched on here, isobars are a good measure of wind strength. Okay. Now, if we've got a weak pressure gradient, we've got slow winds. All right. So when we talk about pressure gradient, we're talking about the difference in heat to pascal across a horizontal distance. That is. Okay. So for example, you can start. It's pretty hard to see in that, but here we've got a short distance, but a great change in heat to pascal, right? There's a higher lapse rate or a higher change, therefore there's going to be stronger winds because air is wanting to go from high to low pressure a lot faster and it doesn't have to travel as far to do so, okay? Pressure gradient, this is a good term to know. This is a classic exam question. Pressure gradient. Equals change in pressure with horizontal distance. Now look at that. Look at that strong pressure gradient. Got that high pressure there to a low pressure over 300k. Look how close those isobars are. All right, stronger winds. Stronger winds. So there's a greater change in pressure. All right, over the same distance. Therefore, much stronger. How many more slides do we have to go on this? Lunch? What do you guys reckon? You guys hungry? Been going at it for another hour and a half. Yeah. I don't want to keep chipping away
So
now.
what was the main thing there? The pressure gradient is
A change in pressure across a horizontal distance. So, okay. So when we talk about pressure gradient, we're talking about the difference between high and low pressure. So for example, in this example, let's go back one page. We've got 300 kilometres. That's the horizontal distance. All right. So you can see that we're going from 1010 to 1004. How many hectopascals is that, Cam? 6 over 300k. So there's, in terms of air wanting to go from high to low, the difference in pressure isn't that substantial, right? It's a average sort of change over 300k. The wind won't travel as fast to do so because there's no real attraction. However, let's ramp that up. You can see 1030 to 990, 40 hectopascals, John.
so that's a
Over
high
three.
pressure gradient.
Correct. All right, so that's a high pressure gradient because there's a greater change in pressure for the same distance, therefore higher winds, strong gradient. Question.
Does it ever go from low to high pressure in the pressure gradient, or is it always high?
It's always high to low.
Okay.
We'll fly from low to high, but the airflow, the natural tendency of air is to go from high to low. Okay. Good questions. Does that make sense, Cam?
Yep.
Sweet. So remember, and if we go back to temperature as well, remember, well, I don't have my wheel there, but you can see at colder temperatures over the poles, all right, there's a greater change in temperature for the least amount of altitude. There's a high temperature, higher lapse rate. Yeah. Because when we're talking about lapse rates, we're talking about the change over a period. So it was 1 for 20 feet, whereas warm was 1 in 60 feet, I remember. So that's a low temperature lapse rate. Make sense? Sweet. Okay, let's have some lunch. Just because I think we've done enough for now. And we'll pick this up where we left off. Lunch.
How long's lunch?
Should we aim for 45? Sweet. We'll just see how everyone's feeling. So yeah, quarter to. Just today, it'd be two day, wouldn't it? Yeah. 2 full days. Yeah, 2 full days. I got Piers. So you get Stephen. I think we'll win it. Big dog. And yeah. Right. Constantly got 100 things going through my head. One of them is organising your guys' training. I can't sleep at night these days. Got this, got that. Working on the job as well. I'm pretty normal, just like you guys. When you think about it. So, I've been there. My background is working. I don't know. I'll probably give you guys a rundown, but I worked full time whilst doing CCAT instructor training. Wouldn't really recommend that. Well, no, actually, I would, but obviously, it takes a lot of sacrifice, right? Like Saturday, Sunday, I was sitting upstairs just studying the CCAT stuff and all that kind of jazz. Still.
What's your other line?
So I work for IT basically. So I work for a company that run call centres. I wasn't telling you guys this last time. Okay, so I do pretty much like sort of just business analyst kind of work for them from a call centre perspective. So the company that I work for, they run the Vodafone, some of the Vodafone call centre, American Express, Flybuys New Zealand, a whole bunch of call centres here. So we employ the staff, but we provide all the computers and things for them to use. And pretty much I do everything from like the phone stuff. So when you guys call up, dial in a 0800 number or whatever, and it goes push option 1, option 2 for this. So I build that sort of stuff and then send it through the agents, and then I build and create what the agent sees in the script, and they click a whole bunch of buttons from a reporting perspective as well as whatever to read to you. I sort of do all that sort of thing and for the call centres on the application that they use. So pretty much just like application config. So it's kind of convenient because the place I work for is based in like Australia, so I get to work from home like 1 day a week. When I say work from home, I'm sitting on the couch and checking a few emails and shit. So although I've been there for 5 years now, so it's like I work there and then one door open, blah blah blah. So yeah, that's pretty much that. So yeah, that's what I do. Very convenient. I'm basically just milking it for what it's worth. So yeah, I'm fortunate that I can do 4 days a week here. So I do generally 4 9 to 10 hour days, depending on whether we night fly or not. No night flying at the moment just because it gets dark too late. Night flying is going to start up from Monday the 2nd of Feb. You guys will do night flying either during your PPL or at the end during the PPL once you've got 2 hours instrument flying, or commonly students will do it after the PPL flight test. Night flying's me.
Great.
Nice and calm. No, too good.
Thanks. I think by that time I should have accustomed to the.
Yeah.
For the first few times, I need some like bags.
Yeah, you'll be right. It just like anything, I used to be like that when I was going on boats.
Okay.
Shit scared for starters, and it just works out.
We are not allowed to take like motion sickness pill, that kind of stuff, right? It's not.
Yeah.
Is it allowed? Yeah.
Yeah. That's another good question, which raises a good point. Class 1 medicals.
Yeah.
Who of you have looked into this? No one. You?
I've got a class one.
Oh, you do. Good man. You've got one.
I'm class
Okay.
2.
You've got class 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. And so it's just you two together.
To look into it a little bit.
Oh, sweet. What have you done? The ears and stuff.
Yeah, to the ears and the eyes.
Okay. Where are you doing yours with what doctor?
Dr. Farm.
Okay. And you?
No idea.
Nothing. Okay. Cool. Where do you live again?
Middle Manly.
Oh, right. Well, There's a doctor around the shore. There's one in town that I go to, in Remuera. He's pretty
Is that
good. Wild.
on the main street?
Yeah. But yeah, we'll need to make sure you'll get that. What I'll do is I'll over the next day or so I'll work out with these ground sessions what we'll cover. So we've got like safety, health and safety brief and all that crap, and sort of get you guys an idea. I'll need to get your email addresses and all that sort of shit. Right, so let's I can work all that out, keep you guys in the loop. But let's just continue on with this, and then we'll chip into some more of the weather that we're looking at. So, we've been speaking about high pressure systems and low pressure systems, okay? This is what you can see on the news. This is what, really we can read a lot of type of weather from. Temperature, pressure, wind, okay? Get a lot of information from a high and low pressure system. Commonly, you'll get fronts would typically be associated with a low pressure. Not to say that they can't be associated with a high pressure system, but they're also known as particular things. Sorry, my legs are just fucked. But so a low is also known as a depression. Okay. Alright, now it's really important to understand the movement of airflow around a particular low. Okay, so flow of air around a low is in a clockwise direction. Or wind, I should say. Let me just rewrite this, sorry, it's just so you guys can read it. Wind flows clockwise. So a low pressure system, the lowest area of pressure is in the center of the low, okay? Cool, and pressure will increase towards the outer section of the low. That's typically what happens, and we'll have a look at the MXL charts to back that up when we go through that. So typically, as we saw, around a low, ISO bars, will they be close together or quite far apart, Kai? Close, all right. So winds in around a depression, typically quite strong, all right. Make sense? Sweet.
Question.
Yeah, please.
Does it mean when it says southern hemisphere, the wind moves clockwise?
Yes.
Does it mean
Very good question.
Yep.
So all of this is around in the southern hemisphere, opposite the northern hemisphere.
so NT for northern? Yeah.
Yeah. KL is in the.
Still in the southern, right?
Yeah.
Southern of the equator.
What's the? Do you know what the latitude of?
No idea.
Shit, I was saying longitude before, wasn't I? Yeah, latitude. So, well, you don't know how high where they are in relation to the equator. Obviously, closer than New Zealand.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So Japan was considered northern, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, whilst I've got the internet right here, and everyone's dying to know,
Yes.
latitude, Kuala Lumpur.
So do lows not pass the equator, or they all of a sudden just die and then start spinning the other way?
Say again. It's because of the rotation of the Earth, and we're so low pressure.
Does that mean that they can't pass from one to the other? Because if they're going to just stop spinning and
So-
spin the other way, they'll lose all the energy.
All we need to remember is that they go clockwise in the southern hemisphere, anti-clockwise in the northern hemisphere for now, just to keep it simple. I'm going to continue thinking about why. But typically, it's generally speaking, the airflow originates from either poles, or the mass of air is either poles or the equator. The way the world rotates, the globe rotates, the Earth rotates, has something to do with that. But yeah, let's just stand by. Now, just going back to Kuala Lumpur's latitude, 3 degrees north of the equator.
So it's north.
It's north, just.
Oh, okay. I always thought it's south.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's what we're here to do. So, moving on. Now, at a low, airflows, different airflows going to meet depending on where it's coming from. And depending on the pressure system, in this case a low pressure system, airflow will meet at low level, okay, converge and then rise as it cools, okay, due to convection, and then there'll be high level divergence. So this is really important. So this is around the center of the low, or in the low pressure system. So put this here. So the key thing is to understand you've got convergence and divergence, all right, in terms of airflow as it meets and as it departs. Now, with a low pressure system, all right, low level convergence, high level divergence, and this will be one of those classic exam questions. That's what's happening, okay?
When you say low level, you're talking about altitude there, or
Correct. Well, a low pressure system.
and then high level.
So within a low pressure system, airflow will converge at a lower level. So where it meets will be at the low level, low altitude. Okay? And then it will rise as it cools due to convection. Alright, just put that there. And then diverge at the top of the low. Now, within a low pressure system or what's another name for a low, John?
Oh, depression.
Depression, good man. All right. There could be an extension of this pressure system, okay, which is known as a trough. Trough equals extension of a low. Okay, we'll have a look at that in a real life diagram in just a sec. So, within the trough itself, pressure increases either side. So you can see here, it's not a circular pressure system, is it? It's more of an oblique shape. So the lowest point of pressure is where? Okay.
In the middle.
Exactly, in the middle. Okay, either side of the trough. So the trough is this extension, this line right through the centre of the lobe. Okay, either side of that, the pressure is going to increase. Okay, but the key thing to understand is that a trough is going to look sort of V-shaped. Okay, and in this case, may be associated with a front. So we can sometimes see these trough lines, which we'll have a look at in a real life environment in a sec. So we can see here a trough in a real world environment. Okay, so you can see the synoptic chart shows a double-centered low and a trough lying from an offshore Perth to the Kimberley and moving southeast. Two centres of the low. All right. So realistically, we've got the extension of the low, which is really the trough, pretty much through there. Okay. You see either side of that, pressure's increasing. Okay. V-shaped. That's what you would expect. Now, it does look a little bit different. Sometimes you can see trough lines, which I'll show in the actual MSL charts if you have a look at that. But that's just something to note about.
So when you say it's an extension, which way is it being extended?
Because typically speaking, that would be your low. So you can see here, it's extended like this. Like that. Right? So it's pretty much extending out there, but the centre of the lowest pressure is out here, so sort of like this. Any sort of V shape there is really your extension of this low, vice versa. That's the extension of the low as well, but the lowest pressure really is out here. Okay, so you just want to draw a line through the extension of the low to identify the trough. So the opposite of low is, Dylan? What's the opposite of a low?
High.
High. Good man. Or anticyclone. Okay? All good if I rub this off? Right, in the southern hemisphere, anticyclone, anti-clockwise in terms of wind movement. Okay? Wind moves in an anti-clockwise direction around a high. So the opposite to a low, essentially. As you can see, Caleb's obviously been doing some work.
Someone has to around here.
Exactly. I'm just all talk, no action. So, same as, or in comparison to a low, so the area of highest pressure is located in centre, where what's the opposite? Yeah, so the area of lowest pressure will be in the centre of a low. Okay. High pressure systems are typically associated with fine weather, light winds. So in terms of light winds, the isobars going to be close or far apart. Okay.
Say that again.
With a high pressure system, if they're light winds, will the isobars be close together or far apart? Further apart, yeah. Which indicates a weak pressure gradient, which means that if there's a weak gradient, there's a weak change of pressure from like A to B, and therefore the lighter winds. So, fine weather, alright, light winds, classic exam questions. Weak pressure gradient. So, the opposite from what we spoke about with the low pressure system. So, the high pressure system, if or air will meet or converge at the top, okay, of the actual pressure system itself. So, same diagram, height, airflow. Right, high level convergence. Low level what kind? It's high level convergence, then it has to divert at the low level, so low level divergence.
Yeah.
Alright. Now, so just remember, air is going to be of a warmer or colder temperature at high altitudes, Harry. Sorry, Devin. Is air going to be, what's the temperature of air at high altitudes? Warm or cold?
Cool.
Right, so warmer temperatures are generally found at the surface of the earth, right? So as air subsides, which is the opposite of rising, right? So it descends, and it's going to warm, okay? Now, we have extensions of lows, we have extensions of high, which is called a ridge, okay? The weather inside a ridge is typically what you would expect around a high as well. Nice fine weather, okay? Depending on where the wind or the high originates, you might have some cloud associated with it, all right? Won't get into that too much, but generally speaking, with a high pressure system, there'll be nice clear skies, okay? Because there's light winds and cloud generally doesn't form this downward airflow is preventing air rising, right? So therefore, clear skies. Air rising is essentially how cloud forms, one way or another. Okay. So, just have a look at the ridge of high pressure here. You can also see some full frontal action happening. Different types of fronts. We'll get to that. But for example, here, let's have a look at the highs. Here's a ridge of high pressure. Here's a ridge of high pressure. Wow, I don't know if you consider that a ridge actually, because it's not really an extension of the high. This is still quite circular. All right. Definitely a ridge of high pressure out through here. Let's have a look. There you go. So yeah, a little bit off, but pretty much around this sort of point here, right? Once again, V-shaped as such, and so forth. So that's your ridge. Now, we can sometimes have a situation where we've got two highs, two lows, all right, and either or is the dominant pressure system, okay? So therefore, between the two highs and two lows, you'll have what's called a cold. Happy if I rub this off? So the cold exists between two highs and two lows. So, yeah, it's pretty hard to detect what the more dominant system's going to be. All right. So, often hazy and poor visibility can be expected. Due to the weak pressure gradient, okay, because they're not dominant systems, we can expect light and variable winds once again, okay? Because you don't have an extreme, or a very low pressure, and you don't have a high pressure either. So. Cool. So those are sort of the systems that we're talking about. Now, just to go back to our ISA stuff, which we've covered off there. Here's a list of the international standard atmosphere averages, right? 1013.25, we've covered that. Should be positive 15 degrees Celsius. Got the height of the tropopause there, temperature of the tropopause, negative 56.5 degrees, that's worth noting, okay? 1 hectopascal per 30 feet. Rate of change in temperature, minus 2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet. It's technically 1.98, but from a PPL perspective, 2 degrees is absolutely fine. Alrighty. And we've kind of spoken about this from a performance perspective, okay? because that's ultimately why we're checking the weather. One of the things that we need to confirm is what's the performance of the aircraft going to be like? Because we need to make sure that we can get airborne and fly in the conditions that are outside the door. I think it was the other day actually. I vividly remember it. Last week, Sunday actually. Sunday there was a. What was I going to say? There was a. It was bloody hot, as you guys remember, right? And low pressure. Pressure was average. It wasn't low, but I was in Tango Zulu Lima, and we were taking off on 03. No headwind, so longer takeoff distance required. All right, and we would not have cleared that ridge. So we literally did the motorway departure and just flying along the motorway to get airborne because the performance was that bad. All right. Some aircraft will be high performed than others, but that's just something that you've got to be aware of. Is how is my aircraft going to perform, right? So the key thing is where we want high density air, all right. So in terms of that, from a temperature perspective, the density is more when the temperature is less. Colder temperatures, denser air. So down south, it's always good because it's freezing. Vice versa.
In that sort of scenario, is that something you could have planned for it to be that bad, or would the performance charts just not extend that far?
No. The performance charts do provide that, but because technically, when you calculate a takeoff and landing chart, you are calculating the takeoff distance from a density altitude perspective, which you guys will get to in navigation, which takes into consideration pressure and temperature. All right, so that'll tell you what your takeoff distance is to get airborne and get 50 feet above the upwind, or 50 feet above the runway. Yeah. All right, which is a vertical distance. Now that doesn't include obstacle clearance. For example, that hill. All right, the particular aircraft that I was in is one of the it's still, the performance is still technically the same, but it's probably the one that performs a little bit lesser on a day-to-day basis. Okay, not that it bloody matters, but it's noticeable in these conditions. So this is a big thing, especially with the altimeter. Now, if you're referencing the altitude or referencing altitude, you're referencing sea level, above sea level. Okay, so. I'm going to put AMSL, I'll put it in brackets, above. Actually, you guys have your definition card. So I'll be writing it out. And then, when you're talking about height, you're talking about above a datum, in this case, the ground. Okay? Or AGL, above ground level. Okay? So that's really important. Now, we've got what we spoke about here, which is QNH. Now, QNH doesn't really stand for anything. Let me just double check if I can see what it, like the QNH. So QNH is an aeronautical Q code indicating atmospheric pressure adjusted to mean sea level. History and abbreviations. The abbreviation QNH originates from the days when voice modulated radio was often difficult to receive and communicate, was done by Morse code. So that's where QNH stems from. To avoid the need for long transmission or long Morse transmissions, many of the most commonly used communications were incorporated into a Q code. So to ask for atmospheric pressure at mean sea level, the letters Q and H would be transmitted. And they say here, a common mnemonic QNH stands or is query nautical height. I don't even know, but
So
anyway.
it's just like on a chart somewhere, and they were just like punched.
They obviously, with Morse code, they just want to make everything a little bit better, and they just abbreviated it to that. But anyway, so we have different other Q settings, right? We've got QFE, all right? And this is, the easiest way to remember this is it's the atmospheric pressure at the airfield. So by using QFE, you're going to get the field elevation, essentially, okay? Easy way to remember that. So if you set you can see here if you set so the aerodrome pressure at the airfield, or the atmospheric pressure, sorry, at the airfield is 1010, okay? If you set that, your subscale will read 0. So just by tuning the subscale to 0, that's what the atmospheric pressure or the field elevation is going to be, okay? And, aircraft that will use QFE will be warbird aircraft, stunt aircraft, because they don't care how high they are above ground sea level. They just want to know when they're going to hit the ground, if they're going to hit the ground, right? So that's why they'll always set QFE, so they can reference grounding, all right? QNE is the whole pressure altitude thing. So can someone tell me when pressure altitudes become active? I think I was going through this last time.
Through the transition level, is it above 13?
Yeah, so when you're climbing through 13,000, you'll set QNE, which is a pressure altitude. So that's used when we're flying at flight levels, which is 150 onwards here in New Zealand.
I think it's 1.3 or 1.1.
Yeah, so you'll commonly see, like in the Met reports, they'll say flight level 100, which is technically 10,000 feet, but here in New Zealand we don't actually refer to flight levels until 15,000 feet because at flight levels you're using QNE. Anything below 13,000 feet we're using area QNH.
So why is there the gap between 13,000 and 15,000?
Good question, and you'll get to this in NAV. The gap between 13,000 and 15,000 is allowing for aircraft to transition from area QNH to QNE. All right, so you could be going from an area of, say, 1025 to 1013. All of a sudden, you're going a difference of 12 hectopascals, which could be 500 feet. You know what I mean? Which is a quarter of your buffer.
Because the changing of it will change the altimeter, which will
Correct.
change which flight level you're at.
Correct. So they just want a barrier of, say, 2,000 feet, or a buffer for aircraft to adjust their altimeter, and therefore at a safe point they'll be referencing the same altitude. Okay. Now QNE pressure altitude 10125 13.25. So if we set that, we're referring to pressure altitude. So QNH is what the pressure is at sea level on an average day, okay? And that'll depend on whether it's a high pressure system or a low pressure system, okay? So the pressure at mean sea level 1012 equals an aerodrome elevation of 1020 equals aerodrome elevation of 300 feet, because the difference between 20 and 10 at this airfield here is
50 per hectopascal.
correct, and so that's 10, so 30 times 10 is
300 feet.
300 feet here. Does that make sense to you two? Yep. Cool.
So when they're working out the QNH levels, like when cross-check information will give you that, are they normally referencing something that's actually at sea level, or they're just doing the calculations from something that's normally higher at like a weather station? Or does it vary depending where you go?
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether they're taking the information that they have, but I would presume that their air traffic control would take the atmospheric pressure at the aerodrome and then relate that to sea level, and then that's what they'll give you, okay? Because obviously a lot of aerodromes aren't located by the sea. Right. Let's change it up. Let's go back to the weather briefing. Now, because we've been speaking about, and also the other thing is that this Met flight brief will count as your airways, yeah, part of your PPL training as well. So once we get your folders or your things set up, I'll sign this off as part of you've completed that in your training, okay? So those synoptic charts are found under MSL charts. What does MSL stand for? Nice, mean sea level. MSL equals mean. And what is mean? What is mean?
Average.
Mean? Average. Cool. And what are we looking for? What averages are we looking for? Average pressure. Right? So, by opening this, we've got a couple options here. We've got an analysis and a prognosis. Okay? So the analysis is what's happened. You can abbreviate that to that if you want. Just kidding. And you can go prognosis, which is what they predict to have. Like, you know, prognosis is a doctor's term, right? And yeah, I'm not a doctor, but analysis, what has happened. Prediction. And it's kind of a bit more than a prediction. It's because they've got science to back up this. So, you know, they use prognosis because based on a number of facts and information available, they've been able to make an educated prognosis or decision on what they expect to happen. So for us, look, we just want to know what's going to happen over the next couple of days. Now, by selecting here, you can see we've got a number of charts. All times are in UTC. Okay. So Jan 21 at midnight, what time is that going to be here?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. Good man. So you can go.
You need to know.
Oh, this is looped it. My bad. Stand by. Oh, I've got it right here. That's
How did you get to that view?
What do you mean?
To open that mean sea level?
Right, watch. Yeah? MXL.
Height.
Right. Let me print this out for you. That one. I will print out another as well. So then we can actually see what we're talking about, right? Okay, back. Fire. Haven't printed. I don't know why. Okay. Oh, okay, now I'll bring this one up. And instead of getting them individually, you can just go loop. Alright, 1 second, guys. Grab your photos. Oops. Thanks. Oh, I didn't put it. adjuster. Give me these back. You. Yeah, we're having issues printing from Google Chrome. But yeah, we're wasting too much time now. Right, take two. Right, so we've got two now. We've got one with a prognosis of how many hours? You need that one. You need that one. And there. So there's two valid valid times. There's one for 00000, and then there's one valid for 12, isn't there?
Yep.
So the MSL prognosis was made 18 hours before these were issued. Okay, so it's 18 hours in advance. They've gone. This is what we expect or forecast to see. Right. So the first one that we've got is right here. So you can clearly see that we've got a massive high pressure system, right? But you've also got a random low just here. All right. Fronts. Now we'll bring these up here, but pretty much a warm front, okay, looks like this. So if you just want to point at to this is your warm front. Okay, the side that the circles are on represent the direction in which it's moving. Okay, so this front is travelling to the east. Okay, now see this thick black line? This one here?
Yep.
That is what that is a trough there. Trough line, which is pretty much the extension of what is a trough? Extension of a low, right? Now, you can see that here's your low pressure system, so it's associated with that. All right. There's another black line there, trough line, V shape. So that's what you'll see in black on these MSL charts. So they are trough lines, usually associated with the front extension of a low, all of which we can see happening right here. Now, the next thing I want to point out is a way to sort of identify, well, how many knots is the space of these isobars, right? A good rule of thumb is to take the tip of Cape Colville. Does anyone know where Cape Colville is? It's the northern tip of the Coromandel. Okay, so this one here. All right, to the East Cape. That distance there is approximately 10 knots. Rule of thumb. So anything any closer is going to be higher or low.
When you say knots, what do you mean?
Speed. Hang on.
Oh,
Should be nautical miles.
Hey?
Should it be nautical miles?
So I'm talking about wind speed.
Alright.
So by just looking at the isobars,
Oh,
how can we
right.
determine what the speed of wind would be? Because remember, how close they are is us working out, well, it's obviously stronger winds or lighter winds.
Yeah.
But this distance, I'm just saying, good rule of thumb is just to take that distance,
That's what 10 knots.
and that's on average 10 knots
Right.
on the actual chart there. So mine's a bit more zoomed in, but yeah, that there will give you. What it is? Yeah. From there to there, yep, there's approximately 10 knots in there.
So if there was an isobar over the top of Coromandel and an isobar on the east coast, you would assume that the wind in that section would be 10 knots.
At the sea level, yes.
At sea level, right.
On average.
Yeah.
Okay, and it will either increase depending on if it's closer, decrease as well. And we'll take a look at that as well. But that makes sense, right? Because with a high pressure system here, you can see it's generally associated with light winds. There's pretty much no wind here, but we've got kind of like a random low that's just forming out here over the east of Wellington way. Let's sort of see if we can see any trends here. Now, it's that high pressure has pushed out that low. All right, so you're going to have a ridge of high pressure here. All right, so nice winds, maybe some so light winds. Could be a little bit of cloud, but typically quite fine. So yeah, from that point there to that point there, around 10 knots, rule of thumb. So we can see we've got a low pressure system out here, and we've got some different fronts. So anyone want to have a guess what the blue triangle, what type of front that is?
Cold front.
Cold front. Okay. So cool. Alrighty. So look, when we're looking at this, we're really just looking to see, well, what's actually happening. We can look at an MSL chart. We can determine, wind or pressure. Okay, wind, maybe cloud as well. Low pressure. There's going to be a lot of air moving vertically upwards, so there's going to be a high chance of cloud. Where a high pressure system is pushing the airflow down, so it's preventing from cloud forming essentially. Right? You can get an idea of the wind. And then associated with fronts will be different weather phenomena, i.e. rain, wind, direction changes, okay, cloud, and so forth. So that's really important. These are really important. All the weather that we're reading in these reports stem from the MSL charts, okay? So if you can understand these, you can really start to understand meteorology. And there'll be in the weather to fly books, you've got a bit more of a in-depth sort of rundown on obviously MSL and synoptic charts and interpretation. I think we might have a little bit more on the slides. Anywho, any questions on that? So now what we're going to look at is just go back to the aviation area winds. Oh, why did I cancel out of that? Oh no. Right. So, aviation area winds. There are two other types of fronts, but I don't have the coloured pens, and we'll break those up in the slides. But for now, Cam, give me a rundown on aviation area winds.
Aviation area winds, the issue times.
Cool. When are they issued?
11 UTC
Yep.
and 21 UTC.
Okay. What issue times do they look familiar to?
The graph four.
Exactly. Right.
And the validity time
Yep.
from 12 until 16. Right, not 8.
Is that the 11 o'clock issue? Or is that just in general?
This is 12 till 6,
Okay.
and then 21 to 12.
Yeah, cool. So the 11 o'clock issue will be valid from and then 21, what'd you say?
21 to 12.
How many hours is that?
12.
Okay.
18.
18. It's got a long validity, isn't it? 18 hours. Alright. It's hard to sometimes read, but yeah, it's definitely. So this is 18 hours. That one there is 15 hours. Alright, so what we can see over here is the aviation area winds. And you can see we've got the validity here. Alright, and I'll come back and sort of I'll sort of touch on this in a sec. But Cam, continue. What other information do we have?
Our heights.
Yep. What are they in?
So 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, and 10,000.
Excellent. Okay, so these above sea level or ground level?
Above mean sea level.
Excellent. And if you guys want to highlight this as well, so underneath that, you've got something in note, all heights are above mean sea level, and the wind is in degrees true, the speed is in knots. What else you got there, Cam?
So temperatures at 5,000, 7,000, and 10,000.
Cool.
And so wind speed, yeah, so like you said, knots and directions and degrees true, temperatures and degrees Celsius, and there are 17 areas.
Sweet. Alright, so having a look here, we can see that this report for the aviation area winds is valid for 18 hours. Quite a long validity. The 18 hours is for this here. Okay? But as you can see, or as you can imagine, anything can happen in 18 hours, right? So that's why it's really important to see, have a look at the becoming, okay? So I'll put in brackets here, just do this. But from a becoming perspective, all right, at this time and at this time, you can see the winds at particular altitudes differ, okay? So in terms of being able to interpret the wind and the speed, how many digits in a heading, Harry?
3.
3, right? So all we need to do here, 3 digits, line down there, all right? So you've got your direction, and then your speed in knots. Okay? And that's for each altitude. So we can see that for the validity of here, the wind at 1,000 feet is 220 degrees true at 5 knots. Alright? Now you guys have done air tech, so you're sort of familiar with the difference between true and magnetic. Did I cover that last time? No, there was someone else. But you guys are happy with that? True north, or the North Pole, where like Santa lives, he's not hanging out with magnetic north. All right, they're offset. The difference between true north and magnetic is, or true and magnetic is
23.5.
close, but what's it called? Starts with V. Variation. Okay, so we have to subtract the variation, which is the difference between true and magnetic anywhere on the Earth, and it differs because, which we'll probably touch on, but the magnetic difference is completely different around the Earth because of the way it's set up with the magnetic field.
Wait, so it's magnetic North Pole?
Let me explain this. True north and true south, the geographical top and bottom of the world. Okay, so that's just the true North Pole. Now, because our compass is referring to the magnetic field or magnetic north, okay, that is offset. And yes, so you're referring to the angle of offset or inclination, not inclination, offset, which I think is actually 23.5 degrees from there. But anyway, so this is magnetic north, magnetic south, okay? So around the world, it's looking like this. There's these magnetic fields. All right?
So magnetic north is the axis of which is this?
So magnetic north is just this point here where it comes into the top of the world.
Okay.
Cool? And that's somewhere in Canada, like the top of it. So it's just offset by, it's not in the geographical north. It's not in the same position as true north, which is straight up and down. Okay? So this difference here, the difference between true and magnetic, is called variation. All right? Now, the magnetic field around the Earth, or the places where the variation or the difference between true and north differs, okay? So we just have to subtract or add the variation depending on where we are, okay? So, how do we find that out? Well, we have to look for the isogonals. I'm just going to bring up a picture so you guys understand this, because this is pretty important.
So the world spins on true north, otherwise true north will change all the time.
Correct. True north is just true north. The globe's just tilted anyway, but then you've got a different, an angular difference between true north and magnetic north. All right, because they're not in the same position. So So, you know how we've got lines of longitude, which are essentially this, going around 360 degrees, all right? That's not how it is for the magnetic field as well. That's not how it is for the magnetic field. So it looks like this. I'll just bring it up. Right, so isogonals are what join places of equal variation. All right, I'm going to write this down. Difference between true and magnetic equals variation. Okay? Now, isogonals join places of equal variation. Now, what you can see is here's magnetic north at 0, okay? And this is what the field looks like. Wow, here's where's that? That's this magnetic south pole, magnetic north pole. Okay, so it's not at the top and bottom of the. It's not the exact. It's a complete, sort of a little bit different, right? And these are the isogonals around the world, right? This is where these are called magnetic flux lines, which you guys will learn about. But the key thing that we need to understand for you guys to take away is if the variation equals east, it equals least, which equals subtract. If variation equals west, equals best, equals add. Now, variation being, or east and west, but well, you can see it's here minus, or there's just pretty much minus and positive, which is east and west, okay? So for us, we're talking about east and west from the isogonal, the agonic line, which is where it's 0. Okay, so you can see these green lines. That's where, if you're on a position in the Earth where the variation is 0, true north and magnetic north are pretty much straight up ahead of you. Okay, based on the squiggliness of these lines. So there's no difference. So whatever you read on your map is what you'd read on your compass, all right, or your DI. But because the way the field is set up, there's going to be a difference between where you are on the Earth. Okay?
So if you're down where that dot is, your magnet will just be potentially like
Doesn't work.
not even working
Yeah.
at all.
So the closer you get to the magnetic north and magnetic south, the poles, all right, the compass becomes unreliable. Okay? The reason for that is your compass is trying to intercept the horizontal component of these flux lines, that magnetic field, all right, and they're vertical at the poles, so therefore they don't use compass when they're tracking over the north and the top of the bottom of the world because it's unreliable. All right. Now, just on this, we just need to figure out, well, where do we find what the variation is for New Zealand? The answer on these maps. Have you got a world map? Have you? You had a world map? Sorry, New Zealand map with the planning chart. We'll just get a bigger one. So this is a VPC, which you guys will use for planning, visual planning charts when you get into NAV in the next few days. Okay, so you can see you've got 18.5 degrees east. So this is the isogonal here for New Zealand. Okay, and it keeps going down. So 18.5, 19.5, 20.5 degrees east. Okay, that's the difference between true north and magnetic north here in New Zealand. So that's the variation. All right. So it's east, which means it's least variation. So we subtract that from the true heading, which we'll get to. So we minus, in this case, you can see here it's 19.5. Let's just call it 20. So any true heading that you read, you have to minus 20 degrees off it. That's your magnetic heading. Make sense? All right, and that's just always for when we're flying here in New Zealand. So you can see here, having a look, that's pretty much what you're seeing is the variation for the magnetic flux line, the isogonal, is cruising through there. Okay, so if you ever want to figure out what the variation is, the difference between true and magnetic, you've got to look at the map. Cheers. Right.
The reading on the gauges are true north reading, right?
No, they are magnetic.
Magnetic,
So we've got a compass, which is referring to magnetic north. The
So-
DI, which we have here,
Yeah.
we align that to what, Ken?
Magnetic.
The compass, which is referencing magnetic. So in the aircraft, it's all magnetic. Planning on your maps, it's all true. Okay? Weather, wind, which we're looking at now, is all in true. So you can see here,
If they've got the known differences between them, why do you use two different ones? Why do you have a magnetic one and
I believe the equipment that these use are just referencing it's just all because it's referencing the actual charts, which are referencing true north, so the wind is all in true.
Because otherwise, if you're in another location and you said north, it means
Yeah, and that's another thing is that, but you're right, because Tamaki is the same variation, Auckland, but I think it's more, they just provide the wind and then they just, one thing less thing they have to calculate.
Okay.
So we just have to work that out. So for this example, you can see if you guys draw a line down there, all right, 220 minus 20 is what, Harry?
200.
Excellent. So if we wanted to, if we're flying around 1,000 feet today, all right, if we look down at our DI and we want to know where the wind's coming from, it's 200 degrees magnetic. All right, that's how we work it out. 3,000 feet, 240, that becomes 220 degrees magnetic. Does that make sense with you guys? It's pretty, you guys will do a bit more of this in NAB, okay? But it sort of sets you up to have a bit of an idea of all of that. Cool. So you can see during particular time frames, this is just a 4-digit time, okay? The wind's changing at particular altitudes, PS is an abbreviation. John, what does PS stand for?
Plus.
Plus, so that's the temperature, okay? So it's plus 13 degrees at 5,000 feet. It's plus 5 degrees at plus 10 degrees at 7,000 feet, and so on, okay? So really we're just looking to see what's the wind doing. So we know that it's, say, 200 at 1,000 feet, 220 at 3,000 feet. What's the wind going to be at 2,000 feet? How do you think we'd work that out?
The difference between 3,000 and 1,000.
Exactly. All right. So here, difference between 220 and 240. What's the middle of the two there, Devon? 230. Minus 20 is 210. So at 2,000 feet, the wind's going to be 210. Okay. That's how we do it, and we just take the difference of the wind. But as you guys saw, high pressure, light winds matches up with what we're seeing, isn't it? That's pretty much aviation area winds in a nutshell. Okay, so all we need to go through that. With the graphical New Zealand SIGWIX, so this is just significant weather. I forgot to actually mention or assign this one to anyone, but it's very similar to a SIGMAT, okay? We're just decoding it in that way. And the key thing is that it's for flights below 10,000 feet, all right? And it just provides us information on significant weather, not severe. So as you can see here, the difference in the symbols. Severe or moderate, 2 dashes. Severe would be how many? 3. 1 triangle for moderate. Okay, so this is just significant weather that we need to be aware of. All right. They'll just provide you with a graph or style box down the bottom, and you can just run through and decode that. Okay, it's very straightforward. You've got the issue and validity times down here, and yeah, just once again more information. So this provides us with a little bit more. We get cumulonimbus cloud, which is what's required for a thunderstorm, which we'll get to, and it just tells you sort of the areas of where turbulence, icing, and mountain waves would be expected to be found as well.
Okay. The difference between them is that moderate or
Correct.
Significant, whether you just want to be aware of,
Correct.
or severe, you want to avoid it all.
Correct. Yeah. Moderate weather is like, right, so it's potentially weather that we can still fly in, right, depending on what it is, depending on if the aircraft can manage it. But we just need to be aware of it because it could be significant, but it's not severe. So there's the difference.
Yeah.
All right. Significant. I know that. So this is significant weather, but then SIGMATs are significant meteorological conditions. All right.
So rather than nil at the front, does that turn into something like that's just telling us that there is a nil?
Say again, sorry.
The NIL.
Yep. So that's just a nil.
So it's just telling you rather
Nothing.
than that.
There's nil significant weather below 10,000 feet, so it's pretty mint out there. Okay, we've got TAFs and we have so the aerodrome forecasts and aerodrome reports. We will come back to those. Let's dive into section 2. Start this. More. Have a break. Alrighty, right, moisture, okay, chapter 4. What we're going to look at here is really just getting an understanding of how that relates to the atmosphere, alright? moisture is really common, especially in particular places around the Earth. Okay. How much moisture will be in the air? Well, location as well as season will determine that. The thing that you really need to understand is warmer temperatures can hold more water vapor. Okay. Say can hold. That's the key thing. Actually, no. Right. Water, okay, or moisture, can be essentially in three states, can't it? All right. You can be in a solid. What would solid water also be known as? Ice. Right. Liquid. Rain. Gas. Cloud. So, latent heat, which is the energy given off or required as part of condensation processes, which we're going to have a look at, and remember the specific heat as well, the energy requirement. So 3 states of water, okay, and the processes at which it is going from one to another. We all know that when ice transforms into water, the process is that it has to melt, right? It has to absorb heat energy in order to achieve this. All right. If water needs to go, moisture goes from water to cloud, it does this through evaporation, through heating up. Okay. Latent heat is absorbed, or latent heat is required to be absorbed during each stage in order for the process to take place. Right. Ice needs to absorb latent heat in order to melt. Okay, water needs to absorb latent heat in order to therefore evaporate and condensate into and form cloud. The opposite, condensation, is when the particular parcel of air is unable to hold any more water vapor. Okay, and under a certain amount of conditions or requirements, condensation will occur and it'll start raining, okay? And latent heat is given off, all right? So for condensation to occur, there's a requirement for condensation nuclei. So something for the water particles to cling onto in order to fall from the sky, okay? That here. Without that, you can potentially get, you won't get rain, but you can get very high moisture areas where supersaturation does occur, things like that, which we'll get into very shortly. Now, if we go from water to ice, hey, what you guys are all accustomed to with your refrigerators is you put stuff in the freezer. That's the process of transformation. Okay, and there are situations where you can skip a process as well. All right, and we'll basically have a look at that. So with each stage or transition from each stage, latent heat is either given off or released. Okay, and that's the energy. Latent heat is essentially the energy that's required for water to change state. Okay. Now, if, for example, water goes, or ice, vapor or water goes from ice to water vapor, so from a solid to a gas, this is the process of doing so is called sublimation. So it just skips becoming or transitioning into water, right? So it would pretty much be an example of when you've got just frozen water and it's just essentially just turning straight into cloud and it's just not actually providing any water on the ground, okay? It just goes straight into the atmosphere, all right? So I just look to, the way I remember this is sublimation, M for melting, okay? So for that process, it goes from melting to water vapor, all right?
In that instance, because you said latent heat was the amount of energy, is it required? Or
So this is so latent heat is required or absorbed in this case.
Right.
Okay. So ice to gas.
And would it be the same amount of energy as if you went through all three stages, or would there be a differential?
Not 100% sure, actually. I'm going to presume it would be the same amount of energy that's required because it will be a given amount of energy in order for it. It's obviously going to be. It's going to be dependent on, how much is required based on a number of factors like how much ice, sublimation, melting to water vapor. Terms that you're actually practically going to use. Opposite way, deposition. So from a gas straight to ice. So a good example of this is when you get ice on your windshield at night, frosts up, your windscreen ice is over. It's literally through the process of deposition. Okay, there's just very cold air on the windscreen, and then it just freezes straight away. It doesn't actually turn into water first, and then freeze. It's just so cold that it just freezes straight onto the windscreen. Okay, so I just remember that as the opposite, because I know that hot sublimation is melting to vapor, and then deposition is going to be the opposite from that. Okay. Easy sort of way to remember it. Now, remember, latent heat is released or required and released. So, realistically, I just remember when, in order for ice to melt, it needs heat, right? So latent heat is required. That's what's required to change its state. So really, from melting from ice to water vapor, latent heat's required, and then opposite, it is released, okay, or given off.
Is snow considered deposition or like?
So technically,
What about hailstorm?
snow is technically falling ice crystals, right? So I suppose when snow melts, snow would be the be like a sort of substage of ice, but different. You know what I mean? Because snow's a little bit of an exception here, but it definitely forms water.
It's still solid, right? So
It is still a solid state, so yeah.
How about hailstorm? The rocks.
So see, the thing is, this is where it's where it all originates. Like hail's formed in cloud due to up and down drafts, which we'll get to. Snow is formed from falling ice crystals from cloud. So really, like once they become, if they freeze and become a solid object, like solid medium, then they'll become a state of water, wouldn't they? Ice, I suppose, hail is essentially frozen water, so ice, which is eligible to go through these stages as well. But we're really talking about water as a stage, or at the what we're talking about. So, really, to summarise here, going back to condensation nuclei, this is a small particle such as salt, carbon, dust for water vapour to condense onto. Okay, and we'll have a look at when condensation does occur in just a sec. But we need condensation nuclei in order for condensation to take place, i.e. rain. Okay? Supersaturation is where there's a lack of condensation nuclei, water vapour is unable to condense, and then there is greater than 100% saturation. So there's just more water vapour in the atmosphere than what can actually hold. So, give me one sec. Bring up some video shortly. So latent heat, as we spoke about, the extra energy required or given off to make a substance change state. Okay, in this case, this state we're talking about, well, the three states: ice, water, vapor, or gas. So that's also an important point, is that whenever latent heat is given off or absorbed or released, the actual temperature of the surrounding air changes. Okay? I think that's a really important note to think and understand. So let's just summarise this. Latent heat. So this is important. It does not change the temperature of the substance that's changing state. But it does change the atmospheric temperature. Okay? Measurable changes in atmospheric temperature is described as sensible heat. Now, you can just have a look here at the temperature on the left and the energy input on the right. So from a solid, latent heat being absorbed, phase change, melting to a liquid, phase change, evaporating to a gas. Right, and it's
What was it called? Sensible.
sensible heat, yeah.
Is that why sometimes when you have a really cold piece of ice and then put it on your hand, is that why it's a sort of a burning sensation, or is that something completely different? Because wouldn't the latent heat be quite large because
Yeah.
of the heat? So that's why you have...
Correct, so
this
latent
is
heat's being released,
Yeah.
and that's what's warming up the local atmosphere, in this case, your hand
Right.
through conduction.
I was going to say that particular one is because your neuroreceptors can't quite gauge the difference at high and low, so they can't quite distinguish when it gets really low, really high, which is different.
Temperature-wise.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a break, another coffee, and then I'll try and find a video just to watch on atmospheric. I know it's time for a video on YouTube. Something that's not wrong. Okay, cool. Let's have a break first. Well, I usually work till late, but had to rearrange a couple of things because one guy couldn't come in at 4:30 after today, so I've decided that I might just go home. Yeah, don't know. Used to do stuff during the week, but I don't know. It's kind of good because I like the mornings just to relax, you know. Cruise into the day, and then it's quite nice here at 5 o'clock onwards because it's quiet. Park out front, just when I fly.
What was the standard week for you when you were doing your initial training, so like PPL or your commercial?
So I did it full time. So I was fortunate back then. I was full time in terms of similar to what you guys would be doing, sort of 3 flights a week. and I was just living in Dunedin, so I'd go out there, I'd get a ride out from Dunedin town to the airport in their shuttle van that they offered every day. I just out there the entire day. But then I bought a car. I used to just turn around in that. So probably go there like 3 to 4 days a week and just muck around. But we did 6 weeks of ground course to start off with. So we did one of these a week. So yeah, I was in class for 6 weeks. It was long. So, and then we did all the CPLs as well. So like I started in June and I was studying every day. I was working a couple of nights a week. Obviously it was casual like this, quite a few breaks throughout the day just because it's tough work. So at night, and then we did a CPL a month. So that sort of was 6 months. They didn't want any PPL students to start flying before doing any PPL exams before having them done. But I disagree with that in some instances. I think it's good to have a bit of a practical application to back up some of the theory, vice versa. So, doing them in parallel is a good way to tackle it. You just got to have them done before cross country. That simple. Let's just have a look at this video here.
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get Grammarly.
I write pretty much all day, every day.
What's going on? Atmospheric pressure, just to make sure we.
This kite surfer is hitching a ride on a moving air mass. Our transparent atmosphere reveals itself when it starts to move. Moving air, of course, is wind. The atmosphere surrounding us is a deep ocean of air extending for kilometers above us. We know that the atmosphere is essential to life on Earth. The components of air, particularly oxygen and carbon dioxide, play a critical role in the chemistry of life. Another important aspect of air is atmospheric pressure. We live at the bottom of an ocean of air. Gravity pulls on this massive layer of gas, creating pressure. The pressure is greatest at the bottom, the Earth's surface, the level where we live. Pressure is a force per unit area. The standard SI unit of pressure is the Pascal. 1 Pascal is 1 Newton of force per square meter. You will also find PSI, or pounds per square inch, used in parts of the world, particularly America. Air pressure at sea level is 14.7 PSI, or 101.3 kilopascals. That's over 101,000 newtons of force per square meter. If you have a small kitchen table, 1 meter square, the force in that area created by air pressure is approximately 101,000 newtons, equivalent to the weight of 10 cars sitting on the tabletop. If air pressure can generate such huge forces, why don't we notice it? Why doesn't the table collapse? It turns out that pressure in a fluid like air transmits in all directions, not just downward. This means that the 101,000 newtons of force pushing down on the tabletop is balanced by 101,000 newtons pushing up. Forces are balanced. Similarly, our bodies are not crushed because the fluids contained within our skin exert a pressure that balances atmospheric pressure. Here is a simple demonstration that reveals the presence of atmospheric pressure. Fill a glass with water. Cut a small piece of card large enough to cover the top of the glass. Lay the card on the glass. Hold the card in place and rotate the glass full of water. Surprisingly, the water stays in the glass. Here's the explanation. The card provides a rigid membrane between the water and the air in the room. Air pressure pushes up on the card. Air pressure is not pushing down on the water because there is a vacuum at the top of the water. Air pressure is pushing on the outside of the glass, but this does not affect the water. The only downward force from the water is its weight. The upward force of air pressure easily supports the weight of the water. If we drilled a hole in the top of the glass, air pressure would push on the top of the water would fall from the glass.
First class for a second, eh? But no.
The forces involved in our above demonstration are impressive. The glass I used in this demonstration has a diameter of 6 centimeters at the open end. The force acting on that small area is an incredible 286 newtons, or 64 pounds. Easily enough force to support the water in the glass. To confirm my numbers, calculate the area of the open end of the glass, then multiply by atmospheric pressure. Interestingly, we couldn't live without atmospheric pressure. In the few minutes you have spent watching this video, your body has been quietly using air pressure to move air in and out of your lungs. The diaphragm, a muscular membrane below your lungs, alternately contracts and relaxes, changing the volume of the body cavity, which changes internal pressure. Low pressure allows air at atmospheric pressure to move down the trachea into the lungs. High pressure forces it out. Without atmospheric pressure, we could not breathe. Atmospheric pressure also plays a role in the function of many devices, including water pumps, syringes, and drinking straws. When you use a drinking straw, you're not sucking liquid up the tube, air pressure pushes the liquid up the tube. For more videos about our atmosphere and other science topics, visit hylaroad.com. Follow the videos link.
Kevin Austin McGregor, what he said.
So,
It's like 40 seconds.
alrighty. That was kind of average footage.
How much people pay to watch that?
Millions. I watched the, I listened to the, I listened to the press conference afterwards, and I can't really remember too much, but I remember Dana White was talking about, I'm not into UFC, that like hard pros follow that sort of stuff, but like they may, I think it's just getting bigger and bigger, like how much they make on these sort of fights because of how much attention like they just attract. Like they want to have McGregor rematch Khabib, and that'll be like hands down like the biggest revenue they'll ever get. Got like Floyd Mayweather trying to get like like wanting to potentially look at a rematch because it just makes so much money. Because anyway, it's ridiculous. All right, so what we'll keep doing is chipping away here.
I got a kind of stupid question. Yeah.
There's no stupid questions around here, but yeah. go
Okay.
ahead.
So I've noted down that when there's hot temperature, the air is less dense, and it's poor performance for the aircraft.
Yep.
Is that correct? But
That's correct.
from my understanding, has always been higher altitude. The temperature's colder and it's less dense. Why is this the other way around? Why is it hotter than? Yeah.
Say that again.
Yep. So the higher we go,
Yep.
the temperature should be colder and
Yep.
the pressure is less and
Yep.
air molecules should be less dense, right?
Yep. That's correct.
So in what case is it that that is hot temperature but it's less dense? That's what I noted down here. Yeah.
Hot temperatures, density is less. So you've got to remember, wherever there's going to be warm temperatures, air is going to rise.
Yeah.
Right? And if air is allowed to rise, then naturally, in a particular volume, there's going to be less air molecules because the air is rising. So as a direct result, pressure is going to decrease from that. Does that answer the question?
Kind of, yeah. Just need to absorb it.
I know.
Yeah.
There's less air molecules per se in a.
Let me just draw this up.
Heat and altitude don't necessarily, they're not like.
Yeah, I think you're
Okay.
comparing the two.
Yeah.
But
Right.
what we need to realise is that at higher altitudes, there's a decrease in temperature with height inevitably, and then it will obviously stay constant. It'll increase for a certain period, but it will reduce. The pressure will be a lot lower because it's essentially reducing because the air is essentially pretty much rising, okay, right from the surface of the earth. But yeah, from a sea level perspective, okay, for example, if we've got warm temperatures, okay, it's going to heat up the earth, air molecules are going to want to rise just naturally, and they just keep rising.
Yep.
So that's really comparing the density and temperature side of things. What else is it that you're trying to understand?
I'm just trying to relate how is hot temperature
I think is it because you're saying
equivalent to.
on the ground it's warmer than up high, yet air pressure is higher because obviously you're low to the ground.
Yeah, so you've got so air pressure is related to two things, right? The weight of the atmosphere,
Yep.
all right, but also temperature. So you can have hot temperatures and high pressure systems as well,
Okay.
right? You can have both. But this is just saying that typically the natural tendency is for as air rises, the pressure will reduce because it's expanding,
Right.
So you're having less air molecules down below.
Okay.
But in saying that, it all depends on the mass of air that you've got, or the pressure system, and depending on whether it's a high or a low. Like out there today, we've got a high pressure, but we've also got high temperatures. Okay, so there's just quite a lot of force or quite a lot of molecules above the atmosphere, regardless of the temperature. And remember, with a high pressure system, airflow above converges, subsides. So the high system is actually pushing the airflow down, which is actually working in opposite to the hot temperatures, which is trying to force the air upwards. So that's what's dominant really. So yeah, I think if you were to compare it as an ice a day, in theory, and also just comparing it from a tropopause perspective, if you've got an area of high pressure, an area of say average pressure, the same temperature, all right, the tropopause is going to be a lot higher, the area of high pressure, because in order to get to minus 56.5 degrees Celsius, there's going to have to be a higher column of air, isn't there? So that's really how we're looking at it. I think, yeah, it's really important to understand, high pressure is really, the pressure system is kind of initially, it's independent to the temperature, but temperature will have an impact on overall pressure if the air is allowed to rise. But a high pressure is really working opposite and pushing the air back downwards.
Is that where turbulence comes from? So you've got the high pressure system wanting to push it down, but the heat wanting to push it up, or is that a little bit different?
Potentially, you've got different types of turbulence. You've obviously got like mid-air turbulence is typically speaking, a lot of the time it'll be where different flow or different air flows meet. Okay, low-level turbulence will be due to disruptions to the path which an air is travelling, and that's typically due to terrain, towns, objects, okay, which gets in the way and disturbs the flow of air. High terrain, mountainous terrain, airflow comes off the top, tumble, so you get high level turbulence. So there's really that. I'd say flying to different pressure systems, yeah, for sure, because high air pressure is going to have subsidence, where low is going to have vertical, potentially depending on how strong or how low the low is, you could have quite an extent of vertical movement of air. So air is rapidly going upwards.
Depending which level you're at, and if you're in the right space to...
All about location. Yeah. Nice. Okay. All very good questions. I feel like this desk is being shit. Alrighty. So we have pretty much touched on all of that. Rightio. So we sort of came to this before. The amount of water vapor that can be held by air depends on air temperature. Okay, so that's really the key thing to note down here. And as you can see here, in terms of the water requirement for saturation, so in terms of saturation, when something's fully saturated, it cannot hold any more. All right, the grams per kg, the mass of water per kg of dry air is called the mixing ratio at 1,000 hectopascals. So, for example, this is under a constant pressure. Remember, constant atmospheric pressure at 0 degrees, okay, the atmosphere or the temperature can hold 4 grams per kg, all right? And as the temperature increases, you can see the capacity or the water requirement in order for that parcel of air to therefore become fully saturated at that temperature increases as well. Right, so you can see there, as that temperature increases, all right, we can get some significant water. Now, the comparison of how much water vapour is in the air to how much water vapour the atmosphere or the outside air can hold is called relative humidity. Okay? So, let's have a look here. I like how that opens. Anyway, so when you're talking about absolute humidity, we're talking about how much water vapor is in the air, or sorry, what the actual moisture content is of the current outside air. Relative humidity, which we can see here, is comparing how much water vapor is in the air, but how much water vapor can be held, and that's in the yellow. So you can see that at 10 degrees Celsius, all right, we've got 100% relative humidity because absolute humidity, which is the water vapor, equals the amount of water that can be held, or water vapor that can be held at 10 degrees Celsius, all right? As you guys can see, at 20 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees Celsius, all right, that parcel of air can hold more water vapor, right? And the water vapor is staying the same. So, relative
And that relates directly to density.
Say that again.
And that relates directly to density as well, or no? Is that what that first slide said? Obviously, it's bigger in size, so therefore it's more dense, or is that not talking about size?
No.
See
So
how it's bigger?
that's talking about temperature. So that relates to hotter temperatures being able to hold more water. So you can see here, 10 degrees.
Yeah.
That's how much water can be held, right? And it's at max capacity. 20 degrees, the yellow is what is the amount of water that can be held at that temperature. So this relative humidity takes into consideration how much measure of how much water vapor is in the air over how much it can hold. Okay, which is the key, which is temperature over, in this case, the amount of water vapor. So, ratio is probably the correct word. Now, the formula for working this out,
Absolute humidity.
yeah, so it's moisture content over temperature, but we'll get to that in a sec. But there's an easy way. So it's temperature over dew point, okay? So how much water the atmosphere can hold is essentially dependent on temperature, right? Dew point is when the temperature at which the parcel of air will saturate under a constant pressure, right? Allow me to explain. I'll just put this formula up here. So absolute humidity, actual moisture, actual moisture content, so how much water is currently in the air versus how much it can hold. So, this one here is really important. The dew point is the temperature at which a parcel of air saturates under a constant pressure. As soon as the temperature of the air cools to the dew point, all right, pending condensation will occur, pending we have condensation, starts with N. You want to remember? Nuclei. For condensation to happen, we need to have condensation nuclei. Alright? So, let's have a look here. Given the temperature of a parcel of air and its dew point, an approximate relative humidity can be calculated, because if we have a look here, we'll be giving this as well. We'll be giving this with the ATIS and so forth. All right, you'll be given a temperature and a dew point. So the 100 minus 5 is a fixed, it's a mathematical constant, all right, for this formula. So that's just fixed every time you want to work this out. So in this case, all right, we've got a temperature, say, of 17 degrees. You put that in there. So simple bed mass means that you have to work out, obviously, the brackets first. All right, then that obviously times, which is next. So that means it's 100 minus 35, which equals 65%. So what we're looking to understand here is that if we are given the temperature and dew point, we can work out essentially a percentage of how much water vapor is actually in the air and how much it can hold. Following, Cameron?
You're saying that the dew point in this case is 10.
Correct, which is what the example we're just going off. Okay? So remember, the dew point is the temperature at which, under a constant pressure, the atmosphere cannot hold any more water vapor, so it will saturate. Okay? So once the outside air temperature cools down, in this case to 10 degrees Celsius, which, if we have a look here, is 2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet. So in this case, if we work that out, that's 7 degrees, which is going to be, say, 3,500 feet. We would expect cloud to form under a constant pressure. And we're going to work out a real life example when we check out the weather in a sec. Okay? So based on this, relative humidity is 65%, because there's the absolute humidity, or how much water vapor there is, versus how much it can hold. We're at 65% threshold. Okay? Cool. Now, what do we got here? How does the following affect aircraft performance? We've kind of covered this already. Okay? We want high density air, because we've got more air molecules that go across the wing, more lift. Actual moisture content. So in that respect, hotter temperatures, essentially it's going to be warmer air. Engines just perform better with warm air or cold air? One of you guys at the back? Cold air, right? Because it's more dense, right? We've got just more air molecules going through the engine, and so forth. So in terms of measuring relative humidity, look, they've just got a couple ways of doing it. Hygrometer and a here hygrometer, and it's all to do with expansion and contraction, similar to an altimeter, as well as with a hygrometer, just measuring the density of a particular fluid. Now, I'm not sure exactly what's in the syllabus for here. I do need to print the syllabus out for you guys. But let's work out the next thing, because the next chapter is a little bit gnarly. Alrighty, so because we are talking about relative humidity, we're going to jump down to METARs because we've got TAFs as well. Alright, they don't have the temperature and dew point. Okay, so what I want to point out is that the main difference between TAFs and METARs, okay? TAFs is an aerodrome forecast on the forecasted conditions at a particular aerodrome. A METAR is a aerodrome report on the conditions that the aerodrome has experienced within a previous period of time. Depending on the type of METAR, they'll be issued at different times, which we're about to get to. Okay? So, you guys all good if I rub that off? Right, who is doing meters? Harry, give me the rundown.
There's a routine meteorological report, and it can be compiled manually or automatically.
Excellent, stop right there. So, particular aerodromes will have particular equipment at that aerodrome in order to attain the information that you guys can see right here. Cool. So you can see here you guys have been given or printed out within the Tamaki region 3 METAR reports. Alright? 3 particular aerodromes. Anyone, John? Actually you probably won't be familiar, but Kai?
Northland, Whanua, and Ardmore.
Excellent. Alright. Now, it's, as you can see, in a live code. Alright? And generally speaking, they'll be issued up or updated automatically. And the way we can tell is you'll see an auto assigned in the code. Now, having a look at Whanua, do you see an auto there, Dylan? No auto, okay? And the reason for that is it's not automatically updated, all right? We all pay for the Air Force via our taxes to do something, so they manually obtain this data and then upload it to, or provide it to MetFlight to ensure that it's available for aerodrome or pilots to use, okay? So that's that. Now, continue.
So if it's manual, they're issued hourly on the hour mark.
Yep.
And automatically issued every half hour, 24 hours a day.
Excellent. So manually, every hour,
Yeah, on the hour.
and then half hour. Cool. All right. And look, we can see here that this one was issued at 9 a.m. this morning, wasn't it? New Zealand daylight saving time. All right. So we convert that for Whanua, which is what we're going to look at. 8 a.m. opposite of that, 8 p.m. opposite of that, 8 a.m. plus 1, 9. That therefore becomes 0900 NZDT on the 21st. Everyone happy with that? Simple. Now, just decoding the information that we have available to us. Here, I'll just rub that off. Wind, right? We know, looks pretty familiar from the aviation area winds. So, 260 degrees at 7 knots. Alright, is that in degrees true or magnetic? Excellent, and it says it up here as well at the top of your form. If you just want to highlight that, just so you can know, it says always no. No, all heights are in feet above ground level, aerodrome level. and wind in degrees true and knots. Now, over here you can see that the wind is they've also provided us with additional information about the wind. Anyone want to have a guess at what the V stands for?
Variable.
Variable, right? So they haven't actually had a constant wind for down a particular direction for a minimum time frame. So over the last, I suppose in this case, hour, all right, the wind has been varying between 220 and 290. It hasn't been constant for a minimum amount of time. Okay. At the time of this, it was this. Okay. Continue with the other information that you got there.
Height is pretty much aerodrome level.
Yep.
Area within 8 kilometres of the aerodrome reference point.
Excellent. Now, area equals 8 kilometres from aerodrome reference point. All right. Now, anyone got an AIP handy? Yep. Just actually, I'll just bring it up on the big screen so you guys can see what the aerodrome reference point looks like. So, just the front of the AIP, I'll bring that up as well. Stand by. You can see here's North Shore. We kind of went through this as well. That symbol there, see the little target symbol? All right, let's have a look. I'll just go to general section, chart symbols. Aerodrome reference point. Okay, you guys happy with that? So for Whenuapai, it's this weather 8 kilometres from that particular point. Okay, which is the datum. Right. What else?
Wind speed in knots.
Yep.
Direction is degrees true. Visibility up to 9,999 meters.
Yep.
Above 9,999 meters in kilometers.
Good. Yep, which is what we went through before. The threshold for how it's expressed, especially in the graphals as well. Anything else?
Visibility variation shown by adding the direction, example 2000 south of this. Visibility variation not reported in Meta also.
Visibility variation not reported, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anything else?
There's like cloud temperature, wind pressure, and
Temperature and
dew point.
dew point. Rightio. So, having a look here, we can go through, alright, kilometres. That's referring to what, John? Have a look, have a guess on your, no, flip it over. Yeah, so find me meter. What do you think is expressed in kilometres?
Exterior.
No, have another guess.
Visibility.
Visibility. Very good. So, horizontal distances are always in kilometres. Vertical distances, like cloud, is in feet. 2 zeros. So, overcast at 1,900 feet. Cam, is that above ground level or sea level?
That's above the aerodrome.
Correct. Temperature? Dew point. So, this piece of information, if you guys want to work out what the relative humidity is for me, and I'll work it out as well, based on the formula, which I can write back up for you, which is RH equals 100,
75%.
75%. If everyone can still continue to work that out, just so you get the same answer. We all comfortable with that? Wait for John to
Yep.
do the math.
Yep.
Nice one. Okay, so under this constant pressure of 1016 hectopascals, we can the temperature or the water, the atmosphere can hold 25% more water vapor. Otherwise, it will become fully saturated. Okay. Now, speaking of which, when the outside air temperature cools to 15 degrees, we can expect condensation to occur. So we can actually use this to work out the cloud height, because we can take the temperature lapse rate, the average, and work out when we would expect cloud to form. So, for example, so here's the aerodrome level, so ADL, or above ground level I should say, or aerodrome. Alright, so it's 20 degrees Celsius. Alright. At 1,000 feet. At 1,000 feet. How many degrees per 1,000 feet does the temperature change, Harry? On the board.
-2.
Correct. So, at 1,000 feet, the temperature is going to be 18 degrees Celsius, right? So when you're working this out, 2,000 feet, 16. All right. 3,000 feet, 14. But what's the dew point? 15. So in this case, at 15, under a constant pressure, we can expect cloud to form. Now, it's not always going to necessarily mean that there might be cloud. Obviously, it depends on how high the pressure is, how low the pressure is, other conditions on the day. But typically speaking, and also condensation nuclei, right? We need that for cloud to form. So, we can have a quick look. If we just scan back up, that was this morning. You guys have a look back to your graph or page. Sort of see around here. Cloud actually lowering. Alright. There. Later on today, bit of cloud. Alright. And then later on especially around here, you can see the bases are around 2,500 feet. Okay, so look, the conditions, the requirements do have to be met in order for cloud to form outside. We can see outside as well that there's the odd light cloud that's developing. Okay, but this is how we can work out on, you know, if we had to work out what altitudes the cloud would be at, we can do this comparison. Okay, cool. And just to finish this one off, we've got the QNH at the aerodrome, and then no SIG. All right? That just stands for no significant change. So for the validity of the METAR, okay, they do not expect those conditions to change at the aerodrome. Okay? So, Devon, how long was just a standard METAR valid for? 1 hour. Okay, METAR auto, half an hour. Okay.
So when they're saying validity, that's beyond, once that is past that point and they haven't issued something new, would you not trust what they're saying, or would you not solely
So
would you still use it, but not use it as a sole point of reference?
yeah, like METAR auto will always update unless the METAR facility is broken, right? METAR, standard METAR, they'll just have no data received. That's what it will. So therefore you cannot.
Then it didn't METAR to intercept. Right.
Correct. So you'd use the TAF if there was a TAF.
Because that's why when Vanilla goes off tower, that's why they no longer have a METAR. Would that be correct? Control hours?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. All right. Now you can see down here on your METAR, and also why would we use Vanilla and not Auckland?
Closer?
Yeah, closer. Bang on. Now you can see all these these forward slashes. All right. Have a look at the symbols. Part of your Met card that I've given you, and you'll be able to see what the different symbols refer to. Sweet.
We got some maintenance to do.
That's it. Happy with that, guys? Was there anything else on METARs under the card that we haven't spoken about? I'm pretty sure we covered it all.
Is it, what's the TL?
TL?
Oh, it's
All right, let's crack on with stability. What time did we finish today? 4:30. Huh?
45 minutes.
Yeah, cool. 4 now. Can't do that early. All right. Now, stability of air is really important, okay? If we're talking about the stability of air, by working out whether the air is stable or unstable, you can work out what type of clouds you're going to see outside the window there, okay? And that determines, from stability of air, what conditions we can expect to fly in. All right? So I'm going to explain this as simple as possible because this is where it can get a little bit trickier. So, referring to stability, we're referring to the ability of an object to return to its natural position after it's disturbed, okay, by an external force, right? So, for example, there's aircraft stability, right? 3 types of stability. Anyone want to have a guess what a couple of them are? So, like, obviously we could have good stability. What would be another word for that in terms of we think about the symbols on a battery? What symbols do we have on a battery? Yep, but they're also known from another word, positive and negative. Right, cool. So we've got positive and negative stability. What's in between positive and negative? Neutral stability. Good man. All right. So stability is in a number of, I suppose a number of objects have different types of stability, right? We have aeroplane stability, so the tendency for the aircraft to return to its natural position after it's disturbed by different airflow, whether it's upward air turbulence and whatnot. But what we're talking about here is the ability of air to return to its natural position after it's disturbed along its path that it's travelling. Okay? So, 3 types of stability. We have right, so to understand sort of stability, we've got essentially I suppose a diagram that we can draw, all right? Or let's use a bowl, right? Do this down here. We've got 2 bowls and a plate, all right? We've got a ball which is balanced in the centre or placed in the centre of all 3, okay? This could look like something else. So, right, the ball is essentially balanced there. I know I've drawn it a little bit. But anyway, so when, say for example, we move the bowl, we might provide an external force, and that's going to push the ball up here, right? But its natural tendency, due to, in this case, the force of gravity, is to return back to the centre, isn't it? Right? So that's what we would deem positive stability, because it wants to return to its original position after a disturbance. Now, flip the bowl upside down, disturb the ball. Is it coming back? Ain't going anywhere. That's definitely not coming back. So, therefore, we have what is formed as called negative stability. All right, and then we've just got a dinner plate here. We move the ball. All right. It just comes to a stop there. It doesn't return to its original position, but it doesn't, head out to no man's land. It just comes to a stop, doesn't further deviate. Okay, so that is what we call neutral stability. All right. So let's just apply this practically to what we're looking at outside, right? Air's travelling from high to where? Low. Good stuff. So as a result, there's going to be a pressure gradient, which is a change in pressure across a vertical or horizontal distance. Horizontal distance. And therefore, that is going to generate wind, right? And the wind may have to go, well, the terrain at which the wind is travelling across could be, for example, the terrain out to the east of west of North Shore. So you've got like Wainui Hill, and a few other terrain areas like that. All right. So the wind that's actually travelling along, depending on the stability here, it might not return to its original position. It will try to. Okay. So here we're looking at different types of stability with regards to the airflow across a horizontal distance, right? It could come back and go back here. It could deviate, get worse, or after being disturbed, it just levels off. That air, the air molecules just don't further deviate from where they're being disrupted from. Okay. So now let's work at determining. We'll have a look at the environmental lapse rate. Okay. So we spoke about the temperature lapse rate, okay, being an average decrease in temperature, but it might not be what's actually the change in temperature out there on that particular day. Okay, that is known, or what the actual temperature change outside the door here every 1,000 feet, that is known as the environmental lapse rate. Okay, that's what's actually being observed. So, allow me to explain. We know that temperature decreases with a gain in height, all right? The ISO value has set that as 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. We know that, all right? The fundamental thing to understand is that we need to figure out what the actual change in temperature with height is outside the window and then compare that to various other things, okay? So with the ELR, I'm just going to write a few things here. So ELR equals environmental, key part of that is mental, lapse rate, okay, can change is the key component. All right. Yes, the environmental lapse rate and the ISO temperature lapse rate might actually be 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. It often does happen, but it often doesn't. Okay, so it can change. We need to be aware of that. So, adiabatic lapse rates. Okay. It's all about lapse rates right now. There's 2 adiabatic lapse rates. So to understand the term adiabatic, it's a physical process, and it's due to a change in temperature due to a change in pressure. All right. So an air parcel changing its temperature due to the surrounding pressure around it. Okay. As we spoke about earlier, pressure does what with altitude? Pressure does what with altitude? It decreases, yeah. So therefore, with a reduction in pressure, an adiabatic process would be for also the temperature to change as well, okay? So, adiabatic So with a parcel of air, as it's disturbed or as it's forced to rise, okay, the atmospheric pressure is going to change around it, isn't it? Because pressure is also decreasing with altitude, and as a result of that, temperature is going to change. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit. This is where it gets a little bit difficult to understand. Backwards to what we've been learning. But remember, we just watched that diagram on pressure for the water. Sorry, that video on pressure with the cup of water. It's got pressure acting in every direction around it. Okay, so a parcel of air has the same thing. It's got pressure acting around it. Now, in this case, all right, higher pressures are going to have higher temperature because the air can't escape. So it's like a pot of boiling water with the lid on. Pressure is going to increase. Okay, as pressure reduces, temperature is going to cool. All right.
Is that to do with like molecules bashing into each other, or?
Correct, because temperature is a measure of how excited moleccules are.
How much energy they
Exactly, how much energy is in a particular.
molecule of-
Exactly. So as it expands, it's going to cool, and vice versa. So as it contracts, it's going to warm. So in a fixed area, right, which an air molecule in the air is in its own area, right? As it's descending, it's going to, as the pressure increases, it's going to increase in temperature. It's going to descend and increase, vice versa, expand, and to a lower pressure, and it's going to cool. And that's the adiabatic process. The temperature changing due to the pressure changing around it. Remember, the pressure is in every direction, like we spoke about. Now, there's two adiabatic lapse rates that we're concerned about. The first one is the dry adiabatic lapse rate. Do that in here. All right, or DALR, and then we have the saturated. SALR. Alright. So, whenever the atmosphere is not saturated, so any altitude below the dew point altitude, okay, it is known as dry air. Okay, I'll write that here. Below the dew point altitude, so what this is saying is that due to the change in pressure at various altitudes below the dew point altitude, okay, air will cool as it rises at a rate of 3 degrees per 1,000 feet, okay? this is a constant, fixed change. Okay? Any questions on that? Alright, this will all make sense once I finish it all, get it all together. So, once a parcel of air becomes saturated, so remember, once the temperature, the outside temperature cools to the dew point, the air becomes fully saturated, right? It cannot hold any more water vapor. Any air that continues to rise will now cool at the saturated adiabatic lapse rate if it's rising due to a change, or if it's forced to rise. The pressure is going to change, therefore the temperature is going to change. All right, and that will air will cool adiabatically once it becomes saturated it will change temperature 1.5 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 feet. Okay? Now, the reason that the change or the difference in temperature reduces from when it's dry to when it's saturated is because of when cloud forms. Alright? What type of heat does it give off, Devin? Starts with L. When condensation occurs, there is anyone else? Latent heat given off as part of condensation, right? So when saturation occurs, once the temperature reaches the dew point, all right, air there becomes fully saturated. So any air that continues to rise will now cool at 1.5 degrees Celsius because that latent heat has warmed up the surrounding atmosphere. Okay?
Is that why it cools at a slower rate?
Correct, because now the atmosphere is a little bit warmer. Make sense, John?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Okay? Think about it like this. Yeah, so at the moment, if there's a change in pressure as we increase altitude, all right, air is going to cool at 3 degrees per 1,000 feet due to that change in pressure, allowing the air is now allowed to expand and contract, so the adiabatic change in temperature will occur. Once it reaches the dew point, which we said was 2,500 feet in that example, if it's forced to rise any more because of the latent heat that's been given off, that warms the atmosphere up, so therefore the change in temperature is only 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's a lot warmer, right? Cool.
Is
So
that to do with the fact that it's got water and it's harder work to heat up or cool down than say just air?
Are you talking about this the SALR?
Yeah, like when you think about dehumidifiers, they say if you get a dehumidifier,
So you'll have dry air.
take the moisture out, it's like you're going to be able to heat your house up quicker, as opposed to if the air's got a lot of moisture in it, then it's much harder to heat your house.
Yeah, okay, yeah, dry air. Yeah, correct, because you'll be able to increase, in this case, dry air will increase at 3 degrees for the change in pressure, as opposed to saturated air, which will only change temperature every 1.5 degrees once the pressure changes. So yes, in that case, you could look at it like that. Does that make sense to you guys? Think about, you've got this room here, right? There could be, it could have 90% relative humidity, right? We can't hold any more water vapor in here. You know, it's wet in here, basically. And all of a sudden you're trying to heat this room up, right? Until that pressure increases, as the pressure's increasing, because of all the high saturation water content in here, it's only going to change temperature 1.5 degrees as the pressure increases. If we get a dehumidifier in here, take all the moisture out, take the relative humidity down to, say, 40%, right? Bring the same, try and heat it back up. As the pressure changes, temperature's going to increase. At 3 degrees now, as the pressures change, because the air's dry, so we can heat it up more. So yeah, good analogy to think of it like that. Dehumidifier and so forth. Okay, so let's just draw this on a graph to understand. So, the rising air example. Now, remember the environmental lapse rate? That's what the actual temperature changes per 1,000 feet. So having a look at this mountain here, you've got SL, which stands for sea level, and these are in thousands of feet. So for whatever reason, they've measured that outside here at North Shore, it's 20 degrees Celsius on the ground. We've put a balloon with a thermostat or whatever they use to project a change in temperature. We've sent that up. At 1,000 feet, it was 19 degrees. At 2,000 feet, it's 18 degrees, and so forth. We can see that for every 1,000 feet, it's a 1 degree Celsius change. That is the environmental lapse rate, because that's what it is outside the door. Tomorrow, we could send the same balloon up, the same thermostat. It might be 17 degrees at 1,000 feet, 14 degrees at 2,000 feet. The environmental lapse rate tomorrow would be how many degrees? 3. So it changes every day. Right. Now, as air expands and cools due to the changes in pressure, which is inevitable because as we increase altitude, pressure is going to change. Because it's dry air, you can see that that's what the temperature will be. If we compare the temperature to the actual environmental, or the temperature of the atmosphere, all right, on this day, you can see a parcel of air is at 17 degrees as it's forced to rise up to 1,000 feet. The local temperature is 19 degrees at 1,000 feet. So cold air is denser, all right, and it wants to therefore descend as it's forced to rise because it remains colder. So it wants to sink back down. Because remember, if a parcel of air remains warmer, what does warm air want to do? It wants to continue rising. We'll get to that in just a sec. So, because this parcel of air here, or the air molecule, as it's forced to rise, the change of temperature inside of here is, say, I'll go back here. Once it rises up here, you can see it's changing. The temperature inside the parcel of air, due to the adiabatic change, which is due to the pressure changes, that is lower than the surrounding air temperature. You can see it's colder at each 1,000 feet, each thousands of feet. Therefore, it sinks back down. All right, that's what we call stable air. Okay, which means that it's nice conditions to fly in, because air doesn't want to continue rising, right? So that's the ELR at 1,000 feet Celsius. So, let's have a look at rising saturated air. This is at, we're now at the, essentially, we've exceeded the dew point, the altitude, we've climbed up past the dew point altitude, all right? We can see every 1,000 feet, 20 degrees on the ground once again, an air molecule is, or air parcel of air is forced to rise due to going over the hill. Because it's fully saturated, it now cools adiabatically at 1.5 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 feet. And we just need to compare the temperatures between the two. So you can see as it's forced to rise over Mount Everest, all right, or Mount Cook, since we're in New Zealand, once it gets to say 4,000 feet, the temperature is within the parcel of air is 14 degrees, but the outside temperature is 0 degrees. So the temperature of the parcel of air is still warmer. So warm air wants to continue rising. So it wants to continue rising, and that is what instability is, or unstable air. Okay? And that's really important to understand, because in turn, once you can work out what the stability of air is, you can therefore determine the cloud type that will form. Get to that in just a sec. Having a look at the graph here, all right? What we're doing is we're comparing the environmental lapse rate, which you can work out by having a look at what the temperature is on the ground, what the temperature is at 5,000 feet, and working out the change for every 1,000 feet on average, okay? And in this case, we're comparing it to the DALR and the SALR. So, when the DALR is steeper, so when we talk about being steeper, you can see that the steeper being a greater change per 1,000 feet, so a higher temperature change, then the surrounding air is going to be warmer, that parcel of air is going to be colder, the airflow is going to sink, then the stability of air is going to be stable, right? Now, looking at this diagram here, you've got altitude versus temperature. This looks like a steeper line. It's kind of backwards, right? So the DALR is steeper because the rate or the amount of temperature it's changing for this amount of altitude is actually a lot more, all right? Kind of a tricky one to look at, so be really careful when you're interpreting these diagrams. Think about something being steep as in steep stairs, all right? You might have a real steep step, but think about it as you're actually getting higher for the one step that you're taking, all right? So that's when we have stable conditions. But if we have a look at it now, you can see that the ELR, going back to our diagram, it might be that, or the change in temperature might be 4 degrees per 1,000 feet. Therefore, it's going to be colder in the surrounding air, and a parcel of air that's forced to rise due to and cools due to a change in pressure, that parcel of air is going to remain warmer now, and that's going to want to continue rising, and that's where the instability or the unstable flying conditions is going to come from.
Why would the ELR change?
Because that can change every single time. All right, so the ELR is just what the temperature is on the day, and you're just comparing it between different altitudes. All right, so because remember the ground temperature every day is different, right? So remember the average temperature lapse rate is 2 degrees per 1,000 feet, but it could be 4 degrees per 1,000 feet given the conditions on the day. So we just have to take the temperature at, say, the sea level aerodrome, and for example 5,000 feet. And we're going to do that right now.
Wait, so if the parcel of air is warmer than the environmental lapse rate, does that mean it's unstable? It wants to keep going?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, let's just do a real life example. So, you saw here, and we'll use vanilla pipe. All right. Let me just rub this crap off.
But if it's cooling at a faster rate, then it's more stable.
Cooling at a faster rate. So if it remains colder, a parcel of air remains colder than the surrounding air, then it will want to sink.
So is that more stable or less?
That's stable. It wants to return because it's returning back to its original position here.
Oh, right.
Remember, it's all about airflow going back to where it came from, and that's what stability is all about. So, having a look here, we can only get the temperatures from a couple of reports, and one of them being the temperature of the aerodrome, which is on the META. Okay, so let's draw it up. This this is Whenuapai. All right. And the temperature, which I'll draw in blue, is what's the temperature at Whenuapai? Kai?
It's 20 degrees, dew point 1.5.
Excellent. So it's 20 degrees. All right. So let's just work out. We need to figure out what the temperature is at high altitudes. Where can we find that? What report? Having a look at the weather you guys have there printed out. Where can we find the temperature at, say, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 feet? So on one of the reports that's printed out. Aviation area winds. There you go. Right, so here we can see at 5,000 feet it's 13 degrees. Says, I'll draw that close together actually. Yeah, probably should. So, let's work out what the average change in temperature is per 1,000 feet. So, the difference between 20 and 13? 7 degrees. How many thousand feet?
5.
Right, so how many times does 7 go into 5? Just get a calculator, someone work that out for me. 13. Sorry, wrong way around. Right, so what's does anyone have what the decrease is? 1.4. So at 1,000 feet, it's going to be 18.6 degrees Celsius. At 2,000 feet, it's going to be 17.2. Then it's going to be 15.8. Then it's going to be 14.4. So the ELR equals what? 1.4 degrees Celsius. Because that's the change in temperature that we're experiencing outside. So let's plot that into the next graph, right? If you guys remember, we had, well, actually, up here. So we've got a mountain, all right? As the airflow is coming across this direction, it's forced to rise, okay? That airflow is at 20 degrees Celsius because the air is dry, because it's not fully saturated, because remember the dew point is at what temperature? Going back to the meter, 15. So let's just draw that there.
That doesn't condensate until that.
Correct. So as the air is forced to rise below 15 degrees Celsius in this area here, it will cool adiabatically at the dry adiabatic lapse rate. So how many degrees per 1,000 feet was that?
Sorry?
The dry adiabatic lapse rate?
-3.
Excellent. So I'll draw that in now. So, adiabatically, I'll put that here, DALR. So, that'll be 17 degrees, so 20 here because that's the temperature. As it's forced to rise, it'll be there. 14. So, as the airflow is forced to rise, say up to, we'll just say this mountain is, for the purposes of this, determining everything, we'll just say our mountain is only 2,000 odd feet, 2,500 feet. Okay, so the top of this here is 2,500 feet. The airflow is pushed up here because the pressure's changing, the temperature's changing. At 2,500 or 2,000 feet, you can see that the actual temperature of the atmosphere is 17.2 degrees, but this parcel of air has cooled adiabatically to, say, 14 degrees or so. So it remains colder. So therefore, it's colder than the surrounding air. What does it want to do, Devon? It wants to go back down. So this airflow wants to therefore go back down and return to its original position. So the conditions are stable today. Okay? Because any air that's disturbed will remain cooler than the surrounding air and will go back to its original condition. Nice air or nice conditions to fly in. Okay? So going back to that graph.
With that, sorry, so we referred to the stability of it wants to return to the original altitude that
Correct.
That'd be the easiest way to
Correct.
understand.
So that air wants to return to its original altitude that it was disturbed from. Doesn't matter whether there's a hill or whatever it is, it's just disturbed, it's going back to its original position. Okay? Makes sense? Alright? Now, if we were to do that on that graph, remember, altitude, is it altitude on this one? I can't remember.
Temperature is absolute.
Yeah, cool. So altitude, which makes sense because that goes up, and then temp. So the SALR and the DALR are always fixed. Can't change those. Adiabatic changes are just a constant or a linear change. Sorry, a constant change, not linear. So you can always draw it in. You've got the DALR here, which is 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. Alright, the SALR is only changing temperature 1.5 degrees per 1,000 feet. And then you've got the ELR, which was 1.4 degrees. 1.4 degrees per 1,000 feet. Alright? So the DALR remains steeper. Alright? So therefore it's now stable. Well, the conditions are said to be stable. Alright? Happy with that? Cool. So now we just need to compare this to saturated air as well. Right? Now remember, if this air parcel that I've been talking about, because we know the dew point here today is how many degrees? We said 15. Alright? The dew point equals 15 degrees Celsius. So if a parcel of air is forced to rise up through that particular altitude, it becomes fully saturated. Alright? Condensation will occur if we have condensation what? Starts with N. Nuclei. Excellent. Alright? But if it still continues to forced to rise, this parcel of air from that altitude onwards will cool at 1.5 degrees Celsius per every 1,000 feet. Okay, so all of a sudden we go like this. So it's now the SALR because it's saturated adiabatic lapse rate.
So everything always below the dew point will
Adiabatically call it the DLR because it's
Yeah.
dry air.
Yeah.
Right? Now it's saturated because we're going above it. Right? So now at this altitude, well, we did say it was, so it's 15 degrees. Let's just go from here. So,
Can you remind me how you got to 3,000 feet?
so this is what the environmental lapse rate is at 3,000 feet. Remember? So we worked that out, and then the dry adiabatic lapse rate is just 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. So we got the temperature in Whenuapai, we got the temperature at 5,000 feet, and we just worked out the difference and then plotted it in, which the difference between, it was 7 degrees over 5,000 feet, which equals 1.4. So every 1,000 feet, temperature outside is going to change 1.4 degrees, which we've plotted in here. You've seen we worked that out.
Are you talking about the SALR line at 3,000 feet?
Yeah.
That's just that 15
That's
degrees.
the dew point. So this is the altitude of the dew point because we said if you have a look at your METAR, the dew point temperature is 15 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
All right. So I've drawn that in there because we know that if air is forced to rise above the dew point altitude, it's called now the SALR because it's saturated above that altitude. Does that make sense? Sounds like you're not sort of following.
No, so you're saying because it's not saturated, it's going at 1.5.
No,
Sorry, because
I'm saying it's
It's going at 3 degrees.
because it's not saturated. So a parcel of air will cool. Okay, so how's this airflow here that's gone upwards? It's forced to rise, right? So any airflow that's forced to rise we'll cool adiabatically because the pressure changes. All right. So we were talking about how at a change in pressure every 1,000 feet, if it's dry air, it's going to change temperature due to that change in pressure by 3 degrees. So the parcel of air is 20 degrees on the ground, right? The airflow's pushed upwards, so therefore that parcel of air is going to cool to 17 degrees because it's cooling at 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. We've worked out the ELR, so the actual outside air temperature is only changing 1.4 degrees. Following?
Yes.
Sweet. So we keep going up, and when you get to the dew point temperature, remember when the temperature cools to the dew point, all right, so the outside air temperature, actually that should probably be up about here. Oh no, it shouldn't. So remember the dew point temperature, which I said was 15 degrees Celsius from the METAR. We put that in. So any airflow that's still continue to force to rise is now saturated air.
Oh, you're saying just because it's gone...
It's gone above the dew point altitude. So it's now saturated, remember?
So it's gone
Yep.
above your 15.
Yep, and let me just work this out for you now. So let's put that into our temperature. So relative humidity equals 100 minus 5. Temperature minus dew point. So at 3,000 feet, and in this example at 3,000 feet, we go 100 minus 5, 15 minus 15, 0. 5 times 0, 0. Relative humidity is 100% at that altitude. So therefore, you can't hold any more water vapor, all right, at any temperature above that. So therefore, this parcel of air that's forced to rise is now going to cool at the saturated adiabatic lapse rate, which is 1.5 degrees Celsius. So now, for example here, it's going to be, that should really still be, this should be 11. So that would be 11 degrees at 1,000 feet. But now above that, at 4,000 feet, the temperature is going to be 9.5. Eight degrees. Okay? So this parcel here that's forced to keep rising because of the changes in pressure, that's what the temperature is going to be. Okay? This is what the change in temperature would be adiabatically. Now, let's compare that to the actual temperature outside, which is it's 9.5 degrees Celsius. Inside a parcel of air, the outside air temperature is 14.4 degrees. So what's colder? Parcel of air. So where's it going to go?
Down.
Back down. So it's still stable, and we can see that here. So with an environmental lapse rate of 1.4, it's still steeper than the SALR. So even once we go above the dew point altitude, it's going to be smooth flying conditions. Okay? How's that? Make sense in the end?
Yeah, I just don't understand the 3,000 feet.
How
that ties in.
Because this is where it's 15 degrees. I've just rounded this down to make it simple for you guys, and just said 15 degrees Celsius is about 3,000 feet.
Right.
If you want.
No, that's just what I was thinking.
Yeah, cool. Otherwise, we're going to be down to sort of difficult numbers. But yeah, my apologies. Cool. So, just to summarise that, and then we're done for today, the ELR determines the stability of air. The ELR, which is the actual temperature outside here every 1,000 feet, that is the only thing that can change. Alright? Temperature changes due to adiabatic lapse rates remain fixed. Stability is then determined what sort of air is either saturated or unsaturated, okay? And the relationship between the two is what we're comparing. So we're comparing the ELR with the DALR up until the altitude at which it's fully saturated, and then we're continuing to compare it with the SALR as far as we need to go. Okay? Cool. So this is where we have the types of stability, absolute stability, and so forth, and so forth. And this in turn goes into the cloud that will be formed. Now what I will say is that if it's stable, then if saturation occurs, it'll be stratiformed cloud. Okay? So stable equals stratiform. Unstable equals cumuliform cloud. Alright, so I just remember once we work all this out, you can see here at the dew point when technically condensation would occur, clouds will form. The type of cloud that's going to form is going to be stratiform cloud because we're in stable air conditions. If, for example, it was unstable conditions, because there's a U, cumuliform cloud. Alright? It's always a tough one to interpret, but it's also a tough one to teach. But I think we sort of did alright today. So tomorrow, what I'll ask Matt Walls to do with you guys is, on the conditions on the day, we'll get the temperature and dew point from Nuapai, and using the aviation area winds, get the temperatures at 5,000 feet. Let's work out if it's stable or not, okay? What the conditions are, and then you can start to determine what cloud's going to form. I used to do this stuff when I come in, have a look outside, compare. Yeah, that looks about right. You know what I mean? Alright, let's call it there, because it's enough for today. But any questions before we leave? I've got all the notes here about what you guys want to do from a flying perspective. I'll sit down and start sorting this out. I know a couple of you guys.
Right, I don't need to introduce myself because that's fine. How are you finding Met so far? With Rob yesterday, eh? Yeah. Not too hard. Kind of interesting. Yeah. It's a cool. I quite enjoyed teaching it as a subject because it's quite practical and there's lots of real world information that you pick up. So it's always quite interesting. The key thing with Met is it is potentially quite complicated because meteorologists have to look at all sorts of advanced things. But you've got to keep in mind that you're just learning it so that as a pilot you know what the weather's doing and you can read the weather and use it practically. So try not to overcomplicate it and just keep it nice and simple. It really comes down to a few basic things: pressure, temperature, and how much moisture's in the air. Those are basically the only three variables, right? And they all just combine together to give us different kinds of weather. Okay, so that's all it really comes down to. Just before we go into cloud, I just want to have a look at a few other things which kind of relate to cloud. You would have looked at dew point yesterday.
Are you guys breaking for lunch?
Hey?
Are you guys breaking for lunch?
Not yet, unfortunately.
Quite hungry, guys.
I don't know.
12.
It can be a different time if you want. Do you need
Well,
something?
let me know. He's in today. Like my people's wife told us sitting down there.
What time?
Well, he's in from 12 until 4 or something like that.
Yeah, I'll
grab
grab
him.
we're at lunch by 12. What was I saying? Okay. Dew point is an interesting one. Did you look at that yesterday?
Yeah.
Right. So what is the dew point? Anyone want to have a stab at it?
It's the point in the it's the temperature where the moisture becomes fully saturated above that altitude.
You're pretty much on the right track. So yeah, it is the temperature at which a parcel of air or a certain amount of air will become 100% saturated. What do we mean by 100% saturated?
Like no more moisture can fit into that parcel.
Exactly. It cannot hold any more moisture. It's holding the maximum amount of moisture. And what is the main thing that determines how much moisture a certain amount of air can hold?
It's temperature.
Yeah. So if the air is hotter, what does that mean?
Can hold more water.
Okay. Why can it hold more water?
It's less dense.
Okay. So why can it hold more water if it's less dense?
Less molecules in the same amount of.
Yeah. Physically, there's more room for water, right? Because there's less air in it, so there's more gaps. Good. And of course, we know that warm air is less dense, therefore cold air is more dense. So, how does a certain parcel of air, like if you had an arbitrary box of air, I know air doesn't come in boxes, but for this we sort of imagine it to be an arbitrary box. There's a whole lot of molecules in it, like that. How does that reach its dew point? There's a number of ways, but how might it reach the dew point?
Altitude.
Altitude? So tell me about that.
So if you take it further up, it's going to cool down, and therefore
You're on the right track. You haven't dug a hole yet.
well, I was thinking, and then it's more likely to. The pressure is more likely to increase, but it's not. It's going to decrease.
Don't worry too much about that. The key thing when you're thinking about this is you've got to look at one variable at a time. Because even though the air is continuous spectrum and it's all over the place, we have to take it in boxes and look at one thing changing at a time, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So what's happening to the temperature when it rises?
Cool.
It'll cool, won't it? What is the term we use to describe how it cools?
Convection?
Begins with A. Yeah, adiabatic cooling. What does adiabatic mean? Did you have a look at this yesterday? It's a funny term. What it means is that there's no heat exchange between that parcel of air and the surrounding environment. Okay, so all we're saying is we're taking it as an enclosed parcel of air as it rises, even though it's not enclosed. That's how we have to treat it to understand this concept. So as it rises, it's going to cool, but the surrounding atmosphere will hypothetically stay the same temperature. So when it cools and reaches the dew point, what happens then?
It's fully saturated.
Yeah, it's fully saturated. So what do we see when a parcel of air becomes fully saturated?
Cloud.
Yeah, cloud. So on that, what is cloud?
Saturated air.
Okay. So what are we actually seeing when we see cloud? What state is the water in?
Gas, vapor, solid.
Liquid. 1 in 3 chance of getting it right. So as it rises, before it reaches the dew point, it's vapor, isn't it? Okay, because we can't see it, so we know it must be vapor. So when something cools, like you consider you're boiling a pot of water, right? So it turns into vapor. What happens to the top of the pot underneath in the lid?
Condensate.
Hmm?
Condensate.
Yeah, you get condensation, don't you? And condensation is where the vapor changes to liquid. Yeah. So the same thing happens with clouds. It reaches the dew point, we get condensation, and we've got all these suspended little water droplets, pretty tiny, which we see as cloud. Okay, so really important to keep in mind that cloud is water in liquid form. Okay, very good. That's enough of me rambling on. We'll follow the slides. Any questions on that? So that's kind of a bit of a recap. Hopefully that joins what you looked at yesterday with what we're about to run through now as well. So cloud. A lot of this is just cloud types as well, which is quite interesting. Have you guys seen the cloud type poster?
I haven't had like a proper look at it.
I can get you all a copy of them as well. It's a good one to just throw up on your wall whilst you're studying because it's got some really good information. It's got things on cold fronts and warm fronts as well. It's a fantastic poster. Okay, so how clouds form? Clouds form, air must rise and it cools adiabatically, doesn't it? So there's no heat exchange with the parcel of air and the surrounding environment. Many ways for it to rise. So convective rising, that's probably one of the most common ones. So the Earth gets heated by the sun and then it heats the air from underneath, which makes it rise. Orographic rising. So what does the term orographic mean? Have you come across that one yet? So anytime you see orographic, it's describing the effect the terrain has on something. Okay? So orographic lifting, orographic wind, so there's the influence of mountains and hills on the wind and the terrain beneath you. So orographic rising is where significant terrain causes a parcel of air to rise. Okay, if you imagine that there's a mountain here and the wind is blowing that way, what's it going to do? Yeah, it's got nowhere to go, so the air must go up, so it forces that air to rise. Okay, so that's what we call orographic rising. Mechanical rising, it's the same concept, but on a lower scale. Okay, so things like even buildings, small hills, that kind of thing can cause mechanical rising. Frontal lifting, so at a front, the cold, dense air, if we consider, many of you will be able to see that there, but if we consider a cold front, so that's the cold air, and this is the warm air. The front is basically that black line, so what cold air is doing is pushing the warm air across, but it's also pushing it up. Okay, so if you consider a vertical path like that, it's forcing that air upwards as it moves through because the cold air is more dense, so it has to sit underneath. Okay, so that's frontal lifting. That's a pretty common way of how we get lifting when there's a cold front or a warm front coming through, and that's why we get a lot of cloud formations at fronts. And slow, widespread ascent, same kind of concept. So where there's depression, same thing as a low pressure system. Okay, so anytime there's low pressure, we get rising. Okay, because low pressure means instability, so stuff goes up. Make sense? All right, buoyancy of air. So this is a really good one, and it's pretty amazing how buoyant the air is. Because that's literally the only thing which is keeping these clouds in the sky, right? If you imagine how many litres of water up there, logic says it should all just fall back down to the ground, which it does eventually. But it's pretty impressive how much air can actually be held aloft by all of these updrafts. So there's a pretty cool video here. Hopefully you haven't seen it. I've seen it so many times, but I still find it quite amusing. It's kind of aimed at like 10 years and under, so it's setting the bar pretty low. But it's still good.
So yours is
It's on my screen, but it's not on your screen. Let me fix it. My mouse keeps disappearing. Maybe it's off the There we go. That's what I'm after. Good old cartoon for the first thing in the morning.
How much do hurricanes weigh? Yeah, how much? Well, it starts small with a simple white puffy cloud. There's not a cloud in it. And you ask, how much water is in that cloud? How much water? How much does it weigh?
Well, it's like floating around, so it can't weigh much.
We looked it up, and you're going to be surprised.
Okay.
The answer is it weighs about 216,000 pounds.
No way.
Which is roughly the weight of 2/3 of a blue whale. So that's a lot of water up there hanging in the sky.
Yeah, so if it weighs so much, how come the cloud just doesn't fall down?
Well, here's why. Look under the cloud. What do you see?
Just air.
Okay, but now what do you see?
Something.
Right. Under most clouds, this is totally invisible in real life, you will find a warm current of air rising up. You know warm air rising.
Yes, I know where
And if you zoom in, you can see rising molecules of warm air pushing up, while the water droplets, all those drops, they can't fall because the rising air won't let them fall. As long as the air pushing up is stronger than the droplets coming down, the cloud stays floating in the sky.
And that's why they float?
That's the main reason.
Okay, so we know how heavy a white fluffy cloud is and why it floats. What about one of these storm clouds?
Ah, you mean one of those dark at the bottom?
Yeah, they come cumulonimbus.
Yeah, you mean a typical cumulonimbus cloud. It weighs about 105.8 million pounds. That's 353 blue whales worth of water.
That's
That's a whole lot of water that any time could happen. Which brings us, this being the season, to hurricanes. So how much does a hurricane weigh? Well, the numbers here are kind of staggering. A typical North American hurricane carries roughly 108 billion pounds of water. Now that works out to something like the weight of 360,000 blue whales. That's more blue whales than there are on this planet, moving across the sky. Hurricanes, you should know, are immense water-moving machines. They take water from one part of the planet and they drop it on another part of the planet, and the volume, the weight of all that water is enormous.
All right. So yeah, like I said, kind of aimed at kids, but it's still quite a useful video. Yeah. Questions on that? You want to see it again? No. Good. Okay. We'll move on. Excellent. There we go. Okay. So types of cloud. When we're talking about cloud, there are two ways we classify them. We talk about the stability and instability of the cloud, okay, which we'll get to in a second. And then we're also classifying it in terms of the height. And there are three different kind of classifications. We've got lower level, mid-level, and upper level cloud. That poster depicts them all quite nicely as well, for those of you that can see it. So basically, that's all it comes down to. Is there are two different kinds of cloud, and then there are three different types of height that we can classify that cloud at. And that's how the practice goes. Okay. So, first two main types are cumuliform and stratiform cloud. Okay, so it's cumulus and stratus. The top one is cumulus. It's kind of got that puffy kind of look to it. Often a flattish base, and then it sort of puffs up at the top. Okay, they're inherently unstable. Okay. If a massive air is unstable, what does that mean? What's it going to do?
Keep rising.
Yeah, it'll keep rising. It wants to go up. Wants to go away from where it started. Stratiform or stratus cloud tends to be quite layered and wispy. Can often be thin. Looks a little bit like that. So it's sort of more widespread. Doesn't have the vertical development that you find in cumulus cloud. Stratiform is inherently a lot more stable than cumulus. Okay? So what do I mean by stable?
Doesn't rise.
Doesn't rise. Yeah. Sometimes it rises a little bit. A lot of the time it wants to sink. A great example of that is fog. Okay, fog is just stratus cloud on the ground, okay, because it's stable, it wants to sink, so it goes all the way down to the ground. Okay. So that's what we're considering a cumulus or cumuliform cloud and stratus cloud. All right, easy. Unstable and stable. Right, so cumuliform cloud, it's got that really obvious kind of vertical development. You can kind of see it sort of puffing up. Some of them, like towering cumulus, just keep going up and up and up, and they're pretty cool to look at. You get some pretty impressive cloud formations. Can be on a scattered continuous line. The rain that we'd associate with it can often be heavy, and there's usually a lot more turbulence associated with cumulus cloud, especially if you're flying through them. Because of the updrafts and the downdrafts that exist within them. Pretty common to find icing in it as well, especially at higher levels. Definitely a hazard. We'll go into a few further classifications of cumulus in a second. Alright, stratiform, so more stable. Usually quite uniform and layered. Continuous light precipitation is what we associate with it, so that's where you get drizzle or sort of widespread, quite light rain. Pretty little turbulence, though they're often quite smooth to fly through. They can have icing in them as well. Alright, does anyone know what that is?
That volcanic ash.
Volcano cloud. It does look a little bit like it, eh? And volcanoes can form cumuliform cloud, which we'll get to in a second. It's called pyrocumulus. So, that is how we classify the different heights of the clouds. Okay, so low-level cloud places below 7,000 feet. Mid-level between 7 and 17,000, which will always start with the prefix alto. And then high or upper-level cloud will be above 17,000 feet, and that starts with the prefix cirro. When you get a second, have a look at the poster and it describes all of them really well. They're all colour coded as well. Yeah, make sure you got that down.
Is that 7,000 feet above the ground or 7,000 feet in itself?
I think so. Alright, anytime we use the prefix nimbo or nimbus, what we're doing is describing the moisture content of the cloud. Okay, so anything that's nimbostratus, cumulonimbus, that means it's got a lot of moisture in it. Okay, they're often a lot sort of darker than regular cloud. They've got that kind of greyish black look to them because they're holding a hell of a lot of moisture. They're often a bit more dangerous, more unstable, and more likely to produce rain as well. Okay, so nimbo or nimbus, high moisture content. Alright, high level clouds. So starting at the top, cirrus is the most common. Looks pretty cool. It's that sort of upper level, wispy kind of feathery cloud. Often made of ice crystals because it's so high. Okay, so the water's actually frozen and suspended rather than in liquid form. Vertically, they're quite thin. They often signal the approaching warm front as well. So before a warm front comes, maybe a day before, you might see a lot of this leading the warm front. And then as the warm front comes through, the cloud base will get lower and lower as the day passes. They can often signal jet streams as well, especially the shape of them, which are very high-speed upper level winds. Very cool, so the cirrus clouds. High cloud. Alright, so cirrus stratus. So this is stratus above 17,000 feet basically. Often it's a little bit transparent, so you get these, if you look at the sun through it, you get a little bit of a halo, quite wispy looking. Once again, commonly ice crystals instead of water vapor as well. And of course, cirrocumulus is just high level cumulus. From the ground, it looks pretty cool. It almost looks like sheep's wool because it's so far away, so you can kind of see the texture of it. Same concept. Often made of ice crystals as well, so there's some cirrocumulus there. Which one's that? Yeah, cirrostratus. So it's nearly transparent because it's so thin, and you often get, like, if you look at the sun, that halo effect through it as well, which is pretty cool. All right, middle level cloud. So anything starting with alto is that middle level cloud. Actually, I'm just going to go back for a second. It's worth pointing out the symbols for these clouds as well, because when it's forecast, it'll always start with a symbol. We don't need to worry so much about the high level and mid level cloud because we're not going to be flying there. Okay, we aren't going to go above 10,000 feet. But the code for cirrus is CI. So if you see that there, that's cirrus. Cirrostratus, CS. And as you can imagine, cirrocumulus, CC. Yeah. Alright, mid level cloud. So alto cumulus, AC. Is just cumulus at mid levels, okay? Same kind of concept as cirrocumulus, except a little bit lower down, heat mass in the cloud. A little bit of instability in the atmosphere creates that. They can cover the whole sky. They're a combination of water and ice crystals, depending on how high they are, because those alto level clouds do cover quite a range. You know, the lower levels may well be water droplets, and higher level might be water vapor. Ice crystals. Right, alto stratus, so the same thing except stratiform cloud, so it's going to be a little bit more layered, not as deep, a little bit more stability. This might be as the warm front gets even closer. Okay, so you start off with that cirrus cloud above 17,000, and as the hours go by, it might turn into alto stratus as the cloud base gets lower and lower. It often covers a large amount of the sky as well, so the alto stratus can be quite widespread. It's fairly benign though.
So it's more likely for a type to sort of come through the different layers than it is to transform in that layer to the other type.
So yeah, it's not, the cloud itself isn't actually moving. The movement would be horizontal, but because you're in one place, it's going to feel like the cloud's getting lower. Does that kind of make sense? That's not to say cloud can't go up and down, because it can. As day falls, like today, the cloud's going to be rising. And then at night time, sometimes the cloud bases will go down because the temperature cools, so the air starts to sink. But when we're talking about a warm front moving through, the front moves horizontally, so it starts off with upper level cloud. So if we consider a warm front, we've got a little closer on it, kind of looks, that's the ground, it looks a little bit like that. It passes through, so you've got the upper level cloud, and it's moving that direction. Okay, so if you're at that point, you'd observe the cirrus, and then maybe 6 hours later, you start to get the alto cloud, and then the cloud base gets a lot lower when you're actually at the warm front. We'll look at fronts a little bit later today as well. All right, so that's altostratus AS. Same as altocumulus, it's usually a combination of ice crystals and water vapor, water droplets, sorry. Virgo, does anyone know what that is? I've said it before. There's a picture of one. It's rain which never touches the ground, basically, so it evaporates before it gets to the ground. There we go. That's the stratus, and that's the cumulus at alto levels. Alright, lower cloud. So this is kind of what we're most interested in, because this is the sort of realms that we're flying in our Robins and our 172s. So first up, stratus, ST. So that's that layered cloud. Okay, a lot more stable than the cumulus cloud. Often covers the whole sky. Bases can be a little bit lower. In fact, as I said before, if it's fog, then the cloud base is all the way onto the ground. But often the bases are below 1,000 feet. It's where you get that kind of widespread, kind of miserable weather, but it's not really bad. Like there's no thunderstorms or anything. It's just kind of dreary and miserable and quite calm sometimes as well. They can form by lifting fog. Okay, so if this fog as day breaks, you'll start to get stratus cloud as the cloud bases lift. And often mixing of warm and cool air as well. Okay, as the air starts to sink, you get stratoform forming. Of course, water droplets down at the levels that we're talking about. Commonly drizzle, so the droplets that fall out of stratus are quite small, often quite light, but they're quite widespread as well. On the rain radar, they usually appear as yellow and blue, but not much more dense than that. Okay, so there's a picture of a stratiform cloud. It's often quite hard to depict the bases just from the ground because it's just quite a uniform layer, so you don't really get the depth perception that you might get when you're looking at cumulus, because it's got quite a good shape to it. Okay, cumulus. So as we said before, a little bit less stable than stratiform, sometimes a lot less stable. So they kind of stack up flat bases and you get that sort of round fluffy top, which is due to the convective rising. Okay. Now the common thing we find with cumulus cloud is it's got a lot more vertical development. Okay, so the development of the cloud is sort of up and down rather than horizontal. And you'll often find that they're a lot more separated in the stratiform. Yep, suspended water droplets. Quite common to get precipitation from cumulus. Strong vertical currents. The turbulence in cumulus clouds are going to be quite a bit more than in stratus cloud. Quite common to find icing, especially if it's a tall cumulus cloud, you find icing at the top if you fly through it. Aircraft can pick up ice anytime they fly through visible moisture below 0 degrees. Yeah? So if you fly through that cloud and the outside air temperature is -2, it's quite possible you'll get icing on the leading edges of the wings and that kind of thing, depending on how long you're actually flying through it. So there's some good examples of cumulus cloud. Okay, stratocumulus. So it's SC for the code. It's thin stratiform cloud. It's stratiform cloud that's a little bit less stable than the standard one, which is why it's sort of a combination of the two. Okay, so it's layered, but it's quite puffy. It's got a little bit of vertical development in it as well. Often formed by turbulence, which mixes the cloud. Okay, so there's a lot of airflow. It will blend the two types of clouds together. Between 1,000 and 7,000 feet, mainly water droplets. Sometimes light precipitation. That's not really associated with any kind of real severe weather. Yeah, typically pretty stable above the stratocumulus layers as well.
Is that what, was it yesterday morning or Monday morning? We had that sort of thinnish, consistent layer, and then at the end of the day it sort of burnt off.
It was probably yesterday morning actually. So it was quite low yesterday. So yeah, there was definitely a bit of stratocumulus there. Fair bit of stratiform as well. It was pretty stable. Yesterday there was quite a bit of convective turbulence as well. Like the wind wasn't very strong, but it was really bumpy, and that's just due to all the sort of rising pockets of air. So when the sun heats the earth, different parts of it will heat faster, especially the parts which are rising. They can readily accept a lot of heat, and then they heat the air beneath them, whereas the sea doesn't heat it as much. And so you get, like, across a horizontal layer, you'll get lots of different areas of lifting and rising, which makes it quite turbulent, even though it seems quite calm on the ground. It's quite a weird phenomenon sometimes, how bumpy it can get with convective turbulence.
Is that what they call the ground effect? Or is that something?
No, ground effect is more an aerodynamic thing with aircraft. So when you're taking off the landing and close to the ground, the lift that's generated and basically the pressure envelope around the wing gets interfered. It interferes with the ground, and so because of that, what it does is you actually end up getting more lift and less drag because the drag component. Have you looked at it in tech?
Well, like we looked at that, or we didn't look at ground effect per se.
Yeah, so basically the ground reduces the drag because the drag component interferes with the ground when you're within sort of a couple of metres. So you have less drag. So yeah, it's almost like being on a cushion over here in that last couple of metres during the takeoff and landing, which can catch people out sometimes. And they think they're going down, but some of them are not going down anymore. All right, TCU, it's towering cumulus. So we're starting to get into the more adverse weather conditions now. No cirrus. Okay, it starts lower down, usually around sort of the 2,000 foot mark. They can get really, really high. As you can see there, massive vertical development. These things can go from 2,000 to well above 10,000 feet. Okay, so sometimes they're quite a big layer. There can be quite a bit of turbulence associated with them as well. And they look pretty cool. Okay. If you see that sort of thing, that would indicate some pretty unstable conditions. Often when there's thunderstorms and fronts approaching, you get this kind of thing. Cumulonimbus. So cumulonimbus is essentially a precursor to a thunderstorm. Okay. What did nimbus mean? Anyone remember that one? So,
High moisture content.
yeah, nimbo or nimbus means high moisture content. Okay. So when we're talking about cumulonimbus, it's cumulus cloud with a lot of moisture in it. And anytime something has a lot of moisture in it, the instability of it rises exponentially. Okay, so it's cumulus cloud that's really, really unstable. Often at the top you'll see a little bit of cirrus, and sometimes it kind of has that anvil effect in the direction it's going, so it kind of caps off. Really kind of puffy as well. Right, so we often associate heavy showers with this. Okay, this is what's going to give you your more severe weather. With the vertical development, you get very strong turbulence in it, possibly severe. It's the sort of thing, especially if you're flying IFR and going through the cloud, you'd want to stay away from, because it'll be pretty damn bumpy in there. Sometimes the updrafts and downdrafts are pretty extreme as well. You'll often find glider pilots sitting right underneath the cumulus cloud because they get quite a lot of lift. The updrafts are really good, so they can be climbing sometimes at 1,000 feet per minute, just sitting underneath the cumulus cloud. We've just got to be careful that they don't actually go into it. So yeah, often severe turbulence, often moderate and severe icing as well, especially at the upper layers of it. It gets pretty cold inside it. But they're pretty cool looking as well. Just quite dangerous. Alright, so that's your cumulonimbus cloud. Often leads to thunderstorms. Alright, so then we've got nimbostratus. So, based on what we've learned so far, what do you reckon nimbostratus is?
Pretty violent clouds that are widespread.
Not super violent.
What is high moisture content?
Yeah, so the nimbo part means it's got a lot of moisture in it. What does the stratus bit mean?
Stratiform.
Okay, so what do we know about stratus cloud?
Layered.
It's layer. Yeah, just like you see in that bottom picture there, like it's just a sort of continuous layer rather than little sort of puffy bits, eh? And what else do we know about stratus when we compare it to maybe cumulus?
Little turbulence.
Little turbulence?
Stable, more
Yeah, it's quite stable, eh? So it tends to sort of sink, it won't keep rising. So nimbostratus, you might get a little bit of turbulence in it, but it's definitely not going to be as severe as the cumulonimbus that we looked at just before. Pretty common in frontal systems, especially in warm fronts. You might expect a bit of nimbostratus. Very widespread, deep and dense. Moderate turbulence sometimes. Quite continuous precipitation as well because of that high moisture content. There you go, there's a picture of one. The cloud bases can often get quite low as well with stratus cloud because it's more stable, so it tends to sink quite a lot. Alright, next up, artificial cloud. So these are, I guess, the more obscure ones, some of which we've seen a bit recently, eh? Okay, pyrocumulus. What do you reckon that is? I think Harry mentioned this one earlier. Yeah, so anything which is caused by smoke, basically. Now, it's not the smoke itself which is the cloud, but what it does. Does anyone want to take a guess at how it forms?
Is that the nuclei?
There you go. Easy. So what does that do? Why do you need nuclei?
Creating particle for the moisture to cling to?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, condensation nuclei, so small particles of stuff which give the water vapour something to condense onto. Because in the absence of condensation nuclei, so in really clear, clean air, sometimes it's possible for a cloud not to form even though the dew point's been reached because there's just nothing for the vapour to condense onto. So yeah, the smoke provides some of that, and you can often get to the clouds. Have you guys seen some of the pictures from that volcano that erupted recently? Not White Island. Although that's pretty recent as well. The one in the Philippines. Yes. Straight across, you can see it. So that's the one in the Philippines that erupted today. See how high that goes? I think it went up something like 30,000 feet or something. Yeah. There were pilots that initially thought it was like a big thunderstorm. Because thunderstorms, CBs and stuff, they can go well above 30,000 feet sometimes, especially in the tropics. Once you get closer to the equator, because there's so much heat associated with it, you've got the heat, you've got the moisture, and it causes all of it to just keep rising. But yeah, that's a pretty good example of pyrocumulus cloud quite recently.
So the top part of whiter, that is a cloud.
Yeah.
And then obviously the rest is smoke.
It's a combination of smoke and cloud. So there's probably quite a lot of moisture in there as well, because it's going to be really easy for stuff to condense onto. Smoke provides really good condensation nuclei, as does sort of exhaust from aircraft engines and that kind of thing, which is why you get a lot of contrails, not chemtrails, behind aircraft. That's a whole different conversation. Yeah, pretty cool, eh? Alright. So, as we said, smoke provides the condensation nuclei. You often see it all over the camping, I don't know why. Fires, I guess.
All residential
That's why they banned it, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. There's another thing we're going to look at in Canterbury as well, which is the form wind. So that's where you get that really, really strong hot wind that comes down off the Alps. That's probably a bit less impressive than the one we just looked at. All right, other artificial clouds. So contrails. So what are contrails? Given that I've just kind of alluded to that.
Comes out of the airplane.
Something that comes out of the aeroplane. So what's going on there?
It's condensating.
Yeah.
Condensation cloud.
It's basically a condensation from the aircraft engines. Not just the engine, sometimes it can be produced by the wings, okay, because of the low pressure that it generates is enough to drop the temperature. Okay, so anytime the pressure decreases substantially, the temperature will decrease as well. And so if there's condensation nuclei there, then you'll get stuff condensing and contrails. So what are chemtrails?
Is that when the flush the toilet? No.
Has anyone come across that? So chemtrails basically are a conspiracy, probably more common in America than anywhere else. They don't actually exist. Where people think that governments using aeroplanes to spray the population and use it for mind control or whatever. It's worth having a bit of a read out.
They're definitely Americans.
Yeah, it's quite funny. So chemtrails don't exist, contrails do. A big argument they use though is, okay, so why do we only see these clouds over the cities then? They spray the cities, they don't spray the unpopulated areas. So why would that be?
Where all the jetliners go.
Is the airport?
Not necessarily though. It's pretty common, like if you look at somewhere like London, you'll see contrails all over the place. But as soon as it's over the countryside, there's no contrails a lot of the time.
Is that to do with the nuclei?
Yeah, it's just pollution. So cities have got more smog, so there's more condensation nuclei. Okay, you've got those aerosols which are forming in the atmosphere, which will readily accept water vapour and turn it into a droplet, which is why you get contrails forming more over cities than you do over the countryside and the ocean and that kind of thing. Right, a lot of the time it's ice as well, ice crystals. So it's from both the aircraft engines, so all the water vapour coming out of there, but also it can be from the pressure systems created by the wings when they generate low pressure, which means the temperature will drop. Yeah, pretty cool. Have you guys seen them before? I've seen them here sometimes, not quite as much. The air's quite clean around New Zealand, so they're not as common as they are in the States and places like London. If you look at the sky of London, it's just littered with contrails everywhere. Sorry, what were you going to
It's
say?
not like a button they can do. Like sometimes I've seen even in the country where it's like all of a sudden it's just like starts
Yeah.
and then almost stops. Like
Yeah, look, there's a number of things that can affect it. Sometimes if the pressure envelope of the wings changes, so they might change the configuration of the wings if they're appearing to land or something, which would drop the pressure, which would then drop the temperature. But otherwise it's just flying through different pockets of air at different temperatures, different pressures. There may be a higher moisture content that they fly through. There's a range of different reasons why it can happen. Yeah, and you're right, sometimes it's quite distinctive where it starts. It's not like very gradual at all. But yeah, it just depends on the atmospheric conditions at the time. Basically the temperature, the pressure, and the moisture content. Alright. So, cloud assessment. So this is getting into more practical stuff. This is the stuff that you guys need to know on a daily basis when you're checking the weather, which we're going to do a lot of today. Did you have a look at MetFlight yesterday and good look with how to check all the weather? We'll do a bit of a recap on that throughout the day, because that's, I think, one of the most important things for you guys to take away is, as a pilot, how do you check the weather and understand how that affects you. So octaves, have you come across that term before? 1 octa, 2 octa? Okay, so it's eighths. Hope we looked at it in law, didn't we? So sky clear, few scattered, broken. What's the cloud ceiling? If I'm talking about a ceiling, what does that mean?
Top of it.
Top of it. There's a specific definition for the ceiling. comes into law quite a lot as well.
Is it where the sky's or the clouds are broken?
Yeah, so it's the lowest layer of cloud, which covers more than half the sky. Yeah, so it's either broken or overcast. Okay, so 5 to 7 octaves or 8 octaves of cloud. Okay, and it's the height in feet above the ground or above aerodrome level. So when we're talking about cloud in terms of forecasting it, we want to know the cloud type. Okay, so is it cumulus, stratus, is it cumulonimbus? It's a dangerous cloud that we need to be aware of. How much of it is covering the sky, and how high is the base of it. If the base is at 600 feet, well, we can't really take off into the circuit because it's illegal, and 2, common sense tells you probably want to get a bit higher than that. Yeah. So those are the sort of 3 parameters we're interested in when we're looking at assessing the cloud in terms of the forecast. All right. So as we said, ceiling is the height of the lowest level of cloud, which covers more than half the sky. Okay, so there's only a ceiling if it's broken or overcast. Okay, if you're scattered, there's no ceiling. Cloud base is the height of any amount of cloud. Okay, so it's just the bottom of the cloud, even if it's few or scattered. Up to 5,000 feet, it's measured in hundreds of feet. And then from 5,000 feet upwards, it's 1,000-foot intervals when they're forecasting. Up to 30,000 feet. There's a good one of those in your book as well. We are on chapter 9. It's in the book. Yeah, the other one's got a little cutout in it. What I might do is photocopy those for you, because they're actually really good. I'll do that at lunchtime. There's a few colour inserts in the old book, which is combined with the CPL book, and it shows some of the measuring devices to measure the cloud and wind and that kind of thing, and some photos of it. So I'll run you guys off a photocopy of that so you've got some pictures of them. But basically, a ceilometer measures the cloud because it has a laser. So it sends it up, which reflects off the cloud base. Because it's got high albedo. What do we mean by albedo? Did you look at that one yesterday? There you go. Albedo. Sounds a bit like albino. What does that mean? So it's a measure of the whiteness of something. Okay, how white something is. So if something's got high albedo, then it's going to reflect heat energy. Okay, an example is snow. Who's been sunburnt off snow before? Yeah, panda eyes. You got the goggles on. Yeah, it's the same kind of concept. So snow's got really, really high albedo. Same with like the ocean and that kind of thing. Clouds have high albedo. Okay, so on a cloudy day, a lot of the heat energy from the sun gets reflected back up, which is why when it's cloudy, it doesn't get quite as hot.
So is it a measure of reflectivity or a measure of whiteness?
It's a measure of reflectivity, which is associated with whiteness. Yeah. Okay. And conversely, if something is quite black, then we know it's going to absorb a lot of heat, right? So that's got really low albedo, things like the asphalt or the tarmac. It's really, really black. It gets quite hot, or black sand down the west coast beaches, that kind of thing. So, because the cloud base has got high albedo, it's going to readily reflect the laser. That comes down to a photoelectric cell, which then measures the height of that cloud. Okay, that's going to be easy to know for that. They hardly ask about them anyway. But it's called a ceilometer because it measures the ceiling, basically. There is a picture of the device. It can penetrate multiple cloud layers as well, which is pretty handy. So it won't just tell you the first layer, it'll tell you the second and third layer. So it might say few at 3,000, scattered at 4,000, then overcast at 6,000. So it gives you the complete picture, which is quite handy, even though it says incomplete picture. What it means by incomplete picture is that the laser beams about that narrow. So all it's doing is penetrating about a 1 centimetre diameter straight up. Okay, so if you stand a metre that way, it might be sky clear. Okay, so it doesn't really give the whole picture, unless there's someone else looking up there and assessing that it's correct.
Does it take that snap over a period of time though, or there's a chance they could shoot right through and get nothing and be like midday?
It depends on what it's being used for. If it's the ATIS that they use it for, then it's continuously monitoring it, but then the controller is also confirming that what they see is correct. Okay, because as you say, like if it's sky clear and there's like a 1 metre hole in the cloud and it happens to shoot up through that hole, it might say sky clear, no cloud, but the rest of the cloud, the sky might be overcast. Okay, so that's why it's important that they combine that data with basically looking out the window, which is what you get when you check the ATIS.
So it's not taking an average over so many readings.
No, some of them will, but the meta, for example, is just at that instant, and the ATIS is continuously giving a readout of it.
It will an ATIS one always be confirmed by control before it's...
An ATIS will always be confirmed by a controller, because it's the controller who actually changes the ATIS. So when like an aerodrome's off watch, for example, for Nilpai on the weekends when they're on holiday, there's no ATIS, because there's no one up there to produce it. All right, more operational net. So UTC or Zulu time. Obviously, we're currently 13 hours ahead of UTC at the moment. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief when daylight saving finishes, and it's easier to calculate the times again. And then temporarily, Airways goes crazy when daylight saving comes into effect in October again. And everyone seems to be stuffing up their start times because it's 13 hours instead of 12 hours. But yeah, just keep in mind that we're currently 13 hours ahead of UTC. Okay, New Zealand daylight time. Okay, some more operational stuff. Have you guys come across the term SIGMET before? There's a little bit of detail on SIGMETs on your weather card as well, in terms of the different parameters. Okay, so it's any kind of significant meteorological phenomenon. Okay, so it's something which is potentially hazardous, and we need to know about. They've got a validity period of 4 hours. However, if it's volcanic ash or a tropical cyclone, then it's for 6 hours, and then it gives an outlook for the following 12 hours, starting from the end of the SIGMET. All of that information is on that weather card as well, if you want to know the parameters. So just from a practical point of view, we'll just bring up net flight, and I'll show you what we mean. The other one I want to look at is the SIGWEX, which is significant weather, but not quite as hazardous as SIGNETs. Does everyone know how to log into net flight now?
Yep.
I won't worry about going through that too much. Oh, shit, that's big. Alright, so everyone's familiar with that window and what we want to get. So you'll see automatically it selects area forecast, AF, META, SIGMET, which is what we're going to look at now, and space weather advisories as well, which we don't often get. You'll see that there's a couple of SIGMETs there. What is the difference between the two?
One's Oceania and the other one's just the Auckland airspace, is it?
You're on the right track, but you're getting them mixed up. So Oceanic is Auckland airspace. Okay. Although Oceanic is basically outside of that domestic bubble, it's controlled by Auckland. NZZC is the domestic or the New Zealand flight information region, so everything inside New Zealand basically. But yeah, you're absolutely on the right track.
Maybe quite confusing by chucking the old Auckland in there.
Yeah, so I mean the key thing to remember is Auckland does all the briefing and control for the oceanic area, which is like Trans-Tasman, Pacific, and then further south as well, is all controlled and briefed by Auckland. Then inside the New Zealand flight information region, it's mainly Christchurch which controls it. But yeah, it's kind of confusing. Alright, so we will select Tamaki because that's where we are, and get weather briefing. Alright, so the first thing it brings up is cygnets. So what cygnets have we got here? We got any for the New Zealand domestic flight information region? No, there's nothing out, it says none listed. Oh, sorry, none received. So graphically it looks like that. It's just a big empty picture of New Zealand. So there's nothing going on inside there, which is kind of dumb. It's way better teaching you when it's like real stormy and thunderstorms and fronts going through it and all sorts going on.
A big high over it with light coming in.
Yeah, it's pretty boring otherwise. Now you'll see there's a couple of oceanic segments. Can you guys see them okay? So the first one, each one's got a number. So this is segment 19, this is segment 21, just so they can refer to it. But the validity period, okay, so it's a 6-figure number, which is the date and time. So the 21st at 17:31 to the 21st at 21:31. Okay, remember that's always UTC, so you need to add 13 hours to get New Zealand time. NZKL, have you come across that one before? Has anyone been to Wellington or know Wellington at all? The suburbs of Wellington? So NZKL kind of looks like it should be an airport, right? It actually refers to Kelburn, which is a suburb in Wellington, and that's where Net Service Briefing comes from. So that's where we basically all their weather stations in Kelburn, up on the hill. So I can find a photo of it. Let's see if that was correct. I think it is. Maybe that's the middle in there. So anything that comes from Kelburn is coming from that building. It's with the briefing. Okay, so that's why they just put NZKL there, just to show where the briefing is coming from. All right. So, Auckland Oceanic Flight Information Region, EMBD. Any ideas what that might mean? Pretty close, yeah, embedded. TS?
Thunderstorm.
Thunderstorm. Yeah, nice. Yeah, weather.
Should we be?
So, OBS? Observed. So, embedded thunderstorm observed within, and then it gives the coordinates in latitude and longitude. So basically, if you just look at that, then you've then got to go get your map, draw all the dots, and then join the lines, and that's where the thunderstorm is going to be. Okay. Top, FL520, what does that mean?
Top of it's 52,000 feet.
Yeah, top of the thunderstorms is 52,000 feet. Pretty high up. Stationary, no change in intensity. So, conveniently, they also put it on a little map. If we scroll down there to the oceanic segments, there you go. It's quite a big area, actually. It's not normally that large. So, thunderstorms have been observed within that area up to 52,000 feet. So, even the highest performance jet aircraft can't get above that. So, they've got to go around it in that situation. Pretty common around sort of Pacific region, and as you get closer to the equator, you get a lot more severe weather. The tops of the thunderstorms get a lot higher. You generally won't find the tops around New Zealand getting that high. You'll see there's another one here. That's the symbol for thunderstorms. Tops at what altitude?
38.
Yeah, 38,000 feet, so a little bit lower. It's also showing the movement of it, so it's going 30 knots in kind of a southeasterly direction. So it's sort of coming for Canterbury and the west coast of New Zealand. What else can we take from it? Something else I was going to tell you. Oh yeah, so with cygnets, you'll see all the symbols are there. Okay, so anything that's a cygnet is severe weather. Okay, so just because there's no cygnet doesn't mean there's no turbulence or no icing. It just means that none of it's classed as severe. So there's 7 different types Icing, turbulence, thunderstorms, radioactivity, mountain waves, volcanic ash. Okay. Now there's one more which isn't there. Does anyone know what it might be? We were just talking about it. Oh no, we weren't. I lie. We go down there and look at the...
Hurricane having a tornado? No?
Yeah, pretty close. You come might be off the side. That's better. What do you see there that wasn't on the New Zealand one?
Tropical cyclone.
Yeah, tropical cyclone. So why is that not on the New Zealand flood information segments? Why can't we get a tropical cyclone in New Zealand?
It's too cold, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not tropical. Basically, it's just a cyclone. So any cyclone, by the time it gets to New Zealand, is generally classed as an ex-tropical cyclone. So it's just a low pressure system, really. It can't officially be classed as a tropical cyclone. So yeah, in the oceanic briefing areas, you'll see there's 7 of them. In the New Zealand flood information, 6 of them. Okay? And they're all severe weather, which is forecast. So that's about it. Worthwhile just noting down all the symbols as well, so that you can pick them up pretty quickly. If we come down here, there's something else which is similar to a SIGNET, but not quite. So have you guys seen these before? Graphical New Zealand SIGWEX. Yeah. So what do you reckon the difference is between this and the SIGNETs? Can anyone work it out?
It's not severe.
Yeah, what is it?
Moderate.
Yeah, it's moderate conditions. Okay. So if something's not classed as severe, the common one, I guess, is turbulence. But there's going to be a little bit, they'll forecast moderate turbulence in the SIGWEX. Okay, so these are moderate conditions that aren't able to be classed as severe. So there'll be icing, turbulence, radioactivity, which I've never seen, and volcanic ash as well. In addition to that, they also forecast CVs, icing, mountain waves, which we'll have a little look at when we get into the windy stuff, and turbulence as well. Okay, so, here we go. Here's a little bit there. Thank you. Alright, so the symbol is just one little peak instead of 2, like severe turbulence. That says from the surface to 8,000 feet. There's forecast moderate turbulence in the southwestern edge of the South Island and Stewart Island as well. Okay, and then it just shows the area which is forecasted. What about this one here? What does that tell us? You want to have a go at that?
Isolated, embedded.
Cumulonimbus.
Yeah, cumulonimbus.
Above 3,000 feet. Becoming from 01 Zulu clear. Then it's clear from 09.
Yeah, good. So it gives you quite a lot of good information. Where you see the number with that at the bottom and something at the top, what it's showing is the lower limit of it and the upper limit. Okay, so where's the bottom, where's the top of it? So the bottom is 3,000 feet. The top XXX means it's above 10,000 feet. Okay, because this is only a general aviation weather forecast. Everything kind of stops at 10,000 feet. They don't really forecast much above 10,000 feet other than the oceanic stuff. So yeah, the CVs will be somewhere above 10,000 feet. Okay, so pretty high. It's becoming from 01 Zulu. So what time is that local in New Zealand?
2 in the afternoon.
Yeah, 2 p.m. So from 2 o'clock is isolated embedded CVs. So what does isolated mean?
It's contained within that area.
Yeah, they're fairly isolated. So there's just kind of 1 or 2 here and there. They're not sort of all over the place. What about embedded?
They're within other clouds?
Yeah, exactly. So if it's embedded, it means there might be other cumulus or even other stratiform cloud around it. So from a visual point of view, you may not be able to see it. You might be able to see the tops, but if you're flying underneath, you might not be able to see it. From an IFR point of view, when we see embedded CVs, unless we have weather radar, we've got to be really careful because you can't see where they are. you might be flying through a fairly benign cloud and then suddenly you're inside a CP. So that's fairly hazardous if it's embedded. And of course, from 09 Zulu, it's forecast to be clearing, so getting better basically. What time is that local?
10 p.m.
10 p.m. Nice.
So is it saying that from 2 p.m. local, that's the conditions it'll be until 0?
Exactly,
Right.
yeah. It's forecast to be from 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. basically. And they're usually fairly conservative with that, so people won't get too caught out. But it's not going to be up on the dot, 2 p.m. suddenly it falls. They can be wrong though, and they often are, so you've got to take everything with a grain of salt a lot of the time. Okay, so that's SIGMETs and SIGWETs. Any questions on that? Everyone happy with the difference between them and how to interpret them? A lot of the information, which a lot of people forget, is actually contained like around the edges where you've got the legend and the code, and it kind of explains a lot of the stuff here, where it's valid for heights and flight levels. The use of CB implies severe turbulence and icing. Okay. So things like that are well worth reading as well for extra information. Okay. It'll also have the issue time and the validity period as well. So when's this one valid for? If we're talking about local time in New Zealand. Anyone want to have a go at that?
10 a.m.
What day?
today.
Today. How do we know it's today?
Does it say
Because I just brought it up and it must be today.
Yeah,
it's in the front.
Plus.
So what is 21?
The day.
The day, yeah. So because it's UTC, we know it was 13 hours behind that. So it must be today local time.
Until 1 p.m.
Until 1 p.m. today. Good. The more you practice those, the easier it gets. Otherwise it gets a bit confusing. If it's just got a 4-digit figure, then it's just going to be the time normally. Although sometimes it'll be the date and the hour. So you've just got to be careful you don't get caught out by that. I'll show you plenty of examples as we work through it so you can start to pick up the feel of it. Alright, so that is cloud classification. I think that's about it for the moment. Yeah, we'll just have a look at R4s or GraphWars, which is what they're called now. You won't actually find R4s anymore. So there's a good little briefing on decoding GraphWars in your Met card, which I suggest that you use when you're going through them, just so you can pick out all the different information. Did Rob look at a GraphWar with you today? Yeah. We'll just quickly go through one now, just so a bit of a feel for the weather. So weather briefing. So graph 4 is a graphical aviation forecast. So there's one there. So first up, in these little blue boxes, what's that telling us?
Freezing temperature and lightning.
Yeah, the freezing level A. Obviously the freezing temperature is always going to be 0, which is why it says 0 degrees, but it's telling you how high you have to climb in order for it to be 0 degrees. Okay? So if I wanted to pick up some icing, how high do I need to climb if I'm in Northland? Yeah, 15,000 feet, eh? So it's pretty high, which is quite common in the summer. In the winter it can get pretty low, which is a big consideration when we're flying IFR, because a lot of the time the lowest safe level is higher than the cruising level. So if we don't have anti-ice, we can't go flying. Side of the mountains are icing and both are pretty bad, unfortunately. Alright, so if we consider maybe we're going down to New Plymouth, so this one's kind of covering quite a large area, all the way from sort of the Kaipara and even Northland down to Taranaki. So what sort of weather might I expect around that area? Anyone want to have a go at that one?
broken cloud
Okay.
from 1,500 feet to 2,500 feet, and
So yeah, what it's saying is, especially because it's covering quite a wide area, the bases of the cloud will be between 1500 and 25. Okay, so somewhere between there, and the tops will be about 3000 feet. Okay, so it's always going to have the tops on top, and then the bottoms on the bottom. All right, continue. Base.
Base of 1000 feet. LCA.
Locally.
Locally, yep. What about BFR?
Before.
It's not biennial flight review. Yeah, before. If you're unsure of these, the net decoding card's pretty good for most of them. Before what time?
20 Zulu.
9.
So 9 a.m. 20 km, what does that mean?
Visibility.
Yep, visibility 20 kilometres. NSW?
No.
Cool. What about the last one?
And 2000 meters.
Have you come across BR before? Yeah, mist. It's one of the really obscure ones, but because it's so obscure, people usually pick it up quite quickly because it keeps coming up and you're like, oh, I better learn. BR equals mist. Okay, and DZ? Drizzle. LCA?
Likely.
Luckily, okay. So, what's happening when there's mist and drizzle?
It's going down to 2,000 metres.
Yeah, the visibility is reducing to 2,000 metres in mist and drizzle, which kind of makes sense, doesn't it? If it's misty and drizzly, yeah, the visibility is going to reduce. Okay, so they're quite logical if you kind of read between the lines like that. Okay, let's have a look at this other one at the top here.
Sorry, when it says locally, what does that mean?
So it'll be localised areas. Okay? It's not going to be kind of widespread over that whole
Keep
area.
your eye out for where those local areas are.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to sort of read between the lines and look at the weather a little bit because it's over quite a large area, right? What about this one? Someone else want to have a go at that? Broken? John, you want to give it a crack?
Yeah, the higher limit broken cloud, the top of the cloud is like 5,000 to 7,000 feet.
Good.
The bottom of the cloud is 1,005 to 2,500 feet.
Good.
Bases. Okay. The cloud base is 1,000 to 1,500 feet. And is that right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. And local, mainly about COT at the coast.
Yeah, cool. So what that's saying is over that area, so it covers quite a large area, it goes all the way from sort of Tauranga all the way up to Whakatane, Plenty, quite a way inland as well. That's Rotorua there. You'll note that all of the main centres, so the main aerodromes, have like a grey dot there. So you can kind of see it out. Does that make sense? So that is Tauranga, Whakatane, Rotorua. So what it's saying is, yeah, clouds broken usually around 1,500 to 25. However, around the coast, the bases may drop to 1,000 to 1,500 feet in localised areas. And then what you probably do is you look at the TAF for Tauranga, you might look at the ASIS, the forecast for Whakatane, and then it'll give you a bit of a smaller picture as to actually what's going on depending on when you want to operate. Okay, so it's important to take that forecast from a range of different resources and consider the time frame as well that you're going to be operating. So on that, if we're considering the time frame, what's the validity period for a graph 4? Does anyone know? That was a SIGMET.
3 hours.
It's an interesting one. So if we go down to the bottom, just like all of them, it gives you a bit more information about when it was issued and when it's valid for and that kind of thing. Yeah. So it's valid from the surface, SFC, to flight level 100. How high is that?
10,000.
10,000 feet. Okay, so surface to 10,000 feet. It was issued 21st January at 7:20. When's it valid for?
3 hours. Graphol, right?
So if I was about to go flying now, is this the one that I'd look at?
7, 8, 9, 10.
What do you reckon?
Almost.
3 hour knock.
So what it does, and these are an interesting one, is it doesn't give you a window. It doesn't say valid from this time to this time. It just says valid at that time. And the time that it gives you is the middle picture of a 6-hour window. Okay? Because the next one is 6 hours after that. So basically that's plus or minus 3 hours. Okay, so if it's valid at 7 a.m. local, then the validity period would be basically between 4 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Okay, so for another 10 minutes. And then we want to look at the next one, which we expect to be 6 hours later, so valid at 0000, so 1 p.m. A lot of the time it's worthwhile just checking both, so before you go flying and then what's happening after, so you get a bit of a feel for what's happening throughout the day over the time period. For example, if we look at this one, it's going to remain broken at 1500. However, what are the cloud bases doing locally?
Scattered.
Before that?
Dropping.
Yeah, getting pretty low, down to 500 feet in localised areas. So it's probably getting worse initially, isn't it, over the day? And then it's getting better, so becoming scattered from 000. So from 1 p.m. we'd expect it to start getting better, because it was broken and then it's becoming scattered. Also, it's lifting at some 2,000 feet, getting higher. So it'll show you the trend if you kind of read between the lines as well. Any questions on graphols? They're really, really useful, but you've got to be quite active in sort of picking out all bits of information from them. And then, of course, treat it all with a grain of salt. It's not always accurate. As you can see, a lot of the areas that it forecasts are very, very big. Okay, so the weather's going to change across those areas inevitably. So you're not super accurate. You're just going to give you a rough idea of what's happening within certain parameters. Happy? Nice one. Let's take 15 minutes and we'll come back at about 5, 10 past 10. We'll get cracking into whatever's next.
Can I ask, the bowl line, is that supposed to show
Whereabouts?
like these bowl lines?
Yeah.
Is it supposed to show that this is for...
Exactly, yeah. So the arrow kind of points to the area that it's forecast. Those aren't fixed areas. They change depending on what the actual weather's doing. Like sometimes there might just be a line here and there might be an arrow pointing to everything north of here. Okay? So yeah, they show where the arrows are pointing. For example, up here, there's everything through here, so it's that one there.
Oh, okay.
Makes sense. It's a little bit confusing at first until you kind of have a look at it and see between, it divides all the different forecasts up. Which is pretty exciting. You guys haven't done wind yet, have you? Fantastic. So we're in chapter 5 of your blue book. It explains everything pretty nicely in there as well, so I suggest you have a good read of it tonight just to kind of see some of the stuff that we're going to look at. There we go, chapter 5, wind. Alright, so does anyone want to take a stab at why we have wind? What creates it? Why what some days windier than others?
High pressure to low pressure.
High pressure to low pressure? So changes in pressure?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes the changes in pressure?
Temperature.
Yeah. It's all pretty straightforward. Everything interacts. So how would I get a low pressure system forming? What would do that? Say again?
High temperature.
Yeah. So if the sun heats the ground, then the ground's going to heat the air directly above it, isn't it? And then all of that air is going to start expanding. Because it's expanding and heating, it's going to rise. So because it rises, the pressure's going to be lower, right? So So therefore you've got your low pressure system, and then you've got air rising here, and you've maybe got cold air over here with high pressure, so that's going to come and fill the gap. So horizontally, we consider a horizontal plane, so that's the Earth. Red's going to be high, blue's going to be low. Yeah. So we've got a high pressure system here. That means the air is sinking. If you've got a low pressure system over here, it's going to be rising. Okay, so we get this flow from high to low pressure because all of that air has to go replace all of that air. So we ended up finding that it flows that direction. Okay, and that's where our wind starts to come from. So we've got changes in pressure. There's another thing we're going to look at called Coriolis force, or more accurately, the Coriolis effect, which has an effect on this as well. It's really important to notice it's not really a force, it's just a phenomenon or effect because the Earth's spinning. I've got a couple of really good videos which will hopefully help cement the idea, because it's a really strange concept to understand otherwise, and I think videos are the best way to explain it. But anyway, let's get cracking into it. Alright, so wind is the horizontal movement of masses of air due to the forces acting upon it. Okay? Those forces are generated by a pressure gradient. What do we mean by a pressure gradient?
Changing pressure.
Yeah, so anytime there's a gradient, there's a difference between one place and another, horizontally or sometimes vertically, and that gradient determines the strength and direction of the wind. Okay, wind speed and direction is expressed as a velocity. How do we measure it in aviation?
Knots.
Yeah, normally knots, eh? Obviously it can be measured in metres per second. Commonly when you see forecasts that are non-aviation, it'll be in kilometres per hour as well. Direction's always given from where the wind is coming from. I don't think blowing's the best way to describe it because it's a bit ambiguous. Okay? To the nearest 10 degrees. Okay? So if I'm saying there's a northerly wind, what does that mean?
Blowing north.
Coming from north.
Yeah, it's coming from the north, blowing to the south. Okay, so you always talk about where it's coming from. Okay, when I line up on runway 21 facing that direction, then hopefully there's some kind of southwesterly wind, which means the wind is coming from that direction, blowing towards me. Okay, it's really important to understand that concept, and it's not the other way around. Is everyone happy with that? Okay, wind speed is usually given in knots, as we discussed. Okay, forecast is always going to give the wind in degrees true. Okay, what do we mean by degrees true? True north, as opposed to what?
Magnetic.
Okay, so what's the difference between the two? We'll look at this a
True
little
north
bit more.
is
in
the
math.
geographical location on top of the Earth, whereas magnetic is to do with the magnetic field around the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. So true north is basically the North Pole. Okay, the top of the Earth. Is that the globe out next to it, or is it gone? Did Rob look for it the other day?
Yes.
I thought we got a new one. That's really annoying. I've got a cylinder here. I don't have a globe. Typical. So yeah, top of the Earth or the North Pole is going to be true north. Magnetic north is normally around Hudson Bay in Canada. Okay, so it's offset quite a lot. Obviously, magnetic north is changing gradually as well as the magnetic fields on the Earth change. So the difference between the two varies depending on where you are on Earth. Does anyone know what it is around kind of the Auckland area?
About 19.5.
Yeah, it's about 20 degrees. So it's 20 degrees east, which means that magnetic north is 20 degrees less than true north. Okay, just to give you a bit of an idea. You'll look at this in a lot more detail when you do navigation tomorrow and Friday as well. Okay, so we've got two terms here which I want you to sort of take note of, maybe even write them down. One's veer and one's back. Okay? And what they're doing is describing the change in wind direction. Okay? Basically, the direction can only change in two ways, either left or right, yeah? Or clockwise or anti-clockwise. So if we're saying that the wind is veering, or veer, it means it's changing in a clockwise direction. Okay? So to give you an example, if it was coming from the north, like that, and it's now coming from the east, then it's veering because it's going clockwise in terms of the change. Yeah? Does that make sense to everyone? If that's north and that's east, then that would be veering. Backing is could be the opposite of that, so a change of wind in anti-clockwise direction. Now, the way that they've sort of explained that there is back. If you take the AC and back, it's anti-clockwise. I don't know if that helps or not. I just remember veer is clockwise and back is anti-clockwise because it's going backwards. Whatever works for you. Is everyone happy with those two concepts? 90% of the time, something on those will come up in the exam, so it's well worth just knowing. Alright, if the wind change occurs in a clockwise direction, it's set to veer. Change in the anti-clockwise direction, it's set to back. Okay? In the southern hemisphere, now this is very important, in the southern hemisphere, the surface wind will back and increase after sunrise. Okay, so it's going to go that way and get stronger after sunrise, and it will veer and decrease after sunset. Okay, make sure you're really clear on that. Okay, it's only for the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, it's the opposite in terms of the direction. Obviously, the strength is still the same. Go as an example, backing and veering. Okay, did everyone get that before I move on? Okay, so after sunrise in the southern hemisphere, it's going to back and increase. At sunset, it's going to veer and decrease. Has everyone noticed that before when the sun sets and the night time comes? Calms down quite a lot, and then in the morning as the sun starts to come up, the wind starts to increase a bit. That's pretty common. Okay, geostrophic force, commonly also referred to as Coriolis force. So the concept here is that unsteered bodies, okay, so a mass of air going through the atmosphere, is subject to apparent deflecting, right in the northern hemisphere and left in the southern hemisphere. Note that it's only apparent because of the relative movement of the Earth compared to the mass of air. Okay? So it appears to be deflecting to us while we stand on the surface, but we know it's the Earth rotating underneath it, which causes this apparent deflection. However, because wind is only relative to the Earth's surface anyway, even though it's apparent, it still affects us, right? Because it's still a mass of air which is moving relative to the surface of the Earth. Bear with me while I explain this a bit further, and you should start to understand. So key thing to just take away from that, if you look at that bottom diagram, is that if you consider a mass of air coming out of the equator, so the wind's blowing from the equator, if it's blowing northward, it's going to deflect to the right, and if it's blowing to the south, it will deflect to the left. Okay? And that's due to the rotation of the Earth. Same concept there. Just showing the actual example here. It's often referred to as Coriolis force or the Coriolis effect, right? And it's one of two determinants which determine the direction and strength of the wind. The size of this force is directly proportional to the different components. Okay, so as the latitude increases, the magnitude increases, i.e. further up or down the Earth you go. Of course, if the wind is slower, then it means it's a weaker Coriolis force. Okay. Does everyone kind of get the idea of it? I don't expect you to be 100% on it yet because I know it's a weird concept, but you kind of get the gist of the key things. Yeah. I've got a couple of good videos that I want you to watch. And hopefully you pick this up. First one is kind of an analogy, which uses a merry-go-round to explain it, which is quite cool. There we go, you can see it okay.
Simple game of catch, I think I've found a way to show an effect that will have you doubting your very own eyes. Now they don't know it yet, but our budding ball players sitting on a specially rigged merry-go-round are about to demonstrate a rather astonishing optical illusion. Here's the game, right? You're going to throw the ball straight to Victor, right? But this time, I'm going to complicate things slightly. I'm going to rotate to the merry-go-round counter.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was a cross.
Clockwise. So you throw it whilst it's moving. What's going to happen?
I don't know why, but I feel like if we're going fast enough,
Yeah.
like I might actually be the one catching the ball.
Okay, so you're going to throw it and you're going to catch it. All right. What's going to happen, dude? I was going to veer off to the left. So the ball is going to swerve off to the left, and you might catch it, possibly. Okay, good. Right, so what's going to happen?
I think it's just going to come straight to me and I'm going to catch it like a champion that I am.
Show me the catch. Okay, good. Right, okay, so everyone, no, hang on, one more.
He's not arrogant.
Just quietly
He's not
confident.
catching it. He's not catching it, no.
So what's going to happen to the ball?
I'm catching it. It's right here.
Great, so we've got 1 second to go off to you, 1 second to come to you, Spencer, and you think it goes straight ahead, but you think you'll be the one catching it.
Yeah.
Now remember, the ball will be thrown straight across the spinning merry-go-round, but where will it end up? Will it be caught by the thrower? Will it be caught by the person opposite? Will it be caught by the person to the thrower's left? Or by the person to the thrower's right?
What do you guys reckon before we continue? Place the bets to the left.
Right.
There's no wrong answer.
It's spinning anti-clockwise, right?
Yeah. I think it's going clockwise.
Straight across the spinning merry-go-round, but where will it end up? Will it be caught by the thrower? Will it be caught by the person opposite? Will it be caught by the person to the thrower's left? Or by the person to the thrower's right? Right, in your own time, throw the ball! So the answer was D. It was caught by the person on the thrower's right. Our camera angles seem to show the ball bend in the air. So is that a camera effect, or are we seeing what they saw? Hang on, this couldn't get much more simple. The idea was just to throw the ball straight to Victor to show us his amazing catching skills, right?
Yeah, it did. It just curved right over.
So let me get this straight. So you threw the ball, it left your hands, and then what?
And then you just got sucked over to him.
In the air.
Yeah. Perfect throw.
What did you see?
Yeah, curved right in.
Right, so we all agree here the ball curved in midair.
Yeah.
And you didn't cheat this at all?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And do you know why it did that?
No.
No idea. It's called the Coriolis effect. And it's very simple. It's objects in motion appearing to be, it's an optical illusion, appearing to be deflected off their intended course. So what's actually happening here is you are throwing this ball. You can only throw a ball in a straight line. Can I clear that up straight away?
Yes.
Even though it appears in your eyes to be bending. So you throw the ball straight, it still goes straight, but the table is moving blue. And all of a sudden, look who's in front of that straight moving ball, and it looks like it's bent off to the right because you're still looking at the guy you're intending to throw to, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a Coriolis effect.
Wow.
Does that kind of make a bit more sense now?
Yes.
So it's exactly what's happening with the wind when it leaves, for argument's sake, the equator as it bends, okay, or appears to bend. However, because it's a massive air in relation to the surface, it's still the wind, right? So it's still going to be affecting it and changing the direction of. I've just got one more I want you to have a look at, and hopefully that'll sort of cement the idea pretty nicely.
So it's on mute.
Is it on mute? Can you not read? Normally they at least have music.
If you've ever watched the news during a hurricane or wintertime nor'easter, you've probably noticed that big storms spin over time as they travel. In the northern hemisphere, they spin counterclockwise. But if you were watching a storm in the southern hemisphere, you'd see it spinning clockwise. Why do storms spin in different directions depending on their location? And why do they spin in the first place? A storm's rotation is due to something called the Coriolis effect, which is a phenomenon that causes fluids like water and air to curve as they travel across or above Earth's surface. Here's the basic idea. Earth is constantly spinning around its axis from west to east. But because Earth is a sphere and wider in the middle, points on the equator are actually spinning faster around the axis than points near the poles. So imagine you were standing in Texas and had a magic paper airplane that could travel hundreds of miles. If you threw your airplane directly northward, you might think it would land straight north, maybe somewhere in Nebraska. But Texas is actually spinning around Earth's axis faster than Nebraska is, because it's closer to the equator. That means that the paper airplane is spinning faster as well, and when you throw it, that spinning momentum is conserved. So if you threw your paper airplane in a straight line toward the north, it would land somewhere to the right of Nebraska, maybe in Delaware. So from your point of view in Texas, the plane would have taken a curved path to the right. The opposite would happen in the southern hemisphere. An object traveling from the equator to the south would get deflected to the left. So what does this have to do with hurricane spinning? Well, at the center of every hurricane is an area of very low pressure. As a result, the high pressure air surrounding the center, or eye, of a storm is constantly rushing toward the low pressure void in the middle. But because of the Coriolis effect, the air rushing toward the center is deflected off course. In the northern hemisphere, the volumes of air on all sides of the eye keep getting tugged slightly to the right. The air keeps trying to make its way to the middle and keeps getting deflected, causing the entire system to spin in a counterclockwise direction. In the southern hemisphere, where the Coriolis effect pulls air to the left, the opposite happens. Storms spin around the eye in a clockwise manner.
Does that make sense? Yeah, it's a good little video. So when we're considering examples of this, and basically everything we talk about with weather and aviation, we're always going to refer to the southern hemisphere. A lot of the time we can safely assume that the opposite is true in the northern hemisphere. Okay? So a low pressure system, if we consider both the pressure gradient and the Coriolis force together, means that wind will flow clockwise around it in the southern hemisphere. Okay? And therefore a high pressure system, air will flow anti-clockwise around it because of that same reason. Okay? And obviously the reverse is true in the northern hemisphere. But if you just remember everything in reference to the southern hemisphere, then it's easiest, because that's what they normally talk about in exams, and that's where you're going to be flying, hopefully. Unless you get lost. Any questions on that so far? No? Cool. when they question you on it in the exam, they don't usually get super complicated. It's just kind of like the key components and the variables, and they don't go into a lot of detail. So just as you imagine, just as long as you understand the key concepts, you'll be fine. All right, moving on. That's Coriolis force. Geostrophic wind is just wind. It's a hypothetical wind which flows exactly parallel to straight isobars. Okay? In reality, that doesn't really exist because the isobars are never straight. They always have some kind of curve to them. So geostrophic wind doesn't really exist. Okay? But this kind of just demonstrates how pressure gradient, i.e. going from high to low pressure, combines with the Coriolis force to give us our wind direction. Yeah? So you've got high pressure on the bottom, low pressure on the top, and it's deflecting to the left as it gets towards the low pressure system. All right, friction layer. So friction layer is an interesting concept. You guys have listened to an ATIS before, right? Has anyone not listened to one? Seen one?
I don't think I've listened to one.
Yeah, we can listen to it or we can see it published. Now, that's all right, we'll look at one in a second anyway. Now, the ATIS always gives the 2,000 foot wind as well as the surface wind. Any idea why that might be?
Due to terrain, so it could change if you're coming through a valley.
Okay, yeah.
Wind shear, maybe.
Wind shear is another one. Yeah, there's a few reasons. Wind shear is a big one. Another influence, I guess, is friction layer. So it's very arbitrary, but around 2,000 foot is where we consider to be clear of the friction layer. The friction layer changes at night time because it becomes more dense. But what we're talking about when we refer to the friction layer is that layer of wind and air and atmosphere, which when it's moving is affected by the terrain beneath it. Okay, and it's basically retarded, so it slows down because of all the surface irregularities, hills, mountains, buildings, etc. It's going to change sometimes the direction and definitely the strength of the wind as well. Now, a couple of things affect it. The key things that affect it are day versus night, but also over land versus over the water. Okay. At night time, it's going to be a lot more dense, and therefore the depth is a lot lower. At daytime, it kind of expands. Okay. Any idea why? Why would the friction layer be bigger in the daytime and more condensed at night time? It's higher in the layer, so the air expands. Okay. And because of that, we observe that wind is a lot lighter at night time. Okay? Because it's more dense, it's more affected by the terrain and the surface beneath it, and therefore it's going to be a lot slower. It also determines the depth. So yeah, when you've got sort of mountainous terrain and stuff, the friction layer gets a little bit higher because of the terrain beneath it. Over the ocean, it's typically a lot thinner, okay, because it's not as affected. So the airflow over the ocean is a bit smoother, and we often find it's more stable over the ocean as well. So there's less orographic turbulence when we're flying. All right. Friction layer is more dense during the night, which causes the wind within the layer to be reduced even further. Okay. In the daytime it's greater, and so it makes it less dense, and therefore it's easier for the wind to move freely. So the wind's stronger in the daytime than it is at night time. The Coriolis force is proportional to the wind speed. So the friction layer affects the magnitude of the Coriolis force, which is why the wind direction changes at night time and the daytime, okay, is due to the strength of the Coriolis force. Now, the easiest way to remember it in terms of climbing and descending in an aircraft is DVD and AVI. Okay, so if you're descending through the friction layer, so you're going down maybe through 2,000 feet down to the surface to land, then you'd expect to descend, veer, and decrease. Okay, so the wind is going to veer, i.e. it's going to go clockwise, and the strength will decrease as you descend to the surface. If you're departing, so you're climbing up, you've just taken off and you're climbing up to 2,000 feet, then ADI So ascend, back, and increase. Okay, so the wind's going to increase and it's going to back. So if it's an easterly, it'll start to go more towards a northerly. Does that make sense for everyone? Okay. But so a good little acronym to remember, so you know what's going to happen. Okay, more friction layer stuff. So due to gradient friction over the land, the surface wind can change direction by as much as 30 degrees and lose about 2/3 of its airspeed. Pretty significant. Over the sea, because there's less of friction layer, the wind doesn't change as much direction, and reduction in wind speed's around 1/3 during the 24-hour period, because the friction layer is a lot thinner over the ocean. Has anyone seen a windsock like that before? Does anyone know what kind of windsocks we have here in most of New Zealand at the aerodromes? So if it's completely horizontal, what would that mean? Windy. It's windy, yeah. You're not wrong. So if you see a windsock, it looks like that. What strength would the wind be?
You can class gale.
Well, I wouldn't call it a gale. It's pretty breezy though. So most standard windsocks in New Zealand at aerodromes will be a 25 knot windsock. Okay? So what that means is when it's perfectly horizontal and sustained, then the wind is around 25 knots. So anything more than 25 knots is pretty hard to judge from a windsock alone. In your book, you just turn to page 5-5. You'll see that there's 5 different examples of windsock. So if it's completely vertical, so there's nothing there, obviously it's going to be a variable wind, pretty insignificant. As soon as it's about 30 degrees, that's around 8 knots. Okay? So it's about 1/3 of the way up. 45 degrees is around 15 knot mark. Okay? And then 75 degrees, 22 knots, 90 degrees, 25 knots plus. Okay? So it's a standard windsock that you find. Other ways we can determine wind direction. Wind lanes in the water are a pretty good way of doing it. So if you see that, can you see all the lanes that are kind of tracking through the ripples in the water? So what that would indicate is the direction of the wind. Pretty easy to see, like off the coast of Ovari, like if you're flying around there, especially when the wind is around 90 degrees to the coastline. It's quite distinctive because it crosses a lot of the waves at 90 degrees, just like it is there. And basically, it means the wind's either going that direction or that direction. So you just use a bit of common sense to work out which one it is. Really useful way of telling the wind direction. Wind shadows is another one as well. Does anyone know what I mean by wind shadows on the water? So if you've got like a lake or some kind of water feature like that, and if there's land on this side, what you'll find is that there's a calm spot here if the wind's blowing this direction, and then you find that you've got ripples. So where you get that calmer spot, it's been sheltered by the land beside it, so the wind doesn't affect it as much. It's quite noticeable. So yeah, some various different ways of reading it. Obviously, things like smoke are really good as well if there's anyone that's got smoke going on. Cloud movements, sometimes noticeable, although from an aircraft sometimes it's hard to get the perspective because the relative movement compared with the aircraft doesn't always indicate the correct direction. And it only indicates the upper level winds. If the cloud's at 4,000 feet, it's going to tell you the wind at 4,000 feet, not on the surface, right? Okay, Bayes' Bellet's law. It's not really a law so much as just a pretty simple rule of thumb to work out what direction the wind will be coming from. So it says that if an observer stands with his back to the wind, the low pressure is on his right in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. So, trace the wind coming from today. Yeah, it's a bit of a southerly. So if I stand with my back to the wind, so it's coming from that direction, then there should be a low pressure system in that direction. Okay. And all that's using is the fact that a wind will flow clockwise around a low pressure system in the southern hemisphere. Okay. Quite common to find that in exam questions, and it's a really easy mark if you can just remember that. Okay, so you stand up, back to the wind, and out to your right is a low pressure system. Any questions on that one? It's pretty straightforward. Okay, wind shear. So this is where we YouTube hairy landings at various airports. Watch airplanes. No, I won't do that. What's wind shear? I'm talking about wind shear. What is that?
Is it when wind's going one direction, but then on like the ground it's going the other direction?
Yeah, you're on the right track. So we describe wind shear as a change in wind direction or change in strength through a vertical or a horizontal layer. So basically there's some kind of change in the wind. And remember, because it changes direction, then that's equivalent to a change in strength as well in terms of headwind when we're talking about an aircraft moving through the wind. Okay. So on approach, especially if there's wind shear, so if there's a sudden change in wind or direction, then it's going to affect our approach quite significantly, and it can be quite challenging to fly through because it destabilises the approach. We'll look up some examples just so you can get a bit of an idea. I assume that you guys have also seen this stuff before as well. We'll have a look at. The enlarged one? Okay, thanks. So all of these wind shear approaches are going to go around because the approach is too destabilised to continue it. Rocky ride, eh? Nearly. navigate up pretty quickly. Which is often not a bad idea. Anyway, you get the idea. Wellington's a good one for it as well. If we get a bunch of wind shear on flight, which is always good fun. So as you can imagine, those are pretty large aircraft, a lot of mass, so they're inherently a lot more stable. So if the winds will be able to throw them around like that, it's pretty significant wind shear. And we get wind shear where the wind's quite gusty as well. So if it's forecast to be 20 gusting 30 or something like that, then that's sudden changes in 10 knots of the wind, which is going to make a huge difference, particularly if it's a crosswind as well, because gusty crosswind's quite hard to manage. Right, so variations in direction or speed, and it can be with either height or horizontal distance. Okay, so it can be through a vertical layer or a horizontal layer. We're talking about wind shear. Obviously, abnormal wind shear is dangerous, and we'll have a look at that in a second. Gusts are unlikely to cause major problems. However, large gusts, especially if sustained, have similar effects to wind shear. Abruptly displace the aircraft, and you need pretty quick reaction sometimes to fix it. Alright, so low altitude wind shear, obviously on approach at lower levels. It's often caused by things like mechanical influences, so low hills and buildings and that kind of thing can affect it quite a bit. Vertical wind shear and horizontal wind shear. Okay, so as we're climbing, the wind can change, but it also can change if we're flying level and fly through a different layer. Not as common, but it's okay. Obviously updrafts and downdrafts can create wind shear as well. So for vertical wind shear, if you consider this aircraft flying long, it's got a headwind of 30 knots. Okay, so that 30 knot headwind is making up a component of the airspeed. And at lower levels, so maybe just before it starts coming to land, it reduces to 10 knots. Okay, so that's a reduction in 20 knots of airspeed. Okay, now if that happens quite suddenly, then that's fairly serious. Okay, so you've got a shear boundary there. Indicated airspeed of this aircraft is 130 knots, which means that with a 30 knot headwind, the ground speed will be 100 knots. Okay, the ground speed is obviously taking the wind into consideration. So as it descends through the shear boundary, then what happens is it suddenly loses 20 knots of indicated airspeed. Okay, and because it happens so fast, it's not going to be able to make it up with power or anything like that. So when it loses 20 knots of airspeed, it's just going to sink. So in the aircraft, you'd feel it as just a sudden sinking of it. Has anyone had that when they've been in a commercial airplane on approach? If it's kind of windy and rough, you feel like the plane's sinking a wee bit? No? You've never been on a bumpy flight before? No, you're lucky.
No, I've never been right into approach. I've been in the middle of some barrier and it just drops out of the sky.
Yeah. It's pretty common on approach sometimes. If you do a bit of flying into Wellington, you get it quite a lot, where there's a lot of change in strength and direction as the plane descends. Now, if you consider this in something like a robin, if we got the same kind of thing, if we fly our approach at 70 knots, and then suddenly our airspeed changes to 50 knots without warning, what's the stall speed in a robin? Anyone know?
Isn't it flaps down about, I want to say 48?
Yeah, flaps down is 48. Clean configuration is 57. Okay, so depending on the configuration of the aircraft, it may just stall temporarily, which means there's a lot of loss of lift in a very short time frame. And if that aircraft is only about 200 feet above the ground, which is what it is there, then you're probably going to lose about 100 feet before the power actually can overcome that and accelerate the aircraft. So it can be pretty severe. Obviously, it's more critical for lighter aircraft because they don't have the mass and therefore they don't have the inertia. So they're more affected by turbulence than heavier aircraft. But yeah, it gives you a bit of an example of that. So yeah, I'm sure you guys, within time, will get to do a fair bit of flying in all sorts of weather conditions, and you get used to it after a bit. It's manageable. Okay, horizontal wind shear, not quite as common. So this is where we're flying level flight, and there's a shear line, the vertical line, where you get a sudden change in wind speed. So it's the same concept, except the aircraft wasn't meant to be descending, and then suddenly it does descend. Okay. So you get a bit of energy loss as well. Ground speed won't change as quickly, okay, because the aircraft has inertia. There's also something called negative wind shear, okay, which is where we go the other way around. So often you'll get it on takeoff sometimes, where you're established in the climb and then suddenly it feels like someone's hit the turbo button and you're going up really quick, okay, and that's because you've got a sudden increase in headwind, which is giving you a whole lot of extra lift all of a sudden. But yeah, it's like the reverse concept. Any questions?
So is that where on takeoff you'll see it going relatively stable, but then it will really start to...
Yeah, so your rate of climb might be 500 feet a minute, and then you just hit a bit of a pocket, and you might get 1,000 feet a minute for 5 or 10 seconds. So you end up gaining like a couple of hundred feet.
And is that
in a few seconds?
So then the opposite of that would also be that you're climbing, but then you have a decrease in wind for some reason, and then it drops you down.
That's possible as well, yeah. Not quite as common. Normally the winds are stronger higher up, but definitely can happen. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's just move on to local winds. So this is just looking at winds in a more localised scheme, so not over the grand area. So localised influences are pretty important to understand, especially in somewhere like Auckland where we're really close to hills, we're really close to the coastline on both sides, and that influences a lot of the localised flows. Places like Wellington as well, you get a lot of localised flows because you get funneling effects through the strait, which means the wind speed's going to increase quite significantly too. So we're going to look at sea breeze and land breeze, which is pretty important. Obviously, daytime is very common to get a sea breeze. It's not always that strong, but sometimes it can influence things. If that's already the direction of the wind, then it's going to increase the strength of the wind. If it's the opposite to the overall conditions, then sometimes it will cancel it out as well. So it's really important to consider aerodromes which are quite close to the coast. Often aerodromes with a runway which is aligned parallel to the coastline always have a crossing, because there's always either a sea breeze or a land breeze going straight across the runway. Wanganui is a good example of that, if anyone's been to Wanganui. Alright, so sea breeze during the day. Does anyone want to have a stab at why we get a sea breeze and a land breeze? It's nothing new in terms of the concepts we've looked at. It's all to do with heat exchange.
Yeah, so during the day, the land is hotter, so air rushes from the sea to the land.
Yep.
And then opposite another time.
Yeah. So you get these kind of localised pressure systems because of the day, just like kind of what I was drawing up there. So because the water is going to be more stable in terms of temperature, it takes a lot more energy to heat water than it does land. The land's going to accept that heat energy much more readily, so it'll heat faster. So during the day, as soon as the sun comes up, the land heats a lot quicker. And because of that, we get a low pressure system over the land, the air rises, and then it has to come across here where we get a high pressure system over the ocean. Okay, so you get that localised high and low pressure cell. And then of course the opposite is true at night time. As soon as the sun goes down, the earth is going to lose its temperature a lot quicker than the sea, which is going to hold the temperature very nicely. So then suddenly the land cools pretty quickly, and you get a localised high pressure system above the land, which means that the air tends to flow out to sea, so from high to low pressure. So the cell moves in the other direction. Yeah, it's a pretty simple concept, but it's pretty noticeable, eh? So anytime you're doing flying during the day, which is everything that you're going to be doing initially, it's well worth keeping an eye out for sea breezes, which are pretty common around here. There are places like, have you guys been to Pahanui, the aerodrome here? Bring it up for a second, it's quite an interesting example.
My brother-in-law manages
What's that?
My brother-in-law manages meters with Karanui.
The aerodrome.
Aerodrome.
Really? That's pretty cool.
Just put the fees up on landing.
Oh, really? What are they now?
They were like $100 a year or something.
Yeah.
$2 per check.
That is pretty reasonable, to be honest. For $100 a year, you get quite a lot. So, you can see that, okay. I'll just bring that across. Can everyone see that all right? Might zoom in a little bit more. So, did everyone know where Paranui is? In the Coromandel, on the east side of the Coromandel. Are you familiar with it? Probably not. I'll zoom out a bit and you can see where it is in comparison and everything else. So basically, Auckland's just here, North Shore from the Coromandel here. So if we go down to the Firth of Thames, there's the Coromandel Peninsula out to the east, and then on the other side of the Coromandel Peninsula is Paranui, and down here. So can everyone see the aerodrome and the runway? Yeah, so the runway is a grass runway. It's quite distinctive because you've got a whole lot of houses there, and then a whole lot of houses, and then straight down the middle of it is the runway. It's a pretty cool place to land if you get a chance. But what do you notice about it in terms of where the water is?
It's really close to the coast.
Yeah, it's really close to the coast. What about the other side?
It's like a river thing.
Yeah, it's got water on both sides, eh? So during the day, if there's not much else in terms of the general flow of wind, you'll often find that there's a sea breeze on both sides. So you get this situation where both the windsocks point at each other because the wind's going one direction at one end and the other direction at the other end. So you end up having some pretty interesting approaches. So you'll come in with a tailwind initially, and about halfway down the runway you start to get your headwind, which helps slow you down. It's pretty funny. It's really common. It confuses a lot of people. But yeah, that's why you get that, is the sea breeze influence. So it's really important to consider that when you're thinking about your local knowledge. Alright, so yeah, land being cool in the sea at night cools down a lot faster, and that's where your land breeze. Okay, let's move on. So anabatic and katabatic winds. So this is when we're considering things like valleys and the effect that it has on the wind. This is a really simple concept and you'll pick it up straight away. In fact, can anyone try explaining it to me based on those two diagrams and what we know about cold air and hot air? What sort of wind might we observe in this valley at night time versus daytime?
Warm air rises.
Okay, good. Warm air rises. So, when do we often get warm air? Daytime. Good. So what's going to happen in the daytime in the valley?
Up the valley or up the valley?
Excellent. Okay, it will tend to flow up. Now, when it flows up, it's not very fast because gravity is working against it. Okay, so these aren't very strong winds. What do you think happens at night time? Opposite. So it's going to go down the valley, yeah? And these tend to be a lot stronger because of the effect of gravity helping it along and the fact that it's more dense as well. Okay, so it gathers more momentum because of the weight of it. Okay, so if it goes up, that's what we call an anabatic wind. So we'd observe anabatic winds in valleys during the day. Okay, so the mountain breeze is caused by the sun heating up the surface of the mountains and the air rises. Okay, so it's a very, very gentle upslope breeze. Okay, it's not usually very strong. Then katabatic is when the air cools and it sinks. Okay, so it flows down a valley in the opposite direction. And because of the fact that it's more dense and also because of gravity, these tend to be a bit stronger. Okay, so anabatic during the day goes up, katabatic at night goes up. Easy? I think so. Very good. Okay, fawn wind. That's spelled incorrectly. think it's German. But it's meant to have like a couple of dots above the O for anyone that cares. Okay, so the reason for a form wind is one that you would have really learned already, and it comes down to the stability of air and the dry and saturated adiabatic lapse rate. So what can we remember about dry air versus wet air, or saturated air? We're considering the lapse rate. Which one's going to change temperature quicker?
Dry.
Why?
No moisture.
Because water takes longer to heat up.
Yeah. Okay, so dry air is more readily going to change its temperature because there's less water content. Thank you. Was I sick? Oh yeah, I was sick. Was that in the last 2 weeks? I feel like about a month ago. Time goes slowly.
Let's move on.
Has everyone met Lynn?
No.
You'll get to know Lynn if you don't pay your accounts. Make sure you pay your account each week on time.
Okay.
Don't let your bills get too high, no? She doesn't like it. Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you.
That's great. So moist air, if it's saturated, it's going to hold its temperature more readily, so it takes more energy to change its temperature, and therefore it's going to change temperature a lot slower. Okay? So keep that in mind while we're looking at the form and stuff. Okay? This is where we'd find a mountain range, causes a barrier to the wind flow, and if it's at about 90 degrees, then the wind basically goes up the mountain, just like I drew there, comes down the other side. It comes down the other side hotter than it started off on this side. Okay? And we'll have a look at why in a second. So when we're considering this wind, we need a few things. I suggest you note these down because it's pretty common they ask about it. Okay? A substantial mountain range. Okay? If we're looking at New Zealand, the best example of a substantial mountain range is what? Yeah, great example. It's the biggest example we have, right? And as a result of that, really commonplace we get one of these form winds is the Canterbury Plains, okay, on the eastern side of the Southern Alps. A wind blowing at about right angles to that range, okay, so it's coming at about 90 degrees straight on, and a high moisture content of the approaching air, okay, so this air that's blowing at 90 degrees picks up a lot of moisture, so maybe there's a whole lot of water on this side, which will help it pick up all that moisture. Okay, and then it brings the moisture up the top and then comes down dry on the other side. So let's have a look at how this all happens. They're pretty turbulent on the lee side. Have you looked at lee side versus windward side? Okay, that's important one I want to look at as well. So this is what we call, I'm going to make it red. Red for bad, yeah? Or red for turbulent. Lee. I used to remember this because there was a guy in my class when I was studying called Lee. And he was really naughty and got in trouble all the time, so it was an easy one to remember. So on the lee side is where it gets turbulent here. And that's because you get the wind coming over the top. And you get rotor waves and downdrafts as well. Okay, so if you're flying, that's not where you want to fly if the wind's doing that. Okay, you want to fly on the windward side if you can. Windward. Okay, so on the windward side, the air's a lot smoother and potentially updrafts as well. So you might need a lower power setting in order to maintain altitude. Okay, in the best example, you might be able to just glide along at no power, okay, if it's a really, really strong updraft. Okay, whereas the lee side is quite dangerous, lots of downdrafts and turbulence as well. Right, moving on. Yep, Canterbury Plains. Okay, so this is an example of how this all happens. So we need to determine the cloud base to start with. So you've got cool, moist air coming in. It'll pick up water, moisture off the ocean. As it rises, it's going to rise initially at the dry adiabatic lapse rate. and then it'll reach the dew point. Okay, when it reaches the dew point, it becomes 100% saturated, so it rises at the saturated adiabatic lapse rate, and as it's doing that, cloud forms. Okay. So what's happening is all the moisture is being left behind. Yeah. So when it comes down on the other side, all the moisture is gone. So what rate is it going to cool that? Sorry, warm at?
Right.
Yeah. So from here, it's going to warm at the dry adiabatic lapse rate. Okay. So what this means is it spends more time on this side at the dry adiabatic lapse rate than it does on this side. Okay. So it comes down hotter on the eastern side than it does as it's approaching on the western side. Does that make sense? It's a really interesting concept, but it's quite noticeable. So you get these really sort of strong warm winds on the eastern side of the Southern Alps blowing across the Canterbury Plains. You guys worked through a bunch of examples of this yesterday, so I'm not going to go through it all, but it just puts a few numbers on it. So if the dew point's at 10 degrees, then the moist air will completely saturate at 10 degrees. And then what rate is it going to cool at from there on? 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 per thousand feet. Okay, so as it goes to 2,000 feet, to 3,000, it loses 1.5 every 1,000 feet, as we see there. All right, coming down over the top, it has a new dew point. Now, we can't calculate that, it's just an arbitrary one, so it happens to be 7 degrees. So because it starts off at 7 degrees, what rate is it now going to heat at as it's going down? 3 degrees. Okay, so then you get 7 to 10 to 13, and it finishes up at 16 when it started off at 13 on the other side. Okay, so that's how it comes down warmer on the other side. And that's what a form wind is. I feel like this is just repeating what we just did. Okay, I can get rid of my dots now. That work as well on that side. So that 11:30.
Wait, mate, I'm with
I'm Matt. Alan. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. Right, mountain waves. So, without getting into it, does anyone know what a mountain wave is? No? Where would we find mountain waves? Right, well done. So mountain waves are one of those 7 segments that get forecast. They can be severe or they can be moderate, okay? But they're definitely a dangerous condition. South Island is a very common place to find them. Also around the sort of southern part of the North Island, in sort of the Wellington and Marnborough regions as well. So these are the things we need for a mountain wave. Mountain range of substantial dimension. A wind more or less at right angles to the range. Pretty common, pretty similar to the formula so far. Low level winds at around 10 to 15 knots, but increasing with strength as the height increases, okay? Which is pretty normal, isn't it, for the wind speed to increase as we get higher. And instability at low levels, okay, because that instability is going to promote rising. The air is going to want to keep going up. Okay? So basically you've got sort of 10 to 15 knots down there, something like that. And as you gain in altitude, the wind starts to get really, really, really strong. Okay, so it's getting pushed across like that. This is a very dangerous scenario because what it does is it produces pretty bad turbulence and downdrafts on the lee side. So that's what it might look like. And depending on the strength of the wind, the mountain waves can go thousands of feet higher than the actual mountain range as well. Okay. So where you've got kind of 60 knot winds at sort of 10,000 feet in the South Island, you definitely expect mountain waves on the lee side. Often they form standing waves like that, so basically an up and down wave. And you'd often find little lenticular clouds. Have you guys seen those before? Where the clouds like stack on top of each other. They're pretty cool. But they're a good indicator of some dangerous flying conditions as well. Let's bring up a picture of them. That was a quiz. That's cool. Lenticular clouds. look pretty cool. They kind of stack on top of the mountains like that. So those would indicate some pretty dangerous flying conditions. So the winds to create that are probably upwards of 50 knots at 10,000 feet. The other thing that you'll often find when there is cloud in mountain waves is at a similar altitude to the mountain tops, you often get these little Rocha clouds. So they're quite wispy and they're kind of like a lenticular cloud that's sort of been twisted a little bit. You've got that kind of wispy Rocha shape to them. They also indicate a bit of downdrafts and turbulence. Yeah. So pretty dangerous, and that's why we forecast them. Graph force and that kind of thing, as well as the Sydney. There goes a good picture of it. Pretty amazing, eh? Alright, rotor streaming. So that's a similar kind of concept as I was talking about before. So it's a phenomenon that occurs when the wind flying across a mountain is sufficient for wave formation, but it decreases in strength with altitude above the mountain. Okay? So the air which is downstream of the mountain breaks up and you get this kind of Rocha forming, a circular motion of the air, but you don't get the same standing waves going above the mountain, so you don't get those stacked lenticular clouds. It's also a fairly dangerous scenario there. It's also important to note that rotor streaming can be present even if there's no cloud. Okay? So the absence of cloud doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe. It can be clear but still very turbulent. Funnel effects. So without going into it, does anyone want to have a go at an example of where we might get the funnel effect happening in New Zealand?
Bottom of the valley.
Valley? Yeah.
Wellington,
Yeah, exactly. Where else? Same scenario, except between the other two islands, basically. So basically, Cook Strait and Flovo Strait. You'll often find it, and then Wellington has its own localised funneling as well through the different valleys and stuff, which is why it can get pretty down windy in Wellington. Okay, but any time there's a reduction in cross-sectional area, you've still got the same mass of air that's flowing, but it's got less space to get through. Okay, so it has no choice but to accelerate. Same as like the Venturi effect when you're looking at aircraft tech and things like how the carburetor works. So it's the same thing. When you've got a narrowing cross-sectional area, the mass through it has to increase, or the flow rate has to increase, which is why it accelerates. So yeah, Cook Strait, Littleton Harbour is another good one down from Christchurch. Pretty common down there. Creates really strong gusty winds. But yeah, Wellington and Cook Strait are probably one of the best examples of that. There's a narrowing passage for the wind to get through. Interestingly, at Wellington, one of the offsets of the funnel effect is, the wind's very strong and gusty, but it's often straight down the runway or nearly straight down the runway. There's not often a significant crosswind because of that, because it kind of guides the wind in one direction only, which is probably a good thing, otherwise it would be even worse. Alright, keep going a little bit longer and then we'll have lunch, eh? Gusts and squalls. So, pretty similar, but slightly different concepts. So, gust, by definition, is a momentary increase in wind speed or direction, which lasts for a few seconds, and is usually due to mechanical turbulence. What's mechanical turbulence? Buildings, small hills. Those are basically two examples of that. Quite common around here, because we've got a lot of buildings which we descend lower than when we're coming into land, and there's also quite a few hills. There's a decent hill up there. There's also the motorway, which is a bit of a valley. They all influence the flow of the air, which affects us quite a lot when we're flying. So for pilots that aren't used to North Shore, it can be a fairly challenging environment if they are not very experienced. So you end up becoming reasonably skilled operating somewhere like somewhere here, especially when the runway is short as well, because it's another obstacle for you to overcome.
So in that case, would your approach normally onto 0-3 be a bit more stabilised sometimes than coming onto 2-1?
Not necessarily, but a lot of the time, yeah. Two one's the predominant runway, so it's probably 70-80% of the time is a southwesterly. So generally 2-1's the preferred runway. And coming in over that ridge, like East Coast Bays Ridge, there's always going to be downdrafts before you come across that hill, and then updrafts as you're coming above it, and that's basically because of this, okay? Because you're coming from this direction, so you're going to get the downdrafts there, and then as soon as you're clear, you're in the updrafts. So if you don't kind of anticipate it, especially when the wind's really strong, it affects you quite a lot. And what we find in quite gusty conditions is students get really low here because the wind's bringing them down, and they add a lot of power because they're low and they're like, oh shit, they don't want to hit the hill. So they'll start climbing, and then they get updrafts and they just go up, and the runway's down here. So
And they try and compensate it at too much speed.
and then they can't get down to the runway. So it takes a bit of skill and I guess a bit of anticipation, knowing the local conditions to be able to pick that kind of stuff up. But it gives you a good skill set. I mean, you go to somewhere where it's like all flat and there's no hills and it's nice and smooth with a long runway, and it's as easy as anything because you're so used to all these challenges. So yeah, gust, momentary increase in wind speed, often due to mechanical turbulence. A squall is a rapid increase in wind speed, and it usually lasts for a number of minutes and then dies away. Okay. Often caused by fronts coming through, individual cumulus clouds, or sometimes you get what we call like a squall line, which is a line of thunderstorms associated with a front. Has everyone seen that before? Like if you look out onto the horizon, you can see there's just a line of massive clouds, and kind of one middle, one middle, sort of coming in the same direction. So that's what you call a squall line, and you probably get a momentary increase in wind speed for sort of 3 to 5 minutes associated with that. Pretty common with cold fronts.
Prior to or when it hits?
As it's coming through, yeah. So it's a pretty noticeable increase in wind as well, and you'll often find there's a big drop in temperature at the same time. Alright, yeah, it's defined as an increase in wind speed by 16 knots to a minimum of 22 knots and greater than 1 minute. Okay. Alright, if we talk about a lull, that's a decrease in wind lasting less than a few minutes. Okay, so the wind suddenly dies down. Okay, gale. So you brought this up before, Harry. Yeah? So this is what we consider to be a gale. If the surface wind is greater than 34 knots sustained, okay, so constantly 34 knots, or if gusts are greater than 43 knots. So pretty strong. 43 knots is nearly fast enough for a robin to get airborne without actually moving anywhere. So the old vertical takeoff. Hurricane, surface wind is greater than 63 knots. And that's the mean surface wind. Wind gradient, so that's the gradual change in wind velocity between the surface and the top of the friction layer. So anytime you've got a gradient, it's the change in a certain parameter between 2 points or over a time frame. Okay, any kind of gradient. Of course, the wind gradient is what's going to cause wind shear, isn't it? Especially if it's quite sudden, if it happens over a very small time frame and distance. I don't really want to get cracking into fronts there. Let's finish up there, and we'll come back. We'll come back to 12. We're making pretty good time anyway, I don't have too much more to cover. And the other thing I want to do is a practice exam at the end. Did you manage to do a practice exam yesterday for, I mean the day before, sorry, for human factors?
Oh, we did.
Yeah. What I'll do, I'll probably give you one to do here, and then I'll give you another one to take home as well, so you've got 2 to practice with. Okay. Excellent. You guys falling asleep. 16 degrees. Colder?
16 degrees.
That sounds like
No?
no?
That sounds pretty fresh.
Is that a good thing?
17 degrees.
Doesn't make it good.
I'll as soon as I see icicles hanging from people, I'll turn it on. Okay, let's get cracking into fronts. So fronts are really important to have a good understanding of, because I guess they're associated with a lot of adverse weather conditions. Now, if the front's coming through, then there's a few things that we'll hit with that front which may prevent us from flying for a while. Importantly, we need to consider the visibility. Obviously, we need minimum visibility. We want to consider the cloud base. Okay. If the cloud's too low, we can't go flying. And things like turbulence as well, and any sort of hazardous meteorological conditions like thunderstorms, which would often get with fronts. Okay? So, what is a front? Does anyone know? How would you describe a front? Anyone want to take a stab at it?
Is it a mass of air with one sort of maybe temperature kind of confronting another? Or
It's exactly what it is, yeah. It's a mass of cold air or a mass of warm air, which is moving horizontally across the Earth. Okay? It's what we call advection. Advection is the horizontal movement of air masses. And it's an important concept to understand. So if you look at air masses, this is a whole lot of arbitrary air masses all over the world. There's 4 parameters that we use to classify them. Maritime or continental, and polar or tropical. So maritime and continental give us an idea of how much water content there is in the air mass. If it's maritime, obviously there's higher moisture. If it's continental, it's going to be drier. And then if it's polar, it's colder. And tropical means it's going to be warmer. Okay? So I'm sure we can work out what all the letters mean. And that's sort of how we go about classifying all these air masses. So when advection happens, an air mass picks up characteristics from where it's at and takes those characteristics somewhere else. Okay? And as the terrain and the temperature changes, then that influences that air mass as well. For example, if you consider a cold, moist mass of air coming up from Antarctica, so it's maritime and polar, coming up towards New Zealand, what's the temperature going to do? What's that? Cool. No. What happens as you go further towards the equator? Yeah, it heats up. So the temperature of that air is going to heat, right? So you've got all of this air, which used to be reasonably stable because it's so cold, and suddenly it starts heating. So all of this moisture starts rising. So that creates a lot of instability when you get like a southerly flow. Okay? So this is kind of how all the weather starts to interact. We'll come back to that concept a little bit later on when we look at New Zealand climatology as well. We'll do a bunch of examples on it. Alright, so advection is the horizontal movement of air. Okay? In this situation, what do we call this? You want to know what this chart's called?
MSL chart?
Yeah, MSL or what's the other name?
ISO chart.
Synoptic chart. Have you heard that term before? It all means the same thing. But yeah, basically it shows areas of equal of pressure, right? So you've got high pressure, you've got low pressure, isobars join the areas of equal pressure. Okay, so it depicts all the pressure systems. And that's primarily what dictates what kind of weather we get with the horizontal advection of the air. Right, so with fronts, it's either cold air replacing warm air or the other way around. No matter which way it is, the cold air always sits underneath. Okay? Even if it's a warm front, the cold air is going to be underneath and the warm air is just going to be pushing over the top of it. So at the front, because the cool air is underneath and the warm air is on top, it follows that you get a lot of cloud and precipitation and vertical extent. And the types that we get are dependent on the stability. Yeah. So looking at a cold front to start with, you've probably come across this stuff before. Should I turn that temperature up a bit now? You guys aren't freezing over here. Of 18 degrees. So the symbol on a synoptic chart for a cold front is a blue line with triangles sticking out of it. Okay. It's always going to go in the direction that the triangles are pointing. And a front always extends out of a low pressure system. Okay. So fronts are inherently a lower pressure. So a cold EMS moves to overtake a warm EMS. As it's doing that, as this depicts, it pushes that warm air upwards. Yeah. So vertically, it's cooler underneath and then warmer on top. Okay. What does it normally do in the atmosphere as you go up? Cool. It normally cools out. So this is the other way around. The cooler air on top and the warmer underneath. So we have that inversion up here as well. Cold fronts have a pretty steep slope, and they've got quite a lot of instability as well because of that. They have lots of rising air. They're characterised by a lot of vertical development as well. They tend to be a lot higher and not quite as wide as a warm front. And you'll often get a lot more severe weather with a cold front. Okay, it's going to have more intensity, it's going to have more thunderstorms and that kind of thing. The cloud tops are going to be a lot higher than the warm fronts. Okay. Cloud bases won't be as low as a warm front, however. Okay. There's a little 3D depiction of the cold front. You'll notice that behind the cold front, the visibility is pretty good. It's quite clear behind it. And in fact, even within the cold front, outside of the cells and the individual clouds, it is going to be reasonably clear. Okay, it's not very widespread. However, vertically, it's quite high. What about speed? Anyone have any idea how fast a cold front moves through? They're pretty quick, eh? Sometimes it's all over in about 15, 20 minutes when they move through. They move a lot faster than the warm front does. But having said that, you get a lot more severe weather with the cold front. It's a really cool picture of an oncoming cold front out.
Looks like a big hedge.
What's that? Yeah. They're pretty dark and gloomy, yeah. Right. On that, that's what it's going to look like. So you'll see there's the cold front extending out of the low pressure system here. So it's going to be moving from left to right. It's also going to have a bit of rotational motion there because we know that a low pressure system, what way does the air flow around it? Clockwise in the southern hemisphere, okay? And that's Australia, so it's the southern hemisphere. So it's going to be going clockwise, okay? And likewise, it will be going anti-clockwise around the high pressure system. Right, so lead on for low and high pressure system. So that gives you a bit of an idea of what it looks like vertically, okay? Because these cells aren't just 2D, they're 3 dimensional as well. So you get the sinking and the lifting of the air as well. Okay? So with a low pressure system, there's a lot of updrafts, rising air. Because we get that, we're going to get a lot of cloud formation when the air passes reach the dew point. Right, as the cold front passes through, it's important to note all of the different things which happen. It's pretty dangerous to fly in a cold front. It's the sort of thing you'd wait to pass before you go through it, because it's, unless it's a very kind of light cold front. Most of them are reasonably severe and they come along with lots of bad weather. It's worthwhile learning this tape. It doesn't take too much to go through it. It gives you a bit of an idea of all the different things that happen. So if we just look at the cold front, so we're right in the middle of the cold front as it's passing through. The pressure drops just before it happens, and then it kind of levels off as the cold front comes through. The temperature, this is a pretty obvious one, of course. It's warm beforehand, and of course at the cold front it's going to decrease because it's a cold mass of air. The temperature drops pretty noticeable as well as the cold front comes through. The wind is going to veer and increase in strength, and then at the cold front it will suddenly back. Okay? And that's just due to the shape of the actual front. You'll notice that a front has always got a bit of a kick in the isobars. Okay? So if you've got a low pressure system down here, you'll probably find that if there's a front, the isobars will kind of look like that. Okay? and then across that front, across the isobars, draw a dotted line like that, and you have the cold front like that. Okay, so see how there's about a 90-degree change in the isobars, so that's also associated with a significant change in the wind direction and strength as well, which is where that comes from. Cloud, so probably slightly higher level stuff. CS, what does that stand for?
Cumulus.
That's C, stratocumulus. Cirrostratus, altostratus, upper level stuff before it comes through. As the front comes through, then it's all the lower level cumulus, cumulonimbus, CVs, and NS nimbostratus as well. Okay, so quite high moisture content at the front. Once the cold front's gone through, it's usually pretty clear. You might get the odd isolated CV and cumulus cloud, but they clear pretty quickly. Precipitation at the front, usually pretty heavy. Okay, so showers are how we describe that, heavy showers, often hail as well. Visibility, obviously, before and after is pretty good. It's nice and clear, but during the cold front, especially when there's hail and heavy showers, visibility will be pretty poor. Okay, so those are all the parameters and how they might change as the cold front passes through. Right, the warm front. So we kind of compare the two when we're describing them because it's the easiest way to sort of look at all those different parameters. So a warm front obviously is the warm mass of air which is pushing a cold mass of air along, and the warm mass of air is still going to sit above the cold mass. Okay, so it kind of looks a little bit like that if you do a cross section of it. Horizontally, they cover a much larger area than the cold front. Okay, they can go up to sort of 300 kilometres long sometimes, so they're usually quite widespread. They move a lot slower and they're inherently a lot more stable. Okay? And the reason for that is because it's a warm mass of air pushing a cold mass of air, they're going to move a lot slower, and the cold mass of air is a lot more dense, okay? So they tend to sink quite a lot. About 10 to 15 knots slower. A lot of the time they can linger, sometimes lasting half a day or even a day. So it's quite widespread, pretty bad visibility. But there's not the intense weather that you get with a cold front. It is possible to get thunderstorms, but not very common. Okay, normally just sort of widespread drizzle or rain, but nothing too extensive. There's another cross section of it as well. Right, cloud types before it. As we spoke about earlier, you often get cirrus and upper level cloud. Sometimes even like a day before it comes through, that cirrus will signal the oncoming warm front. It says they're up to 1,000 kilometres in advance of the warm front. So they're quite widespread in terms of the scale. The height isn't quite the same as a cold front though. Mainly stratiform cloud. Okay, so because it's stable, you're going to get that layer type cloud. Sometimes nimbostratus if there's a large amount of moisture associated with it as well. Cloud bases at the front will be a lot lower than they would in the cold front. Okay, because of the stability, they tend to sink quite a lot, so you can get some pretty low cloud with the warm front. Pretty persistent rain as well sometimes. Okay, there's a really good cross section of the warm front. Just note the sort of horizontal development of it as well. Okay, the scale is pretty amazing. If you guys want a copy of that New Zealand Cloud Types poster, if you email the CAA, they can send a copy. Otherwise, you can also access all the PDFs for those on the Civil Aviation website. So they're well worth downloading, so you've got a copy of them. Right, here's an example of what a warm front might look like. Okay, so quite widespread, pretty bad visibility, but not really intense weather, right? So there's not really thunder or lightning. Not a super large amount of turbulence if you're flying through the weather. Right, similar parameters to cold front. Obviously, the key difference is when we look at things like temperature. In a warm front, it's going to increase, okay, because it's going to get warmer. Slight backing of the wind at the cold front. Cloud types, mainly stratiform, sometimes cumulus and cumulonimbus on the odd occasion as well. Precipitation is usually light rain, fairly persistent. and visibility at the at the warm front's pretty poor because of the widespread rain. All right, now we're going to look at occluded front and stationary fronts, which are sort of a combination of the two. They don't often question on them too much, but it kind of summarises them quite well in the chapter 13 as well, if you have a look there. Occluded fronts on page 13-15, and then there's a little bit on stationary fronts on 13-16 and 13-17. So an occluded front happens when one front catches up to another. Okay. Now, it goes that it's always going to be the cold front catching up to the warm front because the cold front moves faster. Okay. So it usually starts from a depression where there's sectors of different varying temperatures of cold air and warm air, and then even colder. But they changed their depiction on the weather chart, so it looks a little bit like this. I don't think actually that's one. It looks a little bit like a zip. There you go. So an occluded front, where the cold front catches up to the warm front, is depicted like that on the chart. So you've got both the triangles and the red semicircles on the same side of the line. And it's usually quite, it tends to dissipate, so it's the trailing edge of the cold front and the warm front are wearing off. So it's not associated with any sort of significant weather. Likened to a zip, and that gives a good depiction of it as the cold front catches up to the warm front. Right, stationary front. So this is fairly similar, except they're both going in opposite directions. Okay, so the cold front and the warm front meet each other head on. And they're pretty weak, often the end of both frontal systems, so they'll decay within a few hours. On the chart, they're depicted with the triangles and semicircles on opposite sides like that. Okay, everyone happy with all those symbols? Make sure you know them because it's easy marks in the exam as well. Alright, the severity of fronts. So the big determining factors, I guess, are the moisture. Obviously, a high moisture content means more instability, therefore it's going to be more severe. Okay. Slope of the front. Okay. If it's got more slope, it's going to have more vertical development, and therefore it's going to be more severe. So you're going to get more height out of the development, and therefore you're going to have more things like hail and thunderstorms and that kind of stuff. The speed of the front. Okay. So as we know, a cold front's going to move faster. So because it's moving faster, it's going to pick up more energy, and therefore the weather at the front is going to be more intense. And the contrast in temperature, or the temperature gradient between the cold front and the warm front, and the mass of air which it's approaching. Okay, if there's a greater contrast, then there's going to be more severe weather. All that. So yeah, just some interesting questions to finish up. If there is a front coming, would you fly towards it or away from it? Away. Away? Everyone always says away. But the problem with that is if it catches up to you, you've got nowhere to go. And it can kind of cut you off from where you're trying to get to it as well. If you fly towards the front, then if it starts getting close to you, you can just turn around and go back to where you came from. Make sense? So it's always safer to fly towards it, just not through it. Is everyone with me? Cool. So for example, if there's a front coming from the west coast, so out that way, we take off out of here. If we had a choice of going east or west, I'd go west towards the front, because then it's not going to cut you off. Okay, if the front starts getting towards you, turn around and come back towards North Shore, and it can never cut you off. If, for example, we took off and went east out towards the Coromandel, then we tried to come back and the front had already gone over North Shore, well, we can't get through it, so we're cut off. There's no way around it. So yeah, it's always best to fly towards them. It gives you a bit of an exit strategy. All right, air density versus indicated airspeed. Yeah, what's really talking about there is if there's a cold front, then the air's going to cool, the air's going to become more dense. So it may briefly affect your indicated airspeed. It's just a minor consideration. All right, bit of operational stuff now. Did you guys look at TAFs with Rob? Excellent. Terminal aerodrome forecast, not area. So if bring up Metflight again, there we go. So it's automatically going to select the TAF for us. And TAFs are really handy because they give us a little bit more of a localised forecast of what's going to be happening. So I might look at something different and we'll select Tamaki. I'm also going to select Straits, which includes Wellington. There's a bit of a range of weather. And get rid of it. So as we scroll down, we've got our signets, graphical signets, nothing in New Zealand still. We've got that same thunderstorm off in the Pacific. And then as we come down, we've got all the graph rules that we looked at earlier. Coming further down, aviation area winds. Did you look at these yesterday? Yeah. Excellent. Okay. We'll come back to them in a second, just out of interest. And then further down, there we go, there's our TAF listings. So TAF listings are only for the major aerodromes in New Zealand. All controlled aerodromes will have a TAF. And some uncontrolled aerodromes that are larger will also have them. For example, PD Paraparam in Kapiti Coast has a TAF, or so does Whangarei, which are both uncontrolled. So it's a listing for the aerodrome and the area within an 8-kilometre radius of the aerodrome. Okay, so it's fairly localised. The one that we're often most interested in is WP. What's that? Whenuapai, okay, because Whenuapai is 8 miles to the south, so it's reasonably close. And whilst we're not within the 8-kilometre radius that the TAF forecasts, we're close enough that our weather should be fairly similar to that. Okay, so it's the closest approximation. Okay. So first thing it's got is AMD, which means it's been amended. So there's been a change to it since the first one was issued. It's got the issue time and the validity time. So can anyone tell me what time it was issued at?
22.
11 a.m. Yeah, close.
So it doesn't have the date on it.
Yep, it has the date, so it's a six-figure number. So it's going to have the date as the first one.
11:47.
Yeah, it's 11:47 on the 21st, i.e. this morning, 11:47 a.m. Yeah. What's the validity period for it? Can you work that one out? It's kind of confusing, that one.
Wait.
From the 22nd hour on the 21st to the 23rd hour on the 22nd.
Yeah. So what's that local time?
Is it 11 a.m. Today till 12 p.m. tomorrow? 1 hour.
Yeah, good.
1 hour, 1 day.
Yeah. So it'd be 25 hours, right? So normally they're for 24 hours. So if you have a look at the Auckland one, 22nd, 00, 23rd, 00. Okay, so from 1 o'clock till 1 o'clock. So it's 24-hour window. Now this one's a little bit different, and that's just because it's been amended. Yeah. So they've made a change, so it's got a slightly bigger window. But yeah, it's always worthwhile just checking that out of interest. The first thing it's going to forecast is the surface level wind. Okay. Now, how do we know if it's in degrees true or degrees magnetic?
It's up the top.
Nice. We've already looked at this. Okay, so the heights and feet above aerodrome, wind degrees true, speed degrees, speed and knots. What is the one thing which is going to be in degrees magnetic? There's only one. Who will take this? ATIS. You come across across them before. So an ATIS is always going to give the wind direction in degrees mean. If it's not the ATIS, then it's always going to be degrees true. Okay, so it's the easiest way to remember it. And the reason for that is ATIS is spoken to you, and it's usually referenced with the aerodrome runway. So you check the ATIS before you land, before you take off. So you need to reference it with the runway. So there's no value in doing degrees true. Whereas degrees true is often used for planning as well, which is why it's in the forecast. So surface level winds 250 degrees at 8 knots. And degrees true, of course. Visibility 30 kilometres, and clouds forecast to be scattered at 2,500 feet. Okay, so that's the initial conditions. But then we've got a few variations to that over that sort of 24-hour period. First one is a tempo. So have you come across a tempo yet? No. A tempo is going to be a temporary change in conditions between those two times. And it's going to be for up to half of that time period, but no more than 1 hour at a time. Okay, so I'll explain what I mean by that. The validity period for the tempo is from 4 a.m. till midday. Makes sense. And so for up to half of that time, which is 8 hours, so up to 4 hours of that, those will be the conditions, but not more than 1 hour at a time. Okay, so for half the time, the visibility will drop to 8,000 metres. And moderate showers of rain, okay, SH showers, RA, rain, the cloud will be broken at 1,400 feet. If there's a plus in front of the showers of rain, what does that mean? UV rays? Yeah, so if you see that, means heavy. If there's a minus, what does that mean? Light showers of rain. Okay, so if there's no plus or minus, it just means moderate. Is everyone with me so far?
Yeah.
Excellent. What's next? On the next line.
The reported wind at 2,000 feet.
Yeah. Now remember, it's not the reported wind, it's the forecast wind, okay? Because this is always a forecast for a 24-hour period. So it's forecast to be 250 degrees true at 10 knots. Okay, so a pretty light southwesterly. Yeah, there's not too much more to say about that. And then the QNH. Okay, so it'll often give the minimum and the maximum. And sometimes if the range exceeds, normally it's 8, although that's a little bit more than that, but if the range is too large, then it'll give a time frame. For example, if the QNH was forecast to change by like 16 hectopascals, it would say between this times, QNH minimum and maximum will be that, and then between that time it'll be that. Okay, so it'll always give the range of the QNH.
Is that quite common to have that much variation? Is that because of night and day, or is it?
Yeah, it can be. It just depends on the pressure systems that are coming through. That's all it really is. I mean, that's a change in 9 hectopascals, which over a 24-hour period is an unrealistic. It's possible. I see in in Europe, in some places, it's up to like 1,040, 1,050 something at the moment. I mean, it's insane high pressure systems. Lowest I've seen it is about 970 something. It can get pretty low. You get some pretty bad conditions as well.
So when it's that high, does that mean that it's likely to be super good weather, or is it?
Yeah, normally pretty good weather. Yeah, really high pressure system. All right, what else can we look at? Oh yes, the becoming. Okay, so AA, that's Auckland, right? So Auckland International has got a bunch of weather. 9999, what does that mean? Visibility. So what does that mean? Above 10k is good. You'll often find that at Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch, Queenstown is another one as well. So the reason for that is all they care about is whether they need to do the ILS or not. So if it's above 10,000 or 10k's, they don't care. If it's below, then they start thinking about doing an instrument approach. So that's what Okay, becoming. So what this is telling us is between those two times, something is changing. Okay? In this case, it must be the wind because VRB, variable, at 2 knots. Okay? So between 10 a.m. and midday, the wind is changing from 230 degrees, 12 knots, and it's becoming variable at 2 knots. Okay? So it's dying down to almost no wind at all. It gives you usually a 2-hour window with becoming, so it's not going to happen instantly, but sometime between that point and that point, it's gradually going to become that. Okay? Once it's become that, then that's the new wind. Okay? It doesn't go back to what it used to be. The difference between that and the tempo is after a tempo is finished, it will go back to the original wind. And you've got another becoming here as well. So, what does that one tell us?
1 p.m. It'll go back to 230. It'll go to 230 at 12.
Yeah, which happens to be what it was earlier as well.
So is that sort of just depicting sea breezes?
It just depends on what the conditions are. There's not necessarily a reason for it. There might be a pressure system coming through, the wind will be dying down, there's all sorts of reasons. But yeah, sometimes it is a sea breeze. It just really depends on what's going on over a greater area as well. Alright, what's some other interesting things we can find on the tab? Wellington, there we go. So as we'd expect, Wellington often has a bit more wind than other places. So what's the wind forecast for the year today in Wellington?
350, 20 knots gusting to 30.
Yeah, 20 knots gusting to 30 knots. So you've got about a 10 knot gust factor out, so reasonably breezy. 350 degrees. The runway there is runway 34 and 16. Okay, so it's nearly straight down runway 34. Because if you consider it in magnetic, that's 330 degrees here. So it's only about 10 degrees off. And that's pretty standard. It will often be quite close to the runway direction. Also note 2,000 foot there, 2,000 foot wind there is 350 degrees, 30 knots. Okay, so reasonably breezy at 2,000 feet as well. Any questions on that? So just while we're on Wellington, what is the current cloud ceiling at Wellington? If I wanted to check the ceiling, how do I know what that is?
And you go to this
What? At Wellington Airport, I want to know the ceiling. The forecast ceiling. Okay, so it needs to be broken. So how do I know, based on that TAF, what the ceiling is likely to be? Any ideas?
Is Wellington WN?
Yeah, Wellington's WN.
It's just broken 1,400 feet.
Okay, so that's a good start. Now, when's it forecast to be broken at 1,400 feet?
At 2 a.m. to 8 a.m.
Yeah. So when's that?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Yes.
So currently, without checking an actual report, I'd expect the cloud to be scattered at 2,500 feet, so no sense. Okay. However, if I'm arriving there in the middle of the morning sometime, at 3 o'clock in the morning, say, then I might expect that the cloud could be broken at 1,400 feet. Okay. Does that make sense? So you've really got to read every single little bit of information because it's quite time sensitive. We'll give time frames for certain things because it's covering the forecast over a 24-hour window. Okay.
So when it says scattered at 2,500 feet, is that, so that's telling you the base, or that's telling
That's
you...
the base. Okay. So the scattered bit is it's scattered 2,500 feet above the aerodrome.
but it doesn't tell you how far up it extends to.
It just tells you the bottom of the cloud. Because remember, this is quite a localised picture. Okay, it's just for around the aerodrome within an 8 kilometre vicinity, so that you can get a picture of what it's like when you're taking off and landing, or if you're doing circuits or local flights and that kind of thing. Operationally, when we're flying commercially, we're interested in this because we need to know if we're doing an IFR flight. Is the cloud going to be high enough for us to get visual below the minima? And is the wind going to be suitable? Is there going to be too much crosswind or too much too gusty, for example? And is the visibility going to be suitable as well? You know, there are minimums of visibility. So these are the things that you check when you're going from A to B to make sure you can take off from one place and land at the next place. A good example is probably Wellington a couple of days ago. They had some pretty extensive lingering sea fog. So it was sitting at around 100 or 200 feet at the aerodrome, which was at times too low even for the ILS approaching there. So
there is 312 or so for depending which direction you're going, and the other is 600-ish.
Yeah. So no one could get in there, no matter what equipment they had, because the ILS didn't get low enough. If that was at Auckland, then a lot of aircraft would have been able to get in because it's got a Cat 3 ILS, so the minimums are pretty much grounded for a lot of aircraft. Yeah, Wellington doesn't have quite the same capability, unfortunately. I might just turn it down, but it's kind of noisy. Just letting you know if you guys are getting too cold out. Right. Any questions on that? It's worthwhile just every day just having a little look through it and seeing if you can kind of decode the weather, because the only real way to learn it is just to use it every day. So get used to starting with the big picture, look at the synoptic chart and see if you can work out what the wind's going to be doing based on the low pressure or the high pressure, if there's any fronts coming through. And then start looking at the graph for then at the TAF, and then relate that over the day to what you see outside. And you can kind of compare it and see if you were correct or not. And you can see it all happening, basically. We'll look at radar imagery a little bit later on as well. While we're here, we'll just go back up to aviation area winds and touch on that as well.
So when you're wanting to determine like the area or the flying that you're going to be doing, you'd always take it from a high level approach and then work your way down to more localised areas.
Yeah, so whenever you're checking the weather, you always start with the big picture first. You know, roughly what are the conditions? Is there fronts coming through? Which way is the wind coming from? And then you sort of narrow it down to where you're going to be operating. Same with the time frame. You know, you'll check over a 6-hour period, and then you sort of look and say, I'm going to take off in half an hour. What's it looking like in half an hour? And then you're just looking out the window, look at the wind slot. See what it looks like outside, because that's sometimes the most accurate. Right, aviation area winds. So what do they tell us? AAW. What are we looking at?
What winds will have at what altitude?
Yeah, it's telling you the wind strength and direction at different altitudes. Why do we need to know that?
When we go flying up higher.
When we go flying up higher. You don't necessarily have to be flying high. You can be flying at 1,000 feet. Why would we need to know this? What if we're flying down to New Plymouth? Why would we need to check this before we go?
Calculate fuel, so whether you've got a headwind, tailwind.
Yeah. So we need to know, one, we need to know our heading. Okay, if we've got 20 knots of crosswind blowing left to right, then if we just fly pointing our nose at New Plymouth, we'll end up halfway to Australia. So it's really important that you allow for drift when you're calculating your directions. But also, as Kai said, headwind versus tailwind, it affects you quite a lot, especially over a longer distance. If you're flying to a 20-knot headwind for the whole time, then your ground speed's going to be 80 knots. Okay, and over the course of a couple of hours of flying, that's going to significantly increase the amount of fuel you need to get somewhere, because you'll spend longer getting there. So it's a really crucial part of planning to check the winds. Obviously, when it's sort of 5 knots or so, if we're not going great distances, it doesn't matter that much. But over large distances, and when there's a significant amount of wind, it's pretty important to check. I'll look at Tamaki first because that's what's affecting us. So we've got 1,000 all the way up to 10,000 feet, and all of the different wind directions. You'll see it changes slightly, but it's pretty light all the way up. In fact, it gets lighter going up to 10,000 feet. It's only 5 knots, so it's a pretty calm day today. There's not much going on. What are all these numbers down the side?
Temperature?
Yeah, those are your temperatures. So why would I want to know that?
You can avoid ice.
Yeah, that's a pretty good reason. Any other reasons?
Pressure, maybe.
Pressure, yeah. What else can we get from temperature? Did you look at stability of that yesterday? So how would that indicate the stability of the air?
It wants to keep rising, so it doesn't want to return to its original position.
Yeah, exactly. So if you consider that's the general lapse rate, yeah, so over 2,000 feet, it's dropping 2 degrees. So what's the lapse rate for 1,000 feet?
1 degree.
Yeah, it's only 1 degree, so it's a little bit lower than our standard 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. So it gives us an indication of the stability of the air as well. Another reason is when you're calculating your true airspeed, the temperature is going to affect that quite a bit. Okay? And your true airspeed is the one which gives you then your ground speed, so you know how fast you're going or something. So indicated airspeed and true airspeed are pretty important when we're working that out. Have you guys had a look at that yet? You do a bit of that in tech? Indicated versus true airspeed? No, I'm not really missed that bit.
Yeah, a little bit, but not very much.
Yeah, that's all good. You should, you'll cover it again in navigation. Does anyone know the difference between the two? True airspeed versus indicated?
True is how far you're actually moving relative to the ground.
That's your ground speed. You're close. You just needed to change the word ground to something else.
Through the air?
Yeah, it's how fast you're moving relative to the air. Indicated airspeed is actually just the dynamic pressure. So it's how many air molecules are entering the pitot tube. Okay? So that's affected a lot by density, which means that temperature affects your indicated airspeed quite a lot. I'll give you an example. Have you guys ever played Pac-Man? Okay. So if you consider a Pac-Man, it's like a pitot tube, right? If all the dots are like air molecules and the little face is like a pitot tube. So it measures your airspeed by counting how many air molecules are going in. Okay? So if the black one is your indicated airspeed and the blue one is going to be your true airspeed, then at sea level they'll be the same. Okay, so the number of molecules at sea level under standard conditions should be the same. So if your indicated airspeed is 80 knots, then your true airspeed is 80 knots. Now, if we go up really high, if we go up to like 10,000 feet, what happens to the air as we get higher?
It becomes more dead. It cools down.
Further away, further apart.
Yeah, it becomes thinner. It becomes cooler, but it becomes less dense. Okay, not because it's cooler, but because of gravity holding all the molecules further down. Yeah, that's what I mean about considering one variable at a time. Otherwise, you kind of confuse yourself quite easily. So we go back to our Pac-Man analogy. The black one was the indicated airspeed. Yeah. So our indicated airspeed higher up, the molecules are spaced out quite a long way out, so it might look like that. However, our true airspeed will often increase when we're higher because it's not affected by the molecules, and we have to fly faster in order to eat the same number of molecules. Yeah. Does that kind of make sense? So your indicated airspeed down here might be 100 knots, which gives you a true airspeed of 100 knots. If your indicated airspeed stays at 100 knots, because they're spaced further apart, you actually have to physically fly faster. So your true airspeed might be like 120 knots or something like that. Okay, so that's the key difference between indicated and true airspeed. You'll probably look a little bit more at it when you do navigation over the next couple of days.
So if you go up higher, you're likely to get there faster than you think you were going to.
If you're already up high, and if you compare someone down low and someone up high, yeah, then the person that's higher will get there faster. However, to get up there, you have to climb, which takes longer. So it doesn't quite work out like that, unfortunately, because you can't start off higher up. But as a theoretical concept, yeah, absolutely. All right, so back to aviation area winds. So yeah, we've got the wind at different altitudes, strength and direction, and also the temperature. Okay. Now we've also got this becoming here. So what does that mean? Why does it say becoming?
Because it's changing from that.
Okay. So what's it changing? So if I'm flying at 5,000 feet, what might I expect the wind to change to?
That's going to die down from 10 to 5 knots.
Okay. And is it going to veer or back?
It's going to veer.
Are you sure?
Oh, right, 2,000. Yeah, it's going back.
It's going back, because it's going from 280, which is pretty much westerly, round to 200, which is pretty much a southerly. Okay, so it's backing and the wind strength is decreasing. Okay, and the time frame that it's happening is up here. So sometime between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. that's what's happening. The wind's going to die down a bit and then go back. Okay. So it gives a pretty good idea of what's going to be happening with the wind. Any questions on that? All right. While we're looking at operational MET, there's one more thing I want to look at, which is down the bottom. Have you seen METARs before? Okay, so what's a METAR? Is it a forecast or a report? It's a report. So it's actually happened. It's not just a forecast. What else do we know about them? What sort of information does it tell us?
The conditions are there at that given time.
Okay, cool. So it gives us some conditions at an aerodrome at a specific time. METARs have a lot of limitations. Any idea why that is?
Because it's measured at that time, it's not giving you plus or minus. So
Exactly.
it could be this one, so it could be 5 knots at this exact time because of some weird variable, but then 2 seconds later it could be 8 knots.
Exactly. They're pretty much always historical, because as soon as it's been produced, then it's old. Even if it's only like a minute old, it's always historical. So, we've got to kind of take them with a grain of salt because they can be quite limited at times. The other consideration is if a lot of them, especially if they're not monitored, give a very isolated picture. Like the example I was giving before with the laser ceilometer, which sends up the laser and gets the reflection down. It's only checking the ceiling directly above it. Okay? So that's where you come up with errors because a lot of them are auto METARs. For example, Paraparam's a good example. Same with Dartboard. See how it says auto there? So that means it's an automatic one. There's not a person monitoring the accuracy of it. Okay, it just automatically produces it. Automatic ones come out every half hour. If it's a manual one, for example, for NuaPi, it's no auto, so it's done manually. It comes out every hour. Okay. There are some which are an exception. For example, Auckland International, it says auto, but there's still someone in the control tower. Okay. And ultimately, you'll check the ASIS there anyway, which is going to be a lot more accurate. So it gives you the surface wind. Obviously, the wind's changing a lot at Auckland because it's pretty light. Visibility, in many situations, are the cloud. So if you're at 3,600 feet, what do the 3 slashes mean?
Cloud is detected, able to determine TCU or CV.
Yeah, good. So it's telling you that there's few cloud, and it's telling it it's at 3,600 feet, but it doesn't know the cloud type. Okay, so it could just be cumulus. It may be a CB, it may be a thunderstorm. It doesn't really see it. 21/14. What does that mean?
Temperature and dew point.
Temperature and dew point. Okay, so it gives you an idea of how far apart they are. If it said 21, what might you expect? Temperature and dew point are both 21, other than the fact that it'd be very humid.
It'd probably rain.
Not necessarily. What happens when the temperature reaches the dew point?
100% saturated.
So what do we expect?
Clouds to form.
Yeah. So where is the cloud going to form?
Not where you are.
Where you are, exactly. So if this is taken from the ground, then cloud's going to form on the ground. Okay, so that would indicate fog when the temperature and the dew point are exactly the same. It's a good indicator of fog or potential fog. Okay. It also gives you an indicator as to the relative humidity. At 21 degrees, if the dew point's 21 as well, then there's a lot of humidity at that temperature. And then, of course, the QNH as well. Places like Ardmore have got a pretty basic META monitoring system. So you'll notice there's a whole bunch of slashes as well. Okay, so all it really gives is the wind direction, temperature, dew point, and QNH. Okay, it doesn't give any cloud information, which is why it's got all of those there. I think that pretty much covers that all. Okay. Oh, one last thing. If you look at Wellington, so WN Wellington down the bottom, you see there's a little remark there. So RMK Cow 35031. What does that mean? Do anyone know Wellington? Probably not. So Cow is a mountain which is around 2,000 feet, and they've got a weather station up there. So they can actually directly read the 2,000 foot wind from Mount Cow. So they often put it in here. It'll often go on the ATIS as well, and it'll just say Cow because that's where it's taken from. So the wind at around 2,000 feet is 350 degrees at 31 knots. Okay, so reasonably breezy, eh? Pretty exciting. WB, do you guys know WB? Woodburn? Anyone know where that is? So Woodburn's a part military aerodrome, so it's half Air Force, half civilian, and it's in Blenheim, in Marlborough. Really cool approach going because you fly over like Marlborough Sounds and then over the vineyards as you're coming in, so it's pretty cool. If you ever get the chance to go down that way, just at the top of the South Island. Any questions on that? Sweet. Okay, let's let's take 15 minutes and we'll come back with precipitation.
The one for WN, you mentioned that is 2035. The direction is 35031 knots at 2,000 feet. Which part does it show 2,000 feet?
So Mount Cow, which is what that says there. They've got a weather station.
Oh, so you know that mountain is about 2,000 feet.
Instead of putting a 2,000 foot wind, they just put that in there.
Oh, so I know that the mountain is about 2,000 feet.
In the ATIS, which we'll have a look at a little bit later, it will have the 2,000 foot wind.
Okay.
And it will either be reported or forecast.
Okay.
So if it's reported, then they check with an aircraft what's the wind at 2,000 feet. But yeah, here they can actually just directly read the wind, which is pretty handy.
Right. Thanks.
All good. We're talking about the process of deposition. What does that mean? Water vapor
deposited somewhere.
it's related to ice. Yeah, that's one. So it's where water vapour goes straight from a vapour to ice. So it never becomes water. Okay, it's too cold. It goes straight from the vapour form to ice. So that's the Bergeron process. So with coalescence, what happens? And coalescence is probably the more common one. In the cloud, there's a lot of updrafts, right? A lot of buoyancy, especially cumulus cloud. There's lots of up and down, so it's almost like a pinball machine. Lots of drops going everywhere. Some will be inherently a lot larger, and the larger ones have a lot of vacuum behind them, so they suck up the tiny droplets, and as they grow in size. And as they grow in size, they get heavier, obviously, and at some point they're going to get too heavy to be suspended in the air, so they fall out of the sky. In addition to that, as they're falling out of the sky, the vacuum behind them increases. Okay, so in that void and the low pressure behind it, lots more droplets come in, so they grow in size as they're falling down to the ground as well. So once they start falling, the momentum they get is pretty significant. Okay? And they can get fairly large, especially up high. Often they'll lose a little bit of their mass as they come down to the ground, though, because parts of the droplet will evaporate. So yeah, that's coalescence. Ice crystals just form above the freezing level. Okay, so that's where water vapour is going to deposit onto ice crystals. And as soon as it gets too heavy to be suspended, it will fall out of the sky. If it falls through the freezing level, then it potentially will melt and just turn into a regular raindrop, although it's possible for it to form as snow or hail as well, if it stays cool enough. Alright, so classification of precipitation. Yeah, not all clouds are going to give precipitation, many won't, especially upper level stuff. Cirrus, you're not really going to get precipitation out of that because it's just too cold. Okay, it's just frozen water droplets suspended in the air. What's the most common cloud type which will give us precipitation? What do you reckon? Starts with C and ends in a B. Yeah, CB. Yeah, cumulonimbus. Cumulonimbus, the code is CB. So whenever you see CBs around, those are the big dark angry cells which are going to lead to thunderstorms and that kind of thing. So they're 9 times out of 10 going to give you a bit of rain as well, if not a lot of rain. Alright, yep, size is proportional to the updrafts. Okay, so why would the size of a water droplet be proportional to the updrafts? What's the link there? Think about the coalescence process with collisions. If all of those droplets are bouncing around, why would that lead to maybe larger droplets?
Do they bounce into each other and therefore...
So if the updrafts are stronger, what does that then mean for the cloud and all of the water droplets inside?
It's got more potential to hold more water.
Yeah, it's got potential to hold more water. The water droplets can stay there for longer because the updrafts are going to support it. And because it's going to be there for longer, the droplets can get bigger before they're heavy enough to basically outweigh the updrafts. Yeah. And that's when they'll fall. So yeah, more updraft equals heavier rain basically. So it's almost inversely proportional. Because you would think if all the updrafts are going that way, why is the rain so heavy going that way? But it has to be to oppose it, right? Alright, so you're held in suspension until terminal velocity is greater than the updraft, as we discussed. Yep, sometimes you get evaporation beneath the cloud. Yeah, like I said, often drops will reduce in size as they fall, so they'll start to evaporate. So what you see on the ground might be about 1/8 of the size of what started off in the cloud. Alright, so those are the different classifications. Worthwhile just noting those down. So we've seen DZ drizzle A. So drizzle's usually pretty thin, normally about 0.5 millimetre in diameter. Heavy rain tends to be fairly large, so about 5.5 mils in diameter when it starts off. Okay. Bigger droplets of rain, heavier is the maximum in diameter. Everyone got that? Alright, so frozen precipitation. There's a few different classifications. Snow grains, diamond dust, and snowflakes. Okay, so they're all generally going to form above the freezing level, okay, so where it's high enough to be less than 0 degrees. Snow grains are usually really, really tiny, so less than a millimetre. Commonly found in more stable cloud formations, so stratus and stratocumulus, above the freezing level. Diamond dust, more common in cumulonimbus clouds, a bit like ice crystals, okay, like little small needles. And of course snowflakes, okay, so they're large crystal conglomerates, so they kind of take that form, obviously a lot smaller, and they kind of all join together. Not very common above 4 degrees. Below 4 degrees they start to form, so it doesn't have to be right freezing for the formation of snowflakes, because they're usually a bit softer than something like hail. And it should have hail in it. Not sleet. Yep, so sleet's just a mix of rain and snow together. And then hail. So hail's probably one of the most dangerous types of precipitation. Especially in the frozen types. Why would hail be dangerous?
Solid.
Solid, yeah, pretty solid. And if they can get pretty, I think there's a good picture of one here. Yeah, there you go. Pretty decent, eh? So have you seen the articles before of like massive hailstones falling through people's windows and like taking out roofs and stuff? They get huge, they get massive chunks. Okay, so yeah. If you imagine an aircraft flying at 500 kilometres an hour through the air and then collecting one of those, the damage is pretty significant. And they're quite dense. Yep, there's pockets of air, which is what gives it that opaque appearance. But there's a lot of it which is very, very dense ice. Okay, and the ice, of course, is going to have a bit of weight to it as well. Okay, so they can do some pretty decent damage. Temperate latitudes up to about 1 centimetre. Okay, so basically you need lots of updrafts, a little bit like that collision process that we talked about. These will occur in like TCUs and CVs, where the updrafts are massive, but also the freezing level is well below it, so it's really, really cold. And when it's cold enough for that to happen, more and more ice just keeps packing onto it as they go up and down. To the point that they get so heavy that they basically drop out of the sky because the updrafts can't hold them. Okay, so they can get pretty large. The closer to the equator you get, so more temperate latitudes, the larger and more severe the hailstones can be, okay, because the more energy they have to push them up higher above the freezing level. Okay. So it's a little bit counterintuitive in a way, because the hotter it is, the larger the hailstones, right? But you've got to think of it in terms of what's forming it. Okay, when it's hot, there's a lot of energy. Okay, and if that energy picks up moisture, it can send it really, really high. Okay, and if it can send it really high, it can get really cold, and it can keep it up there for quite a long time with all of that energy as well. So that's what's forming the hailstones. Does that make sense? Initially, it doesn't make sense until you think about it a bit.
I thought it was weird when I moved to the Sunshine Coast in the middle of summer, and it was like massive hailstorms.
Exactly. Australia is renowned for them. They get heaps of crazy hailstorms, and Australia's pretty warm, isn't it? But yeah, Pacific Islands you get it a lot as well. Yeah. So yeah, they can get up to about 1 kilogram grapefruit size. Pretty crazy, yeah. All right, visibility. Why do we need to learn about visibility? Why would that affect us?
Because we fly visually.
Yeah, what sort of rules do we normally follow, especially when we're learning and starting out? VFR. What does that stand for? Visual flight rules. Okay, so visual flight rules means we need to look out the window. It's that see and avoid principle that we've been talking about, eh? So because of that, as we know, we need a minimum amount of visibility. So what's the general rule for visibility in terms of a general minimum for legal minimums anyway? 5 kilometres. So we need to have at least 5 kilometres visibility. I would suggest to you that your personal minimum should be a little bit higher than that, because 5 kilometres isn't much. So if we're considering an actual definition of visibility, it means we're talking about the ability to see through the atmosphere. Okay, how much clarity we have in the atmosphere, or the transparency of the atmosphere. Okay? So it's the ability, as determined by atmospheric conditions and is expressed in units of measurement, to see and identify prominent unlighted objects by day and prominent lighted objects by night, measured in meters per kilometres. Okay. So the key thing to notice here is that visibility is the same whether it's day or night. It doesn't change. Okay. All we're talking about with visibility is the transparency of the atmosphere. So it doesn't matter if it's daytime or nighttime. The way that we measure the visibility is still the same. Transparency of the air, directly related to the absence of solid or liquid particles. Okay? So it follows that those sort of cold, high-pressure days in the middle of winter, you get really, really good visibility. Has anyone noticed that before? Those really, really mid days. I don't know if you've been out skiing or snowboarding on a really, really clear day. It's freezing, but you can see for miles and miles. Okay, and that's because the air's got really, really good transparency because there's no other particles. Okay, it's just all air, which is nice to see through. Okay, if the transparency is poor, then it's going to reduce the visibility. Okay. So conversely, you can often get poor visibility on really, really hot summer's days. So it's a nice day, but the heat is just out of control. And you can even see it on the ground sometimes. If you're looking like right down a long road or something, you can see the heat coming up off it, and it reduces the visibility pretty significantly. So that's exacerbated when you get higher up and you're flying around. There are some summer's days where it's clear, but it's really, really hazy. Okay? Because of the heat, there's so much other crap in the atmosphere, and there's high humidity and that kind of thing, so it's going to make the visibility a bit worse. Right, function of transparency, blah, 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 no change day or night. Increases with altitude. Why might that? Other than the fact that obviously there's no mountains in the way and stuff as we get higher. So aside from the obvious, why would we get better visibility higher up?
Because the atmosphere is thinner.
Pretty much. So because it's thinner, gravity tends to hold down all the heavy molecules. So all of the aerosols and the contaminants in the atmosphere tend to sit a little bit lower down. Higher up it's thinner, but it's also clearer in terms of how clean it is, and therefore you're going to get way better transparency higher up. So you'll often find like it's quite hazy up to about 2,000 feet, and then once you get to sort of 3,000 or 4,000 feet, it starts to get really, really clear, and you can see for quite a long way. Pretty common, especially in summer. You often see that. All right, both cloud amount, concentration, particles decreases with height. Precipitation is a big one to consider with visibility. Okay, and when we're looking at the forecast, working out whether we can go flying or not, and we're considering visibility, that's the main reason we're interested in precipitation. So what the rain is going to be doing, because we can fly through rain; it's not a problem. The planes don't fall out of the sky when they get wet; they just keep flying. But the visibility reduces in rain. Okay? So that's what we might expect. Okay? In heavy rain, visibility can reduce down to about 1,000 metres, pretty low. Moderate, somewhere between 4 and 10 kilometres, so worse, but not terrible. Light rain is usually okay, it just reduces the visibility a wee bit, so if it's at 30 k's, it might come down to 20, 15 k. Drizzle can be particularly bad as well, because the particles are so thin, the water droplets are so thin, they're quite close together, so there's a lot of them, so you often find visibility significantly reduced when there's a lot of drizzle. Fine droplets. At night time, and heavy rain as well. If there's lights, it can make them appear less intense and further away because it distorts the image a little bit as well. Particularly important to note for nighttime flying. So if you're flying at night in the rain, it becomes really, really apparent as well. Alright, mist. So that's going back to that one, ERA. So the definition of mist, because mist is a little bit like fog. but it's not quite as bad as fog. Okay? You can kind of see through mist. So when we're talking about mist, we mean visibility between 1,000 and 5,000 metres. Okay? So it's a little bit like fog on the ground, but it's kind of see-through. You can see a little bit. If we're considering haze, it's also visibility between 1,000 and 5,000 metres. But instead of being water droplets, it's solid particles in the air, okay? Contaminants, aerosols, that kind of thing, which should be we've seen a bit of it recently with the fires coming over from Australia. Have you guys been flying at all recently? Have you seen much? It was about a couple of weeks ago. We were out flying and everything went really sort of orange. And the visibility was terrible. If you didn't know where you were, by knowing the area well, you get lost pretty easily. You just couldn't see very far and everything. It looked a little bit like that. That's really, really hazy. It's due to solid particles in the air. If the visibility is below 1,000 metres, then the nature of what's obscuring it would be specified. Okay, pretty common with smoke, volcanic ash, fires, and widespread and that kind of thing. It'll have a note on it in the ASHA sort of forecast with the reason why the visibility is so bad. We'll come to fog in a second, but just coming back from that. So when we're comparing mist and fog, fog is when the visibility is below 1,000 metres. Okay, so that's the key determinant whether it's going to be mist or fog is the difference in visibility. Sea spray. So what's sea spray? Anyone know? Does that image tell you? Do we fly that low? No, it shouldn't be. However, taking off and landing, especially at coastal aerodromes, you get a lot of it. Lots of salt as well. But if it's windy enough, it can carry it quite a long way. And so at low levels, it can sort of create pretty poor visibility, almost kind of hazy. It's quite a weird phenomenon. Really common that you get it a bit at Wellington sometimes in really sort of gusty conditions. It picks up a lot of the water and sort of sprays it around. And Wanganui is another place where you might find it. It used to show up on the rain radars. Okay, so the rain radar used to pick it up with rain or light rain, but they've managed to null it out now, so it shouldn't pick it up because it was like, especially around Wellington, you'd often find it around all the peninsulas. It seems to continuously just be raining even on a clear day. Alright, another concept with visibility is slant range. So all we're considering here is when we're looking at something, if we're looking through a layer of atmosphere, sometimes if the visibility is not very good, we can't see it until we're directly overhead it, because when we're looking at something, we're looking through a slant range. Okay, we're not just looking straight down, straight across, but we're looking diagonally as this to this. Okay. So sometimes you might exceed the limit of your visibility. Does that kind of make sense, that concept? So basically, you could be on final, lined up for a runway coming into land, and you can't see the runway. Not because the visibility is bad, but just because you have to look through more atmosphere when you're looking diagonally through it. Whereas if you're directly above something, it's often easier to see. Okay, this is that exact example I was looking at there. Okay, so if the limit of your visibility is that purple line, and that's your glide path, then the runway is not going to come in view until very late in the day. Okay, so no contact with the runway, therefore it's pretty hard to do an approach when you're visual. Okay, so to solve that problem, initially you do a shallow approach until you establish visual contact with the runway, and then a steeper final approach. In practice, we don't really do that, because if the visibility is that bad, we shouldn't really be out flying VFR anyway. And if we're IFR, then we're able to fly a stabilised approach like that first one on instruments until we get to that point where we get visual. So it's more of a theoretical concept than a practical one. Practically, we want to change the path that we follow for our visibility sake.
What conditions would that occur in? Or like, what's an example where that might happen?
Often like a subsidence inversion. So where there's an inversion and it's cooler underneath and then hotter on top, you'll find it's quite clear and smooth up there, but then you descend through like a hazy layer and the visibility gets worse as you descend. I have seen it before, but it's not really VFR conditions that you'd be flying in. And if it is VFR conditions, then it's not so bad that it's a problem. You might just find that it's not as good when you're looking at the angle than it is if you're looking directly above, but you can still see it okay. Like I said, it's more of a theoretical concept. Practically, it's not really something that I bother with because if the visibility is so bad, then we shouldn't be flying in the first place, right? It should be an IFR flight instead of a VFR one. Alright, fog. So given what we've learnt so far and all the tools that you have available to you, how would you describe fog? What is fog? Anyone want to take a stab at it?
Very low level cloud.
Low level cloud? Yep, spot on. What kind of cloud do you reckon it would be? If we were to classify the type of cloud. Is it going to be cumulus or stratus?
Stratus.
Yeah, stratus. Why is it going to be stratus?
It's like a blanket cover.
Because it's a layer cloud. What's the other thing we know about stratus?
It's quite stable.
Yeah, it's thin and it's stable. Okay? So stable masses of air want to sink to as low as they can. They don't want to keep rising. Okay? So if it's stable, it's just going to stay on the ground until something makes it go away, which is typically either the wind or the sun. So as we know, fog's a bit of a problem with aviation because it limits us a lot, especially when there's fog at our departure or destination airport. It's pretty hard to land and take off, with a few exceptions. And I think we've got a bit of time, so I just want to have a quick look at a video. I'm going to start about halfway through because most of it's just the same image of a cloud flying through. An airplane flying through cloud. So it's not that exciting. But this is a video of an A320 doing an ILS Cat 3 approach into Vienna. What do we know about ILS approaches? Anyone know anything about them?
They're an interim landing system.
Yep.
Glide path normally about 3 degrees.
Good.
You've got a horizontal and a vertical component that you based off a radio needle that you want to keep in the centre. They have minimums like any approach does, but depending on the category, often depends how advanced and how what the gap in frequency would be per se, or
Exactly. So there's a whole bunch of different parameters really, but when we're looking at an ILS approach, it gets you down to some pretty decent minimum. A standard sort of Cat 2 approach, like at Whenuapai, will get you down to about 200 feet above the ground, and then you've got to have visual with the moment. If it's a Cat 3 approach, and this one is a Cat 3, then you can usually get down to the ground before you need to be able to see the runway. You just need a minimum visibility of usually a few hundred metres, sometimes even less. The one in Auckland, depending on what you have, what equipment you have on board the aircraft, if it's got auto land or not, required visibility is pretty low. It's about 50 or 100 metres or something. But there's no minimum cloud, so the cloud can be on the ground. So pretty decent systems, very, very accurate. There's lots of redundancy built into them as well.
With them as well, just on the sidetrack, when they're referring to visual with the runway, is that visual with the physical runway or the approach lighting? Does that count?
So the approach lighting counts because you'll find in these conditions they'll have full intensity on the lighting, and they'll have like a runway lighting lead-in system as well, so it leads you into the runway. So basically, you'll see it on this video. It has the bars that come before the runway to guide you in. So as soon as you can see those, you're good to land. Yeah, they're pretty cool. It goes on for a little bit like this. Give you a little bit of sound for some atmosphere. That's 1,000 feet above the ground. Have a bit of trust in your system there with this kind of thing. It's a very weird feeling flying around like this for a couple of hours and suddenly there's a runway in front of you and you're landing in 10 seconds. Yeah, 400 feet.
300.
Yeah, so those are the approach lights leading me into the runway. So they're pretty intense and usually flashing as well to help guide you in.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Retard. Retard. Retard.
So yeah, pretty bad visibility, yeah. But they still managed to land pretty successfully. Now, if you think about it, without those lights in the ILS, you just can't see a thing. Anyway.
So if they have that technology, why don't they just use that all the time?
All the time?
Is it because it's boring?
There's just no requirement to. Sometimes it's more efficient not to use it than to be using it unnecessarily. But yeah, like sky clear conditions, they don't be using it. A lot of the time they will anyway. Like they'll still be flying ILS approaches even if it's a clear day, because it gives a standard approach path and they know exactly where an aircraft's going to be for the whole time. But yeah, sometimes they'll do a visual approach instead. Okay, so yeah, as we said, fog's basically cloud on the ground, usually stratus, and visibility is less than 1,000 metres in fog. Mist somewhere between 1,000 and 5,000 metres, as we discussed. When we're talking about fog, the main way that we talk about them or classify it is the way it's formed. Okay? And they're all pretty similar, the way it's formed. They often need stable conditions, so radiation fog's the most common. This is the fog that we see sort of 80% of the time. What does radiation mean? Did you look at this yesterday? What does the sun give us? Okay, it gives you solar radiation, heat energy. Okay, so when we're talking about radiation fog, it's fog due to radiation or heat energy, or specifically the loss of heat energy, okay, i.e. at night time. So main example you'd consider is there's high relative humidity, so a fair amount of moisture in the air. Unrestricted surface cooling, which means little or no cloud. Okay, so you've got that classic, at the end of the day, it's reasonably clear, and it gets cool quite quickly. Okay? The desert's a really good example. A light wind, 2 to 8 knots, which promotes a little bit of mixing between the direct surface layer and the layer above it. Okay? And then a generally stable atmosphere, so mixing cooling are confined to a really, really low level. Okay? If it's unstable, then it's going to keep rising, but the stability keeps it down to a low level. Okay? So with all of those things present, and then at night time with the absence of any sun, that's where you get fog starting to form. Okay? And that's radiation fog. Okay, so the air just cools, there's quite a bit of relative humidity, and it cools to the dew point and it condenses. and because it's stable, it just sits on the ground. So yeah, usually it's at thickest just after sunrise. Now that's not really the main reason. Why would it be thickest just after sunrise? We often observe that fog, when the sun comes up, gets thicker before it starts to dissipate. Why do you reckon that would happen?
Is it warming and starting to rise?
Sort of. You're on the right track. So what's the sun trying to do to the water droplets that form the fog?
Evaporate.
It's trying to evaporate. Good. So it's giving energy to those water droplets to try and evaporate. And what happens as it gives energy to the water droplets to make them evaporate? Yeah. What else does it do? If all of the heat energy is going into changing it from water to a gas to try and evaporate, what do you think is happening to the surrounding atmosphere? It's cooling down. Okay, because it takes all of the energy from your surrounding atmosphere in order to change the state of the water from a liquid to a vapour. Yeah. So temporarily, so it's called latent heat, right? Did you look at latent heat yesterday when you first started off? So yeah, latent heat when you're changing something from a liquid to a vapour, it needs to take energy, and it takes it primarily from the surrounding atmosphere. And because it's taking atmospheric energy, it's going to cool the surrounding atmosphere, which then makes things further condense. Okay? So as it's trying to change, it actually condenses more until there's enough sunlight and energy to not only change the state of it, but start to evaporate it as well and warm it at the same time. So yeah, temporarily you'll find it starts to get warmer. It starts to get thicker before it evaporates. The other way it can disperse, well, any one of those basic requirements really. The most common one is the wind. Okay? If the wind increases beyond 2 to 8 knots, it's just going to blow the fog away and dissipate it like that. Helicopters are really good for dissipating fog if you're trying to get rid of fog. But otherwise, the sun will generally do it. Initially, it might just lift the cloud base, and over the day as it heats up, it will start to disperse it as well. Okay, advection fog. So using all of those tools that I've given you and all the definitions we've looked at, what might advection fog hint at? How would advection fog form? Can you remember what advection means? No? Alright, there's another definition for you to note down. So advection is the horizontal movement of air. Okay? So if we're talking about advection, it's air going from over here to over here, to maybe further that way. Okay? So all of the requirements for its form are exactly the same as radiation fog, except what happens is the warm air from somewhere else moves over an area of cool air. And as it does that, the cooler layer beneath it makes the air condense, so it drops the temperature to the dew point. Okay. It's pretty similar to sea fog, which is what we'll have a look at there. The temperature of the cold surface needs to be lower than the dew point of that warm air mass that's moving over the top of it. Dispersal is mainly a change in wind strength or direction. Okay, so it blows it back to where it came from, or continues moving. Valley fog. So how would valley fog occur? Does anyone want to take a stab at that?
Is that to do with the katabatic?
Yep, you're on the right track. So when might it occur?
Early morning.
Yeah, it would probably start, like you said, at night. So as soon as the sun starts to go down again, it starts cooling. And we know that the land cools a lot faster than the water. So as it cools, the air is going to sink, And if there's a high moisture content, as it sinks, it's going to cool to the dew point and condense. And it tends to sit in the valleys pretty readily. Okay, really, really common. It's essentially radiation fog, but instead of just forming over flat surfaces, it forms in valleys and really, really low points because it all starts to sink down to the bottom of the valley instead. But it's essentially the same thing. The rivers that contain valleys often give the moisture that's required for it as well. So even if the air that's coming down the valley isn't cool enough or moist enough to form fog, then the water that you might find in the bottom of the valleys can do the rest for it and give it the moisture that it needs. But yeah, you're right on katabatic flow, so going down the valley at night time. What's it called when the air flows up the valley surfaces? You remember that one? What's that? Not adiabatic, close. Anabatic, yeah. Good. Nice one. Alright, sea fog. Yeah, pretty cool. So, similar concept, except we're considering fog above the ocean there. So, most common in spring and early summer, you find it happening, where the sea's at its coldest, okay? Because remember, the sea readily holds its temperature, so it takes a long time for it to cool. We're talking about months and months for it to actually cool down. So the warm, moist air travels over the top of it, a little bit like convection fog. And of course, the sea provides good moisture content for the fog to form. So as the surface cools to the dew point, then the water vapour condenses and forms over the ocean. Wellington's prone to this quite a lot. In fact, that's what we've had the last couple of days in Wellington, is a bit of sea fog rolling in. And of course, with a bit of very, very light wind, it can turn into advection fog as it sort of moves it around. So it can move into very unwanted places like runways and that kind of thing. Alright, and steam and fog, yeah, you often see it on lakes, things like that. So we've got a really, really humid surface, and the cold air of the warm surface condenses to the dew point, which is formed over the top of it, with the lake or whatever's beneath it providing the moisture content. Alright, frontal fog. So if you consider the cross-section of the front, doesn't matter if it's a warm or a cold front, what we find is that there's a little sector, as that depicts, where there's really, really cold air that's sitting right beneath the warm air. And it's kind of held down there, so it's a lot more stable than the rest of the frontal system. Okay, so that's where you'd often get fog sitting. Pretty common in the warm front. Because warm fronts are going to be more stable, and they displace that cold air, so it tends to sink and then cools to the dew point. Operational aspects. So yeah, pretty obvious as we looked at. So we looked at the arrival problems and how we can solve that by using really, really reliable instrument landing systems and that kind of thing. Obviously, if we're VFR, then we don't have that luxury, so we need to be really, really careful when there's any fog forecast. Departure problems, the same kind of thing. If you can't see the end of the runway, well, there's not really much chance of taking off. At night time, we need to be even more careful. If you ever start doing any night flying, we've got to keep a really close eye on the temperature and the dew point when we go night flying, because fog can form fairly quickly at night time. And if it does, and we're airborne, sometimes it can form over the runway so quickly that we can't land. So we usually say to go night flying, we need a minimum split of 2 degrees between the temperature and the dew point. Okay? So it has to cool down by 2 degrees in order for the fog to form, and that gives you enough of a buffer to be safe. Because it's not fun if there's fog forming and you're trying to get on the ground. Right, any questions on fog? Sweet. Okay, let's roll straight into turbulence, eh? So we've kind of looked at all of the things that form turbulence and all the basic concepts. So now we're just it's really weird. I think it's meant to be a Star Trek one, but it's kind of all distorted. Anyway, so we're just going to look at all of the different classifications of turbulence based on how they're formed. So thermal turbulence, really, like I was talking about, really common on hot summer's days. Okay, so you get the sun heating up the land, okay, and land heats a lot faster than the ocean. Different parts of the land will heat even faster, especially if they're closer to the sun and that kind of thing. They'll more readily accept the heat. So because of that, they're going to heat the air above them, which is then going to rise. Okay, so across a different layer, you've got different varying amounts of updrafts depending on how quickly the air is heating and how fast it's rising. And that creates thermal turbulence, these varying updrafts going up and down. Okay, it can get quite bumpy in some summer's days just because of that. Alright, someone explain mechanical turbulence to me. You've got all of the information. Someone take a stab at it.
So the building is blocking the wind, and so it's causing the airflow to be disturbed behind it.
Good. Yeah, really nice.
Yeah.
So the best way to sort of imagine this is if you think about a river, and if a river is nice and smooth and the riverbed's smooth, it's going to flow really nicely, even if it's really, really fast. But as soon as you start putting like rocks and stones and stuff, you get little eddies, okay, and little waves, and sometimes you get a bit of white water as well. It's the same concept. So air is like a fluid, except we can't see it. But the same sort of stuff happens. So if the wind's blowing this way, some of it's going to come around there, and some of it's going to go over the top, and then the stuff that's going over the top might interfere with the stuff coming around there. So you get quite a lot of turbulent flow around there. So turbulence with mechanical interference is generally lots of wind in varying directions. Okay, so it's changing directions over a distance pretty quickly, which will create a large amount of low-level turbulence. On a larger scale, if you consider a mountain range, then on the, what side's that? On the lee side, still written up there, right? So on the lee side, you'd expect a lot of turbulence and downdrafts. Okay, same sort of thing. If you imagine it's water coming up over the top of the mountain, and as it comes down, that's where the wave is hitting, basically. So that's where you get all the rough air and downdrafts and that kind of thing. So that's mechanical turbulence. Wind shear turbulence, so yeah, we've kind of looked at that. Where there's a shear boundary and you get sudden sinking, that can often lead to a bit of turbulence as well. So it can get rough, because as quickly as you get the downdrafts, sometimes there's updrafts that follow. And a gust front, which we'll have a look at in a second when we look at thunderstorms. In a thunderstorm, the downdrafts that are associated with the rainfall are pretty severe. Okay, so as the rain is falling, it generates momentum and it actually pulls a lot of the air down with it. So in the front of the thunderstorm, as it comes out, it usually gets forced down and up there. And if you get any warm inflow of air, it combines with that, so it ends up going that way. And then in this direction, it's going the opposite direction. Okay. So over a small space, you've got air going that way, and then air going that way. So if you were descending through all of that air, you'd go from a headwind to updrafts into a tailwind in the space of 3 or 4 seconds. So that's where you get a fairly rough ride. Okay, is when you're doing an approach close to thunderstorms and CVs, which are producing a lot of rain. Right, wake turbulence. What do we know about wake turbulence? When does that form?
Like on calm days, just after a plane or helicopter is taken off or just flown.
Yeah, so during takeoff or landing, it doesn't really matter. The heavier the aircraft, the more wake it's going to produce. And it's produced due to the pressure gradient on the wings. Okay. So where there's a large pressure gradient, most common in the landing and takeoff configuration, where the aircraft's quite slow with high angle of attack. It produces those vortices off the wingtips, okay. And that generates a significant amount of wake turbulence. So we looked at that video in law on one of the first days there where it managed to took the plane upside down. There's been countless examples of that where it's happened. It can be pretty severe, so it's something to be careful about.
Has it ever happened right here?
On a low scale, yeah. Like if you don't wait long enough, you'll notice it, especially if it's quite calm and you fly through it, it'll start to get a bit bumpy and you get thrown off a little bit. If you really haven't waited long enough, then it'll turn you upside down. So you've got to be very careful with it. All right. Details we've looked at, so we don't need to cover it. So in terms of that cheat sheet, or the Met card that you have in front of you should have all the details. You need to decode the details pretty nicely. Right, icing inversions and thunderstorms. Cool. So icing is another dangerous weather condition. Why is icing going to be a problem when we're flying?
Makes it burn.
Makes the plane heavier. What else does it do?
It can lock up your ailerons or flaps.
What about the shape of it?
It disturbs the airflow across the air. So
Yeah. So wings are shaped quite deliberately, right? And it changes the shape of it. So it's going to, like you say, disturb the airflow. You're not going to get the pressure gradient that the wing's meant to produce. Therefore, you're going to have to get the lift some other way. And the only other way is to fly faster. So you reach a point where you can't fly any faster and the plane won't be able to maintain any lift. Icing is pretty dangerous when considering aircraft. To get icing, you need two things. You need to fly through visible moisture below 0 degrees. Okay? If both of those aren't present, then ice won't form. The only exception to that, I guess, is like a hoarfrost or hoar icing, which happens on the ground, same as like a car. So if you leave your car overnight and it's a really clear night, high moisture content, and you get a frost in the morning. Okay, so that's where that would occur. Airframe icing, both clear ice and lime ice occur when you're flying through visible moisture, which we'll have a look at in a second. Okay, so 3 states of water. Obviously, we're going that direction. It's latent heat absorbed, which is when we were talking about like the fog dispersing. Okay, so that's absorbing latent heat. If we're going from a gas to a liquid to ice, then latent heat is given off as well. Also worth noting the two processes which skip the water state. So we talked about deposition before, going straight from the gas to ice. Of course, the other one is going from ice straight to water vapor, which is what we call sublimation. All right, so clear ice. Clear ice is formed by SCWD. Does anyone know that abbreviation? You probably haven't come across it. It stands for supercooled water droplets. Okay, so those are water droplets which are below 0 degrees, but which have not frozen. Okay, so they're still in the liquid state. So usually the temperature is somewhere between negative 15 degrees. Okay, and only a small amount of the drop freezes. So it freezes and it sort of rolls back across the wing. And because of that, it usually has quite a clear appearance to it. It's usually quite hard to detect because it's very see-through. Like it gives a very, very smooth surface. And it doesn't really have any air bubbles in it like lime ice does. Okay. It can get very, very thick and strong, so if you don't break it off quickly using whatever de-icing equipment you have, it tends to stick pretty easily. Okay, so that's what it kind of looks like. Sometimes it's even clearer than that, and it's really, really hard to see. So it freezes and then kind of moves backwards over the leading edge. Most common place to find icing initially is like the leading edges of the wings. And the vertical stabilizer, and basically all of the forward-facing surfaces. Of course, that's the worst place to get them as well. Sometimes it forms like a clear sheet over the top of the wing. If we compare clear ice with rime ice, so rime ice occurs at a much lower temperature, usually below negative 15 degrees. Okay, and freezing of the droplets is pretty instant. So as soon as a droplet touches the wing, it's going to freeze. Okay, and it makes an interesting appearance, so it usually has quite a sort of white appearance to it. It's a lot easier to see, and because it freezes instantly, the drops don't really sort of combine together to make a clear sheet of ice, so they're a little bit easier to break off as well. but both are pretty dangerous because they increase the weight of the aircraft and they disturb the airflow across the wings as well. Most likely to be caused in stratiform cloud, prime ice, because there's not much turbulence, and the droplets are also quite small, so they'll readily freeze as soon as they touch the aircraft. Whereas clear icing is more common in CVs and cumulus cloud, because the droplets tend to be a lot larger, so they're not going to freeze instantly, and some of it will be able to move back across the wing to create that clear appearance. Pretty impressive there. So how do we get rid of ice on the ground? If there's ice on the aircraft, because it's illegal to take off with ice adhering to any of the surfaces, So what do we need to do? Chuck a bucket of boiling water over the top of it? Why not? Yeah, it'll just refreeze, won't it? What else might happen?
Could damage something.
Yeah, you can damage something. What happens to a windscreen if you chuck hot water over it if it's frozen?
Crack.
Yeah, it'll crack. Has anyone done that before? I had a flatmate that did it when I was at flying school. He's not a pilot. He didn't make it through. Anyway, that's an aside. Hall frost, as I alluded to before, it's the same as like you might find in your car if it's parked overnight outside and it's a really, really clear night, but high moisture content. So it'll form when the air reaches freezing level. When you get this kind of frost, that's where you'd have to use de-icing fluid. Okay, so you go around basically spraying the winds and it decreases the freezing point of the water and it just melts it like that. Usually lasts about 20 minutes, so you're good for about 20 minutes before it refreezes. In flight, some aircraft have anti-ice or de-icing equipment. Okay, so that can come in the form of what we call de-icing boots, which are like inflatable boots on the leading edge, which inflate and they crack the ice and it breaks off. Some will have like a fluid which is leaked out of the leading edge of the pores, which drops the freezing level, and some have heating as well. Quite common in like airliners with windscreens and stuff. They often have heated windscreens for that kind of thing. So yeah, there's various methods that they can use for de-icing and anti-icing. Right, freezing rain is just rain that freezes when it reaches the ground. Good picture of it. But it's where you get super cool water droplets. So water droplets that are below 0 degrees. So as soon as they touch any kind of surface, they freeze instantly. Okay. Pretty common under a warm front in sort of mid-latitude to close to the equator type areas. You find this. This is a really cool picture. Can anyone see what that is?
Wow. Is that a park bench?
Yeah, so it's a park bench in a car. Okay, so that's where you've had freezing rain. So the super cool water droplets have fallen out of the sky, and they basically freeze instantly as soon as they touch any surface. So you'll see that thing there's the aerial of the car. Pretty crazy, yeah. It's not very common, but every now and then you see it, and it usually makes the news. They're one of those bizarre interest pieces. All right. Yep, freezing rain. It's not going to be an issue for us, but it's something you want to stay away from if you can. I think we've talked about all of that. Visibility through windscreens. Yeah, windscreen ice is a problem. If you get it accumulating, it's really, really hard to see through it. If we have a whole lot of ice and we don't have any method of de-icing the aeroplane, so we've accidentally picked up ice, what can we do? Descend? What's the concern with descending? So imagine you've flown through a cloud and you've picked up a whole lot of ice in the cloud. If we're descending, why might we be very careful of that?
We might not be able to level out again because of the ice.
Potentially. What else?
Not enough height.
Yeah, you don't know what's beneath you, eh? So if you're in cloud, you can't see. So sometimes descending is not the best option. Sometimes it is a good option. If you go down 1,000 feet, and the temperature might drop by a couple of degrees. Often the other option which people might consider is climbing. Because if you've got enough energy to climb and you know where the cloud tops are, if you get above them, then normally the sun will outmelt the ice, and at least that way you might accumulate even more ice as well. So there's no one answer. It's just considering the situation. It's not the sort of situation you'd find yourself in when you're VFR, it's more of an IFR type thing. Pitot tubes, static vents is another one as well. So how can we avoid icing in the pitot tube?
Pitot heat.
Yeah, that's why we have pitot heat today, so it keeps the pitot tube nice and warm. When we're flying through known icing conditions, so that we at least have an airspeed indicator. Yeah, it can interfere with communication areas and air areas as well. Alright, engine icing. So you guys would have looked at this in tech, carburetor icing. So how do we get carb icing forming? What sort of situation might it form?
Is it moisture?
Yep, so we need a decent amount of moisture content or high relative humidity in the atmosphere, for it to form. What else?
You need airspeed, so you need a large amount of air going through your carburetor that's being squeezed into the interior to move more air.
Yep. But not always. When's it most likely to occur? Or when's it most likely to be a problem? What about the power setting of the engine? Does that affect carburetor icing at all?
Idle.
Oh, so it's too rich.
Not too rich, but just a low power setting is when you're most likely to get it. Okay? So if you look at the engine instrumentation, the RPM setting has a green range, right? So the lower part of the green range is what we call the bottom of the normal operating range. So any time we're below 2200 RPM, the normal procedure is to use carb heat when you're operating below that to prevent any carburetor icing. Okay. Why would a low power setting increase the chances of getting carb icing? You're kind of on the right track, Kyle, with what you're talking about.
Engine's not running hot enough.
What's that?
Engine's not running hot enough.
Not necessarily. So if you consider the manifold, or the engine carburetor itself, what we find is that it's a venturi, yeah? It's kind of shaped like that. That's where all the fuel air mixture comes out. And that's the throttle butterfly. Okay. So at full power, the butterfly is like that. Okay. So all of the fuel and air can go through the manifold. It's unrestricted. Okay, so you've got full fuel and air going straight through. Okay, at low power settings, what happens to the throttle butterfly? Yeah, it starts to close, so it restricts the flow of the fuel air mixture moving through it, right? So it might look at a really low power setting, it might look something like that. Okay. So the only place that the fuel and air can get through is through there and through there. So what is then going to happen to it as it goes through those really, really small gaps? There's a few things to consider.
Evaporate? Is it the cooling?
It won't evaporate. What's going to happen to the speed of it?
Heat up.
Yeah, it'll speed up. Because it's a smaller gap to get through. It's like the funnel effect when we're talking about wind gaps. So you have to accelerate to get through that gap. What happens to the pressure when it speeds up? Does static pressure increase or decrease when we get an increase in airspeed?
Decrease.
Yeah, static pressure is going to decrease, isn't it? So you get a pressure drop. When you get a pressure drop, you get a temperature drop. Okay? Just like with the contrails coming off the back of aircraft wings. Okay? The pressure drops, therefore the temperature drops. So you get a really significant drop in temperature there and there. Okay? So significant that icing can form. Okay? What happens when icing forms? What happens to the gap? It gets smaller, doesn't it? And what do we know about a smaller gap?
It gets colder faster.
Yeah, needs to go faster, so the pressure's going to drop, so the temperature's going to drop, which means there'll be more ice. Okay, so it kind of compounds this. Okay, so that's one reason we get carb icing. The other is here. So when it's all the fuel air mixture's coming out of there, it's vaporizing the fuel, right? So it's turning it from a liquid into a gas, turning it into a vapor. What do we know about changing state from a liquid to a gas? What happens to flow?
Absorbs energy, absorbs heat.
Yep.
Or gives off.
Yeah, one absorbs. It's going to absorb the heat, because it's trying to expand the molecules. Okay, so for the molecules to expand, it needs more heat to push them apart. So when it's absorbing heat, it cools the surrounding atmosphere. So it's like a refrigerator effect. So it cools the surrounding atmosphere. So everything coming out of there is pretty cool. Okay, the environment when it's vaporizing is cool. So both of those reasons generate carb icing. Yeah, particularly susceptible to it at quite low power settings because of the restriction in flow with the throttle butterfly. Does that kind of make a bit more sense now? So that's when you get carb icing, there's low power settings. Incidentally, I've had it twice. I've had it at night time when sitting at the holding point waiting to take off here. And the other time I've had it, which was the only time I had it before that happened, was on a summer's day in Wellington, just sitting on the ground for about 20 minutes waiting for a takeoff clearance. And I just picked up carb icing just idling on the ground. Okay, so it's really susceptible to low power settings. It doesn't have to be cold for it to happen. It was probably about 20 degrees in that day. So yeah, it doesn't have a lot to do with the outside air temperature.
So that's why when we're coming in for our descent, we're not using much power, so that's why we're long carb.
Exactly. So carb heat comes on anytime you reduce the RPM below 2200 RPM. Yeah, that kind of covers all of that pretty nicely. Dangerous outside air temperature for the carb icing form is in the range of 25 degrees down to negative 15 degrees. Okay, that's where you're in the kind of danger range, which is basically where we are all of the time. Any questions on icing? It's all very straightforward. Yeah. Cool. What's an inversion? Anyone know?
Is that where the temperature goes higher as you're going up?
Yeah. So it's basically any time the opposite to what's normal happens. Okay. So normally, as we get higher, the temperature should drop, shouldn't it? It should be colder higher up. So there's a certain point where the temperature will actually go the other way and it gets warmer. So that's what we call an inversion. And that can happen in various places in the atmosphere for varying reasons. But anytime there's an increase in temperature at height, then we're going to get an inversion forming. Okay? So one place we find that happens is just above the tropopause. Okay? So we're talking sort of around the 36,000 kilometre mark. There's an isothermal layer. What does isothermal mean? Say again?
It's the same temperature?
Yeah, isothermal, same temperature, just like isobar, same pressure. So there's an isothermal layer, and we know that because it's a vertical line. And then above that isothermal layer, the temperature starts increasing. Okay. And that's just due to the fact that it starts to get above the ozone layer, so you get that incoming solar radiation hitting the atmosphere. Okay, so that's where we'd find an inversion. All right, radiation inversions to start with. So radiation, obviously there's solar radiation, which we want to consider. So if that's the environmental lapse rate of a daytime surface, reasonably warm, so it's cooling fairly uniformly with altitude. Yeah. Do you guys understand these very simple graphs, all right? Okay, so you've got altitude there and temperature there, and I should say it. Now, at night time, we want to consider what happens. So at night time, why is that happening?
Is it because the ground that like absorbed all the heat, like it cools off, so the heat like rises up?
Yeah, exactly. Cool. So because the ground cools really, really quickly, in fact faster than the air aloft, you'll find that lower down it cools quite a lot. So initially it's heating as it gains altitude until it gets to a point where it can pick up where it used to be. Okay, so it's unaffected by the layer beneath it. So that's what we call a radiation inversion. Really common at night time. You find it gets warmer as you gain in altitude temporarily just after the sun goes down. Turbulence inversion. So this is where the sun comes up. So at 6 a.m. you wouldn't find any thermal or mechanical turbulence. Around 11 a.m., so mid to late morning, once the sun's had time to heat the surface of it, the surface of the Earth gains in temperature. So the area directly above it is going to get cooler, but then up to a certain point, it's kind of capped off, and it will suddenly get warmer with altitude for a short period. Because of all the turbulence mixing the different layers. Okay? A lot of the time you'll find that the different layers aloft tend to stay quite isolated from each other as well, and that assists with the formation of inversions. Subsidence inversion. So what does subsidence mean? It's another good term for you to remember. If something's subsiding, what do we describe?
Is that when it goes from gas directly to ice, or is it from ice?
No, you're thinking about sublimation and deposition. Yeah.
Is that like sinking?
Yeah, it's sinking. Okay? If something's subsiding, it means it's sinking, it's going down. Okay? So that's stability is associated with subsidence, right? So with a subsidence inversion, as a layer aloft, so quite high up, sinks, it will warm as it sinks. Okay? And that affects a layer at the sort of mid-levels, and that's where you get a subsidence inversion happening. These are pretty common at around the sort of 2,000 or 3,000 foot mark. And you'll find above those it's really, really clear and smooth air as well. Okay? Above the inversions, you get quite clear flying. Frontal inversion is where you just find it happening over a cross-sectional area at the front. It can be either a warm front or a cold front where that happens. Okay, so the air temporarily increases temperature with altitude over a small layer. Okay. Any questions on inversions? It's not a very big section in the exam, so there probably might be 1 or 2 questions. But basically, just know the definitions of it. Pretty cool picture, eh? So, what happens when lightning hits an aircraft? Anyone know? What's that?
The aircraft screw.
The aircraft screw? Is it?
If they pass through.
No, it generally works out alright. It just needs somewhere to enter the aircraft and then somewhere to exit it without causing any damage in many areas. Not really an issue. The aircraft are designed with a lot of electrical bonding, so the whole aircraft's at the same potential difference. Okay, so there's no risk of any damage. Light aircraft are exactly the same. You see the static bonding wires throughout the aircraft. So basically you can run a charge straight through it and it won't do anything, which is ideal. You're probably safer being in an aeroplane than you are being on the ground if there's a lightning storm, to be honest. Anyway, so we're going to have a look at thunderstorms. The key thing to know is what we need to create a thunderstorm, and then the 3 basic stages of a thunderstorm: the growing, the mature, and the decaying stage as well. Okay, so these are the requirements, but I suggest you note that down because they often ask about this. So you need a deep, unstable atmosphere. Okay, so heaps and heaps of instability. The air wants to rise really, really high. And associated with that instability, we need an adequate supply of moisture. Okay? This would often be found over the ocean, so often you get thunderstorms forming over the ocean, just like the one that we looked at over the Pacific Islands. Okay? Heaps of moisture to help feed it. Trigger action, which causes it to rise. Okay? So that might be mechanical lifting or orographic lifting if there's a hill. It might be frontal lifting. Okay, if a cold front forces air up over the top of it. And it needs a mechanism for electrical discharge as well. Okay? So typically that's the up and down drafts rubbing against each other, creating static electricity within the cell. Trigger action is often also heat, okay, which is why you get so many thunderstorms forming in the tropics and around the equator. There's so much energy and moisture to be able to feed the thunderstorm. Okay.
Can you go back?
What's that?
Can you go back?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if I go too fast through it, just let me know.
What does it mean, mechanism for electrical discharge?
So it needs some way to generate a potential difference within the cloud so that there can be lightning occurring, because it's the lightning which will cause the thunder. Okay, so that's mainly static electricity within the cloud.
Does that say, is that supposed to be trigger action?
Trigger action, no, tiger action. Yeah, it should be trigger action. Everyone got that? Okay, so trigger actions, orographic, heat, and frontal. Okay, so orographic is where there's hills and that kind of thing. Anything which disturbs the airflow and forces it upwards is going to help trigger a thunderstorm. If it's a heat type thunderstorm, then all that is the sun heating the surface beneath, which causes the rising air. Remember, that generates a lot of instability as soon as you get that convection happening. Thunderstorms caused by fronts can happen at warm fronts, but they're most common with cold fronts. Okay, cold fronts are what are going to give you that vertical development, 10,000 feet plus, and that's where you get the frontal rising, because the cold air forces all the other air up above it. Alright, so thunderstorms by definition are one or more electrical discharges manifested by a flash of light and a sharp rumbling sound. Okay, so any kind of storm which has lightning and thunder. Okay, they usually start off with some kind of cumulonimbus cloud, and they generate their energy from there. Okay, so there's three stages that I want to have a look at with the formation of the thunderstorm: the growing stage, the mature stage, and the decaying or dissipating stage. Okay, so the beginning, the middle, and the end. There's a good little section of this in the book as well, which I recommend you have a read through. It is chapter 14. Okay, so different stages. The growing stage. So this is where it's generating all the energy and starting to form, basically. All the drafts are upwards. Okay, so it's only updrafts, which is the formation of it. Heaps of moisture that's been carried aloft. Okay, so 10,000 feet plus. So it's drawing all of that moisture up from the sea or the surface up into the sky. Obviously, if it gets carried past the freezing level, then it's going to start turning to ice as well. Okay. So you're going to get things like hail forming within the thunderstorm. Okay. Sometimes it's referred to as the cumulus stage, because it's always going to start off with some kind of cumulus cloud. Okay. So not necessarily super high. In this example, it shows one which is 10 k's high, so a reasonable amount of height. What you'll see there is there's a dashed blue line which represents the freezing level. So you'll notice that freezing level bulges upwards. Okay, so within the cloud, the freezing level might be at 5 k's. Outside the cloud it might be at 5 k's, and then within the cloud, the freezing level goes higher. Okay, and that's just because of all of those updrafts carrying all the energy up there. So you've got moisture basically shooting straight up. Alright, so once it's all been carried aloft, there comes a point where there's not complete updrafts, and you start to get some downdrafts as well, so it can't support the weight of all of that moisture. So you get a mix of updrafts and downdrafts within the mature stage, okay? And this is where you start to get all the kind of action happening in the severe weather. Okay? So you'll notice here with the freezing level that in the updraft part of it, it still bulges upwards, but the freezing level starts to drop downwards on the right hand side. When we're considering a thunderstorm, it's always going to have a direction that it moves. So for the purposes of explaining it, we can assume this thunderstorm's moving from left to right. Okay. So the updraft would be the trailing edge, and the downdraft would be the direction that it's travelling. Okay. With the downdrafts, you're going to get some pretty heavy rain, potentially hail as well, if the hail's large enough to sustain its energy all the way down to the ground. What do we notice about the area between the updrafts and the downdrafts? What's going to happen in there? What do we know about when something's going up and something else is going down? We call that, it's friction, eh? So if we have friction, that's going to generate static electricity. With all of these particles. We've got some pretty, if you compare the relative movement between the two masses of air, one going up, one going down, the difference is huge. So the static electricity generated within that cell is pretty massive. Because you're talking about, if you think back to that 5-year-old's video that we looked at the beginning, the amount of weight which has been carried aloft is massive, really, really huge. So the potential for a large amount of static electricity to be generated because of the rubbing of the updrafts and the downdrafts within it is huge as well. Okay, and that's where the lightning starts to come from. Okay, it's because the potential difference which is generated by static electricity. A lot of the time, the heavy rain can generate what we call a gust front as well. So that's kind of what I alluded to when we looked at turbulence. So at the leading edge, the airflow is going down, potentially heavy rain and also hail, significant downdrafts. As it comes down, it tends to be pushed that direction, and then it'll often be forced upwards by incoming warm air going that way as well. Okay, so you often get the airflow basically changing direction by about 180 degrees. Okay, so it can be really turbulent around that area. Some pretty significant wind shear as well. Alright, and the decaying stage. Okay, so this is where all of the drafts are now downdraft. Okay, there's no more updrafts. There's still a reasonable amount of momentum, okay, with all of the rain and potential hail that's coming up. The freezing levels bulging downwards, and the turbulence and all of the severity starting to decrease. Okay, this can happen pretty quickly. The dissipating or the decaying stage can be reached after about 15 to 20 minutes sometimes, so it's all over fairly quickly sometimes. Okay. And then, of course, it can reform again if there's new updrafts which form. If there's a trigger action which helps it reform. There we go. There's a good diagram of a gust front here. Okay, so there's your downdrafts at the leading edge. It's moving left to right. And then out the right-hand side, you might get a gust front at the outflow as well. So the warm air is moving back in slightly above the lower layer. Okay, and that creates quite a turbulent flow around this kind of level. So if you think of an aircraft that's coming through this on approach, it has maybe a 30-knot headwind, which suddenly changes to a 30-knot tailwind, then that's an overall change in 60 knots of airspeed. And if it's a robin coming down at 70 knots, then it's going from 70 down to 10 knots. And robins don't fly very well at 10 knots. So you can see the intensity and severity of some of these weather conditions. And the sheer amount of energy in the thunderstorm is pretty amazing now. So, the dangers of a thunderstorm. Obviously, turbulence is a big one. Definitely within it. So, even IFR, we often stay away from it. We've got weather radar, we'll steer clear of thunderstorms. VFR, you still want to stay well away from them, especially if they're discharging. So, if there's a lot of lightning coming off it, the lightning can travel a fair way. And ideally, we don't want to get hit by lightning if we can help it. Wind shear, as I talked about, so often with the gust front out the leading edge, you'll get wind shear. Hail is pretty common as well, especially because it draws the moisture well above the freezing level, and that's where all the hail is going to be formed. Icing, if you fly through it, okay, there's some pretty cold temperatures top, and of course lightning is going to be an issue as well. Another one is static. So I don't know if anyone's flown near a thunderstorm, you probably haven't, but it's quite noticeable, like the amount of static you get over the radio if you're flying near one, and that's just because of the interference from all the static electricity which has been generated within the thunderstorm. It's pretty impressive sometimes. You can still be 20 miles away from it and start to get all of those sort of scratching in the radios and that kind of thing. Sweet. I think we're up to New Zealand weather. Tell you what. Let's take 5 minutes. We've got one more topic, and then I'll get you to do a practice. Okay. Yeah, we get a lot of fog here as well, and that's just because of that high moisture content, but very stable conditions in northerly and also westerly. Southwest, however, can be a bit more unstable. Okay. Why is it going to be unstable if it's a southwesterly? What's going to change that makes it less stable?
As it comes up, it's being warmed.
Yeah, so what's the temperature where the MS is coming from?
Cold.
Yeah, it's going to be colder, right? So it's, no matter where it really comes from, it's going to be cooler down south, whether it's sort of Antarctica or even just bottom of the South Island. So as it comes further north, it's going to get heated, and it's going to have a lot of moisture content as well. So if you heat the moisture content, it's going to want to keep rising. Okay, so that's where that instability comes from. So in southwesterly flows, you'll often find that's what gives you the CBs and the thunderstorms, or at least heavy showers and that kind of thing. So, and that's kind of the predominant flow, which is where all our bad weather originates from, is a southwesterly around the Auckland area. Tropical cyclones, we're reasonably exposed to them as well, although as we alluded to earlier, they are technically ex-tropical cyclones by the time we get here. Right? Southwest of the North Island, so we're sort of looking at the Manawatu, Wellington region. We get a lot of funneling through Cook Strait, so high winds, both in southerlies and northerlies. Very rough and a strong nor'wester, okay, because it goes directly through it. And a lot of rain on the west coast as well in the northwesterly flow, because the high moisture content comes in, it gets lifted up by all this terrain, so there's basically a mountain range right down the middle there. And that's what's going to cause all the rain, is that orographic lifting of the airflow with its high moisture. Pretty sheltered from northeasterly flows though, and that's because of that mountain range. East coast of the North Island, so we're looking at Hawke's Bay, Gisborne, all the way down to Martinborough, around that area. You get a bit of fawn effect in northwesterly flows. Okay, so if you've got moisture coming up 90 degrees to that sort of mountain range, and there's pretty much a mountain range all the way up the middle there. Then as it comes down the other side, it's going to be hot and windy on the other side. That's just a northwesterly flow though, because that's going to flow 90 degrees to the mountain range. Usually pretty clear skies, but reasonably turbulent in most conditions. In a nor'easter and a northerly, reasonably stable conditions, and that's where you get that low cloud and drizzle, because there's moisture content, but it's going to maintain a bit of stability because it's not going to be rising. Southeasterly flow will lead to pretty unstable conditions. Anytime you've got high moisture content and you're heating a massive air, that's going to give you a bit of instability. Nelson and the Marlborough Sounds. So this area is generally accepted as one of the sunniest areas in New Zealand, because it's sheltered and they get a lot of sunshine days. Quite exposed to like a northerly or a nor'wester. But that's not a very common airflow around there, and that's why the weather around there is usually pretty good. Any southern fronts coming through there are reasonably weak because they lose a lot of their energy as they come across the ranges. Okay, so by the time they get to the sort of Marlborough and Nelson areas, they've lost a lot of the energy and there's generally not much left to it. Okay, so that's another thing which gives the region pretty good weather. Obviously, Marlborough is one of the biggest wine-growing regions in New Zealand because of that as well. Right, the west coast. So what do we know about the west coast of the South Island? Southern Alps, really wet. Yeah, you're both right. It's really wet, and it's probably really wet because of the Southern Alps. Okay, so we start off with the katabatic winds, I guess. They enhance any land breezes in the winter, okay, because of the airflow going down those hills. Okay, so that's going to exacerbate any land breeze. Don't really get any radiation fog. Any kind of westerly, it's very exposed to. Okay, whether it's a nor'wester, a straight westerly, even southwesterly, it's going to pretty much hit it straight on. Okay, if it's a southwesterly, especially, then it's going to be pretty unstable conditions. And the net result of any kind of westerly is it gets forced up the Southern Alps. And the Southern Alps are so high that it lifts everything up pretty high. Okay, even if it's unstable, because it gets the height, it's going to lead to some more severe weather conditions. Okay, so even an inherently stable atmosphere may give you a few CBs around the west coast and that kind of thing, which is why the west coast gets so much rain. It's because of that moisture content of any kind of westerly flow. Southerly fronts can often be quite strong, okay, especially because they're a lot cooler as well. So if you get a cold front coming from below the South Island, that gives pretty unstable conditions because it's going from an area which is really cold, quite high moisture content, and then bringing it further north. And as it comes further north, it heats. But there's also a decent amount of terrain to help the rising of air as well. So anytime you've got that rising of air, that's where you get those unstable conditions and thunderstorms and that kind of thing. So you get a lot of rain around sort of in Invercargill or Otago type regions as well. Eastern part of the South Island, so Canterbury and that kind of thing, pretty sheltered, eh? Any kind of westerly flow, it doesn't really get affected by it. What does it get though that we talked about? What kind of wind? Yeah, what else? What's the one called where it's 90 degrees to the mountain range and then comes over the top of the Southern Alps? Comes down hotter on the other side. Can you remember? I don't know that often. Formula 1. Remember that one? It's aviation. Except it's spelled like that. Okay, so that's where you find that. Any kind of westerly flow, especially if it's nor'wester, so coming straight on at 90 degrees. It can get pretty turbulent and windy on the east coast of the South Island, the Canterbury Plains and that kind of thing. Northeasterly flow is pretty stable, but will lead to a lot of low cloud, often fog as well, as it comes further south. Really strong sea breeze in the summer, and that's just because there's such a large mass of water. Pretty clear coastline as well. Pretty sheltered from any kind of southwesterly, but in a south-southwester, so where it's nearly straight southerly, you do get a little low cloud forming as well. The southerly is unstable, just like in the southwestern coast as well. Convective thunderstorms pretty common as well, because that's where you get a lot of the heating. Okay, Canterbury Plains gets very, very warm sometimes, and the sun gives it a lot of heat, so you get that convection happening. So if there's enough moisture, then you can get convective thunderstorms happening around there. A little bit of radar imagery. Far south, exposed in every direction apart from northerly, really. Everything easterly, southerly through to westerly. As I talked about before, we get a lot of funneling through Fovo Strait. If any of you end up flying down that far south, it can get pretty windy through there because of the funneling effect. Any kind of southerly flow is going to give the most unstable conditions, okay? Because as it comes further north, it heats, it rises. Okay, so you've got all that moisture being drawn aloft. Pretty common thunderstorms, cumulonimbus cloud, and that kind of thing. Lots of turbulence and strong westerlies as well on the east coast. So the standard flow is usually around a 6 to 7 day cycle, and if you kind of look at this over a few weeks, you'll find it's pretty consistent. It'll start off with some kind of anticyclone. What do we mean by an anticyclone?
High.
Yeah, anticyclones are high, isn't it? Because the cyclones are low. Yeah. So an anticyclone is going to be a high pressure system. Cold front coming through, and then the anticyclone. Okay. Northwesterly flow for a couple of days, and then southerly front, and then southerly wind for a couple of days. And then fine weather. Northeasterly 3 days, as there's an anticyclone which comes through. So it kind of generally follows that pattern fairly consistent. Okay. That's about it. So does that kind of make sense? How you can, in general terms, interpret the advection on a larger scale and how it's going to affect it and what kind of conditions it's going to give you. And it's pretty consistent as well if you look at it over a longer period. Let's just quickly run through ATIS and then have a look at that. So much anticipated exam. You guys have been shown the IFAS website, eh? Yeah. Have you all got a login? I suggest when you get a chance, sooner rather than later, sign up for a login. It doesn't cost you anything. And then you're able to access the ATIS and all of the note and briefing information yourself. But yeah, definitely want to get onto that early, and then you can practice looking at it and getting all of the information you need. So if we go up to briefing, and then area briefings, it'll ask you for your login, and then throw that in there. Probably somewhere. Can't see. I think that's me. Select ATIS and deselect markers. And we'll look at areas 1 and 2, and out of interest we'll just look at Wellington as well, just for something a bit different. Yeah, so. Alright, so every controlled aerodrome, when the control tower's on watch, is going to have an ATIS. Okay? And that gives us some basic weather conditions there. So that we know what the wind's doing, what runways in use, what approach we're flying, and that kind of thing. So when we're joining at a controlled aerodrome, or indeed when we're taxiing and ready for takeoff at a controlled aerodrome, we'll notify receipt of that ATIS so the controller can make sure that everyone has the same information and that everyone's using the same QNH on their altimeter and that kind of thing. Okay? So it always follows the same sequence, and eventually you'll listen to this so many times you'll be able to hear it in your head, and you'll know what it's going to say before you actually hear it. So it's always going to have the information, in this case Golf, and the issue time, 0253, so that was about 20 minutes ago. The approach, ILSD me approach, runway 21. Runway conditions dry, wind 210 degrees, 10 knots, varying between 180 and 240. Okay, so pretty light southwesterly, but mostly straight down the runway A. This is the only wind which is in degrees magnetic. Okay, everything else will be degrees true. Visibility, cloud, temperature dew point, QNH, 2,000 foot wind. In this case, it says REP, which means reported. Okay, so an aircraft has actually reported what the 2,000 foot wind is, and it is accurate. Sometimes it might say forecast instead, if they don't actually have a report on the 2,000 foot wind. So really which is forecast. There you go. Taron's forecast variable at 5 knots. Out of interest, if we go down to like Wellington, Bit windier down there, 350 degrees, 20 gusting 30. And 2,000 foot wind reported, 320 degrees, 34 knots. Okay. So no matter where you're going in the country, they're always going to follow exactly the same sequence. Okay. Any questions on those? Right. Let's get cracking into this exam next. We've got about 15 minutes. If you don't finish it, I'll give you the answers to take away. It's all multi-choice. You can expect pretty similar questions in your actual exam as well, which may be a relief or maybe a bad thing, I don't know. Right, I'll give you about 10 minutes and then see how you get on, okay? Hey? You haven't finished? Has anyone finished? Do you want the answers to take home?
Yeah,
Or do you want to finish? Or do you want both? How about I let you finish and I give you the answers? I'll print these out, but don't look at them until you're done. You can go through and check it out. If you've got any questions, feel free to get in touch with me. Just call me up at some point. Or Pierce will be with you guys tomorrow. You're welcome to hit him up if there's any questions as well. But yeah, keep chipping away at it anyway. You're welcome to stay here for another half hour. So I don't worry about the answers.